I'm feeling positively radiant.
I think for this one you actually stack up for the stuff to go off, and then you just spread out. There we go, and we spread out. And then we just AoE the ads down.
My humidifier will be glorious.
Glorious. What do you say?
You've done well so far, but we must ensure you blend in at the party. I'll enhance your disguise, infusing it with latent magic. To make you appear as one of the noble spies attending this party. Speaking with chatty nobles.
I don't know how to do this. Like, I know that you speak to the people, but I've never been able to get the right one.
They explain who's who, right? So you ask this guy, you talk to them, and you go, okay,
Getting a copy.
well, I want to let me talk to this guy.
You know, that's a question you have to answer for yourself.
It won't let me talk to any of these people. Book.
I think there is a way for you to find this stuff like really quickly. I don't know the trick, but rogues and paladins can actually do it.
Oh, no, it's a you can see demons. It's the demon vision thing. Literally, the dude. What's his face? The demon hunter should be able to see him. So he's got a cape, light-colored vest, and a book on him.
Am I in combat? I am in combat. Weird. He has a belt or something. Long sleeves on.
Not him. Not him.
So he has a light colored vest, right? And what else?
A book.
A book, okay. Long sleeves. Light color vest. A book.
This is the best and worst part of this dungeon.
Long sleeves. All of these guys have that though. Is there something else?
He's upstairs.
Yeah.
No, but he's gotta have a book on his hip.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that have that. I think he's one of those guys right here. I'm not sure which one. Is it a male or a female?
Are you sure he has long sleeves?
I don't know what's the difference. Like, what does the long sleeves look like? Oh, okay, I see it now. All right, I need to go down maybe. Maybe it's right here. Looking for that long sleeve.
The world quest.
The world quest is like on a different area, so we'll have to go around that. I don't know if the tank wants to do it. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I already did that. Let's see.
The demon hunter can see him though.
Why isn't he pushing it? I'm gonna try one of these book guys, but I know it's not them, so it sucks.
I think I found him.
You found him? Nice. Was that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, where is he? Let me see. Ah, okay.
See a book, cape, light colored vest, long sleeves.
Yeah, was that in second floor?
What?
Well,
yeah,
was
second floor.
yeah, yeah. It's pretty. I seen her. I swear. I'm just helping with the DPS. Currently beating the hunter. Nice.
Close.
I beat the hunter.
On my screen, you're 100
Excellent. Now that we have the
DPS
key,
less.
the way to the balcony should be
On my
open.
screen, I'm like
It's time to put an end to Elisar.
20,000
Must you leave
higher.
so soon, Grand Magistrix?
What meter are you using?
It's got a.
Do you expect
Oh,
to
so
waste
am I.
time chattering
Yeah,
with vapid
that's weird.
nobles even as
I don't know
my
why
enemy
is
flows in? Look
you're
there,
showing
you
up that
fool.
way.
We are not alone.
Impossible. My guards would never permit such an intrusion.
Yet another failure, Melandris. Consider this your chance to correct it. Dispose of these outsiders. I must return to the Nighthold.
All right.
Finally, I'll make this quick. If you blink, you bleed. If you blink, you bleed. The wind slices to the bone. Elisande, forgive me.
We're done. You got your quest completed, yeah?
Yep.
Nice,
But
nice.
I got 2 more.
Two
We
more
may
quests to
have missed
go.
our chance at
One
the
in the
Grand
Archway
Magistrates
and
tonight,
one in
but her
the
time will
Vaults of the
come.
Wardens.
Sooner or later.
You know if Aiden is done with his thing?
Let's check. No, they're winning by 1 round. It's 12-13.
All right. All right. Where should I go to? How much artifact do I need? Ooh, 308 million. Damn, that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's a
what?
lot, dog.
500 million?
308 for my next talent point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many have you already put into your weapon?
I believe I have the last one. Oh, no,
so
I
you're
have
just
2 more.
filling out the whatever it's called, the like those individual ones that you add the 4th point to.
Yeah. No. I'm already done with a lot of them. I believe what I'm doing now is I'm going for the I'm going to get the concordance or whatever. So I'm currently just filling in the tiny slots. I believe I have like. Let me see.
What level's your weapon in the top left?
49.
Okay, yeah, so you're 3 away from concordance, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
What does that mean?
Yeah. Check it. Alright, so I guess we'll wait for Aiden. And then we'll just go ahead and form the party. So I will message him and let him know.
Oh yeah, they're about to win.
No. You listen to the soundtrack?
Which soundtrack? The WoW soundtrack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my music on. Actually, I want to see what the game sounds like without sound.
It's like nothing,
Without music.
you know?
Yeah, it just sounds like a big empty city.
pretty much. I usually listen to music when that type of stuff happens, so
Yeah.
yeah, you know,
Yeah.
check it.
Chick, 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 chick. I want that mage tower to be built so I can finish my artifact weapon quest.
Artifact who?
The artifact appearance quest.
Yeah. I know what you mean, man.
At least give it a shot, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm bored, and I killed all the Brawlers Guild guys, and I finished that. So it's like, what do I do now? You know.
Oh, I haven't done that yet. I need to do that at some point.
I'm gonna put a blingatron on the top of the. I wonder if people can. Well, it's gone. Just disappeared.
What's disappeared?
My blingatron.
Lingatron 9000.
6,000.
Oh. When is the 9000 audition coming? When do I
Next
get
for
this
expansions?
chest, by the way?
Which chest?
This chest in my order hall place?
Beginning of every week, so on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think he's AFK right now, so I'm just waiting for him to respond.
Okay.
Maybe he's not. He's in the Hall of the Guardian, so I think he's just AFK.
Yeah, probably.
I think what's probably gonna end up happening is that we're just gonna queue for a lot of groups or whatever, and then just get in one of them, just like all of us, you know, all 4 DPS.
Pop up. Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Or we might just host our own so we can start fresh.
That's true, yeah.
Holla holla.
We did it, man. We won.
Hey, do you guys have the fishing artifact weapon?
Hell yeah. I got 2 of those.
I got it. It's the most useless thing in the game.
Hey man, if you like fishing, it's not
But
useless.
it's hilarious. Yeah.
You know?
You guys, we doing Tomb?
Yep.
Yeah, just waiting on him to come
Stuff
back.
new.
He's currently AFK for a little bit, I think.
Who's him?
That dude.
The dude, bro. What class are you playing? The mage?
He's a mod, yeah. Yeah. he's a
Oh,
mod.
that guy.
That guy.
The big deeps guy.
The big D guy, yeah.
Is it-
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What?
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Alright, go ahead.
What?
You may speak, Atsu.
Yes.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything. I'm just making a noise.
Atsu, you may speak.
Hello, I am from within. Yeah,
Strength and honor.
yes.
Loktar Ogar. We'll never hear that again.
No, we will.
See it.
I mean, I
yeah,
still
yeah.
have a mod, you know, on the horde side. So.
Yeah, okay. Like you're gonna play the mage.
I mean, I played it a lot to get that Suramar thing. That thing was so annoying, but it wasn't too bad because I wasn't like in the city for majority of the time. Like I was out there questing.
You can just go into the night hold, right? Like it's a zone outside. What the
Hell yeah.
hell? Oh my god, and they literally just turned it into an instant zone rather than just
Walk around.
cool. Yeah, I'm looking around. Oh, you can't go to some spots.
I can return to the Broken Shore. Like I can complete a quest that gives me a free seal of Broken Faith. How do I do that?
I believe when you do the quest there, I think at one point like there'll be like a blue question mark.
No, yeah, no. You
And you
can
just
get
go and
3
talk to
right
her.
now because
Yeah.
it's been up for 3 days. So go talk to the person.
Yeah, it's just like a blue whole question mark on your map when you're in Broken Isle.
I guess I already completed it then.
Yeah. You have 5 right now, Seal of Fates. Great.
Yeah, I got 3. I'll have 6 next week unless I use some tonight.
I'm gonna just message you.
Probably
The
just
Night
You
Dragon
wanna
Attack
do
bug.
one of your mythic stuff, Jared?
For what?
While we wait, because Jared needs to like do like 2 more mythic stuff, so we might as well do that. And when he comes back, like we should be done by then. So you know,
Mythic what? What are we doing?
we're just doing a regular mythic something for Jared's quests.
Well, which one would you guys rather do? Arcway or...
Community Mythic Plus?
No, just
Just a mythic
regular,
for a quest
mythic.
or for
Regular
quests.
Let's do Arcway. I think we both have it unlocked. Do we?
Oh, he's back. Can you pass me lead?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Or do you guys want to host?
We're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Oh, lag. Yeah.
Only pants.
So you have a friend too?
Probably not. Whoa. What?
Hmm?
Doing a mythic? Oh no, okay. It's his settings.
Yeah, let's do Mythic Emerald Nightmare and then just all the bosses really fast. You actually might get good gear from that.
Possibility. Wow. Okay,
Oh,
I
that's
guess
his friend.
he's gonna invite his people. Okay.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Actually, never mind. I don't feel like one.
So we're going to Doom, by the way. So let me go ahead and teleport there.
Teleport. Oh my god, these guys are... Oh. What happened?
Well,
Oh, my raid frames aren't working. He just moved.
oh yeah. We're gonna 5 mana, you know what I'm saying?
What brings you here?
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
gods we are.
Till next
That'll
week.
be easy,
Imagine if you could do that. That'd be amazing. That would be the best tuned game, I think, in the world. If you could just 5 mana raid like that. Damn.
Wouldn't that be poorly tuned? Wouldn't that just make it really easy?
Well, I mean, as in like it would scale in a way in which it would be like extremely challenging. So like if you wouldn't have the gear, you wouldn't be able to do stuff, right? So plus, like
Yeah,
you
there's a
wouldn't
group
get the
of people who
same
did that
loot
for
and
all of
stuff.
the Draenor content during Draenor. They were 5-manning normal 10 men.
Oh yeah, no, there are Demon Hunter tanks who have been soloing Emerald Nightmare bosses.
Yeah, it's crazy. Solo. Solo.
Fresh and TOS. Wait, are we doing your friend's lockout? Won't that mean we have to do...
What?
Are we not using your friend's lockout?
I
Or was he
have-
doing a heroic bug?
I have no idea what's gonna happen actually. You should ask him. Just type it in chat, man.
Well, I guess... Well, it says on the group, it says that we haven't killed bosses. I don't think so. I'm just confused what bosses he was killing.
All of them. I think he's already done with normal, but I could be wrong.
Maybe he was pugging heroic.
Maybe.
I mean, at his item level, that's probably the case. Bony bounce, bony bounce, bony bounce.
Welcome to the Tomb of Sargeras. Come down, young champion. Welcome
Hello.
to the Tomb of Sargeras. Where
Thank you.
do you have your ticket?
I just got it right here.
Where are you going? No, you can't. That's such a roguelike move.
Oh, he's got it set on Mythic and we can't.
I'm not sure what's
Can't
happening
enter.
though. Are we just waiting? Yeah.
Fresh and TOS. 1 out of 9 Mythic lead. Oh, he's killed the first boss on Mythic. Does he raid with a guild? Probably.
Yeah, he's currently trialing for some guild. Yeah. I don't know, man. Seeing people do mythic content kind of makes me wanna like start raiding again, but
It's really good right now.
yeah, no, like the content stuff I'm sure is really fun. Like the boss fights on even regular sound like there's a lot of mechanics to deal with, you know what I mean? Which is awesome, so
Yeah, that's all
But-
fun.
yeah.
Aw, dude.
What happened?
Let's start a guild on Alliance. Let's go to Storm Rage, Tatsu.
I think Sargeras is probably the way to go. I have like a couple of friends in Sargeras, so I might be able to like convince this guy to like tank for us, and he's gonna be pretty much like he's not gonna make a mistake, so that's gonna be good. And then there's also some other friends of his, which might be good too. So you know.
You want to put together like a big pickup group and eventually grow into a 20-man Mythic team? I'm down.
Form it into a Mythic squad.
I mean, if you have connections like that, I'd say it could work.
Yeah, I will speak to them and just see like
That's
if they
pretty
want to do it.
serious raiding, like Mythic team like that.
Yeah, but it's gonna be mostly just like inside people, so like as in like it's just gonna be people that know each other instead of it being like, you know, but not like super hardcore though, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure how it's gonna work, cause like
You could probably do like heroic clear pretty easily in Pug
yeah,
with like 12 of us.
yeah, that is true.
Yeah. No, these heroic fights are they're more just DPS checks than anything.
Yeah,
Well, not even that. Actually, they just need people to follow mechanics and good heals. Good heals is one of the most important parts of the fights. Why is it so hard to find people for?
Oh, it's Saturday. Should be much easier.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now we just sit around and let the grind do its thing.
yeah, pretty much. I'm actually just looking to see if the other guy's here. He's not. Damn.
Is he not gonna take the 901 in the queue?
Probably just gonna let him wait for a bit.
Make him wait.
Put him on the list, you know?
Myth no more.
Myth no more. I'm actually just looking around to see if there's any other people. I don't want to invite Hamish. Hamish is just, yeah.
How do you have
Is
the
he around?
Druid?
Huh?
Is he around?
Yeah, he's playing right now. He's playing a Worgen that night. But I don't really trust him, so. What did
Yeah,
you
he's a
say,
bit of a
Jared?
twat.
How do you have a Druid of the Claw as your bodyguard?
He's Brawl, dude, okay? Brawl bear.
No, but I mean, how do I put one of those like weird followers as my
They
bodyguard?
usually have a perk that basically is like he can be a bodyguard, and you just assign
Oh wait,
the person.
oh, is that just no? I know, but I mean like I'm talking about not like the followers. I'm talking about those random dudes that you just recruit.
I think that just comes from your class hall questing, and sometimes like other quests might give you a dude. So yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, no, like cause I can recruit like Defias guys, and then I can also recruit pirates. But I can't put them as my bodyguard for some reason. You know what? I'm gonna go to my class hall and see what I can.
I'm gonna see if this other mage wants to join.
Bonely bounce, bonely bounce, bonely bounce, bonely bounce, bonely bounce, bonely bounce, bonely bounce.
Fender is
Artem.
Artem, okay.
Horde and Artem.
I don't think his item level's high enough right now to play.
You know what?
I'm gonna try to get
swap to
Niter in.
Alliance, dude? How'd he swap to Alliance? He could raid with us.
Would have been a different story, whole different story.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can try to get Niter in.
Sick.
Give you guys some competition, you know?
Is he DPS now?
Yeah, he plays a warrior.
Oh,
is he?
dude, there will
Who
be
is
no
this person?
competition. He'll crush us.
Yeah, he does really good DPS. It's crazy.
Who is this person?
He used to be a restoration druid in our guild back then, in Team Malice. So he's a cool dude. He's really laid back.
Shit, you got tons of connections, man. Bet you could easily put together a guild with all your connections.
Yeah,
We call it big schlongers, dude, and then we'd kill a lot of bosses.
Designer handbags, dude. We gotta bring it back, Etsy.
oh man, wow, that's really
That's because
funny.
Sean lost a bet, right? And who can kill Spine? Was it Spine? Ah, fuck, I don't remember. Remember he lost a bet with one of the guys from Vodka.
Yeah, it was just dumb. Oh man, that dude. He's still playing, you know. I think he plays for like some Alliance guild. Limit
It's called
maybe.
Easy.
Easy.
Easy or Limit.
Yeah.
Some of the other.
I think Easy is where Virox went and whatnot too. He still plays
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I got into a pug with Virox, or I got into a dungeon with Virox.
Oh, that's
early
cool.
This expansion, and
That's
like
funny.
he was streaming and stuff. I don't know, it was cool. Yeah, I just had like a conversation with him.
Yeah.
We chilled after.
Yeah, they
some dungeons.
they still like do like hardcore stuff, right? Which is kind of crazy. Like imagine if we still did that, dude. We'd probably be in like a top guild, like right now, like Limit or something.
Oh, we definitely be in a top guild.
Yeah. Oh well.
But like,
Yeah, but is the time spent worth it? Nah, not
I don't
really.
know. Yeah, I don't know about that. If I
Probably
wasn't like
not.
planning to do anything with my life, maybe.
Yeah.
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 There you go.
Because that's something I can't just fit into like my day-by-day schedule. It's fucked up.
Yeah, like especially like when you
Oh,
need to raid
hardcore
like
raid
for 6 hours.
Unreal. The
Yeah.
only thing is now, and the reason why guilds like Method and stuff can even do that shit is because they actually make money for doing it now from streaming and like
A
before.
lot of them,
like,
yeah, but not every one of their raiders.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
not every one of them. I don't understand though what kind of motivation they have to just sit there for like they literally would go for 10 hours a day, right? Progression on that
Yeah.
the race. Like that seems like you have to take so much time off to do that. And they still haven't even killed Jaden.
Well, that's a bigger DPS check in its own right.
Yeah, actually, oh yeah, I didn't even realize there was an enrage on Kill Jaden. We hit that the other day because we just had so many DPS in the group that weren't doing anything.
Really?
Yeah, so we kicked them and immediately killed them. It was the easiest. It was pretty much just a guild normal run to gear up lower item level players,
Yeah.
and we like we hit and rage on kill. I was only there for the last 3 bosses because I missed half of it because I was in class, but
Yeah.
it was good. I got so much gear from those 3 bosses. I finished my 4 set, and I got my a new trinket.
Nice, dude. Yeah, if I go Horde right now and just like go and just play with Conflux, like they basically carry people through heroic doom. So you basically just go in there and you just get the gear and you're good.
Yeah, why do they do that, man?
They're a really friendly guild, so like they basically help out whenever they can and stuff. It's really cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so like
So-
a lot of the people are gear there right
Switch
now.
forward for one day. Yeah, switch back.
I don't think that's
Get
a
quick carry,
good
get some
idea.
gear.
We'll just do it every week. I'd say it's no big deal. It's only $60 US.
I mean, I could do it, but I feel like it's just throwing the money in the
That's
in like a
just
pit,
burning
you
cash.
know?
Oh,
Yeah.
it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can buy carries from other guilds for cheaper than that. So
Well, yeah, you can buy carries from anyone. There aren't that. I don't know why is it that always the best guilds are horde. What is that? What's the reason?
their
It's because of
ratios
the
are
ratios, yeah.
better.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the haste increase, the orc one, all that stuff
But-
really helps.
Is that why also for PvP now everyone switched to horde? Like, or is that not true? Because I don't think that it matters.
Horde was
that
given some escapes on some of the races to kind of balance it out, but they're still favored in DPS in terms of their ratios, and like I think that's what just clung people together to get to Horde to begin with for PvE.
Because since when they nerfed the human racial, that's when people swapped to horde immediately. Like everyone went to horde on PvP. That's why like so many people on the top 100 on the PvP rankings right now are horde. And I think I don't know if it really matters because like it doesn't make sense. Right? Like like the ratios are so minimal. Why would it actually affect DPS?
I think it's cooler playing Horde too, though. There's always just been like something with using Horde to kill big bosses. It's just been awesome.
Hmm.
Like I totally understand why people choose Horde. For,
Yeah,
for
well,
hardcore
like
rating
I'm
builds.
fine with the fact of being aesthetic, like, but I don't like, cause my friend keeps telling me, he says like I'm telling him come Alliance, right, and you'll have someone to PvP with, and he says no, dude, I'm staying Horde. Horde is just better, and I'm like, okay, well you can either stay Horde and have your minimal play Alliance and PvP with someone, and I don't know, man, he's so stuck on Horde.
Hey man, you were stuck on Alliance. We tried to get you to Horde.
Well, that was because I had a guild that I wanted to
Yeah,
raid.
true.
Given that they're not that great, right? But
We could have
at
just
the
got you
same
in a
time,
nice setup, dude.
yeah, I probably couldn't have got. I probably could have gotten a better guild. But it's also people I've raided. Like it's kind of like the same thing as like imagine you had the opportunity to raid with all those same people from the last time, and if
I wouldn't want to.
Oh, you wouldn't want to.
No, dude, raiding there was horrible.
What, were the people just toxic?
No, Sean was an asshole. Everyone else is cool. It's
Yeah.
just like the raid environment, the mindset while raiding, because it is hardcore raiding. You need to understand, like, you don't have the freedom to joke around, laugh and stuff most of the time.
Oh,
right? It's
okay.
being
Well,
serious. If you fuck up, you're gone.
it's completely different.
Yeah.
And like you can nestle up and buy into someone back in Mumble in the day, and like just like you can talk around, joke around and shit. But like if you mess up, you're out of the group for the night, right? Like
Mhm.
Really, one mess up, you would get kicked.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Unless like you're playing like a very important role, then two, but that's it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
what? And you guys just had so many people on standby that you
We
could
had
just
like
do
40
that?
raiders when I joined, dude. Sean did a
Yeah.
huge recruitment for pre-madness and after. Like, oh man.
Hmm.
Holy shit, man. That's crazy. That's a lot
Because
of
we were just
pressure.
filtering through good raiders, and like the ones that were good were gonna stick for a Pandaria, and that was the thing. And Sean wanted to create, a US first guild
Yeah.
throughout the majority of Pandaria, and he kind of got together some of the better players, and then he just guild transferred. It was so stupid.
So he worked that hard just to fucking fuck it up?
Yeah, like we cycled through raiders fast, man, and like you'd have to be on for every raid, even if like you weren't guaranteed a spot, because you knew that you were gonna share your spot with 3 other people.
Wait,
Mhm.
so what happens if you missed a night? Like you just couldn't get on that
If you
night?
gave notice, it's okay, but like you still have to put up with what the group was demanding, and that was like all the scrolls of wisdom that we could get to roll trinkets for everyone. We were all gearing for gear fast. People were putting money together for black market auction house.
And you guys did like loot, like it wasn't like it was obviously master loot, right? And you gave it to the most. Did you roll for loot or did
It was
they
loot
give
council.
it to? Yeah, loot council, exactly.
Loot council's like the best way to run a guild, in my opinion. If you don't get too like touchy-feely about it, and you totally understand that like it's gonna go to the best person objectively always.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, but hardcore rating is not really like fun. It's more like a job which you have to like.
Yeah, you're throwing your life away, dude.
Yeah.
Make up
Yeah, no, I
virtual
know.
shit for
I would
everyone else.
never want to hardcore, right? But that's the thing is that the reason why it was different is because this guild I knew was like super casual, and mess ups were also casual. Like people weren't gonna get mad at you. Like some people would get upset if someone made a mistake, but at the same time it was kind of like one of those things like people would explain fights if someone messed up, and then if you weren't playing your class correctly, someone who plays a shitload of alts would help you. Like it was like shit like that.
Yeah,
Like,
just
not
casual
like-
and open. I was in a guild like that back in like vanilla Burning Crusade and Wrath, and then I don't know, man. I raided Heroic for once in like Wrath, and I'm like, wow, this is really cool progression rating. I like this, and then I stuck with it. Like, it's just that much better when you're pushing like.
The problem is with casual
Top-end
raiding
content.
is you go through raiders like they're like
Like they're
hot
nothing,
pockets.
yeah. And like you're not actually experiencing the full intention of the raid. I feel, and like that's a huge discussion of semantics. I get it, but I don't know, man. It's
Well,
just,
I don't know. I feel like we're getting through stuff. I mean, we haven't.
I'd be content with Heroic, and like that's it though.
Well, yeah, we haven't gone through a lot. It's the problem is like this week we couldn't get through a lot of Heroic. We would have gone through a lot more, but we raided Heroic one night this week for 3 hours, and then last week we raided for again Heroic for 3 hours.
Yeah. So like, Atsu, would you want to join Jared's guild, and we can just pro it up and make everyone else get fucking pro'd up too?
I mean,
we gotta be aggressive. We gotta be confident. We're gonna add competition.
Well, the thing is, like, I still need to get used to the raid healing environment, but
we'll
after
clarify
I'm
it.
used to it, like, then
Well, I
sure.
mean, yeah, you
know.
got a guild ready to go.
We're gonna blow up
Yeah.
your guild, Jared, in a good way.
Yeah. Well, man, the only time I'm ever in my guild Discord, like I used to talk to these people a lot, but I don't talk to them at all anymore. So it's kind of weird. I don't know why. I just joined the Discord and I just listen for calls, and then if I ever have to say something, I'll say something. But otherwise, I'm just quiet because it's kind of weird, you know. A few of these people I know, but then a bunch of them other people I don't know anymore, and it's like kind of. The only time I ever really play with this guild is during raid night, and that's it. I'll just sit there and raid. That's all
cool.
it is.
But that's like organized raiding with people you don't really care about. And that's like the biggest aspect of raiding was having friends in your guild.
Nice.
Play video games with afterwards.
Yeah.
But like, being online is so accessible to everyone now that I feel like that aspect's killed for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I joined their Discord and I'm like, okay, I'll be in there, and then I'll just sit there and raid, and then I'll just leave immediately after, because like a lot of them are in that Discord because those are the people they play with every single day, right, on WoW, and they're in there consistently. And then for me, it's just like that's what I used to do, right? When I used to play WoW, like a lot.
You'd be in
more,
vent
like
with them or TeamSpeak.
Yeah, like I'd be in vent with them a lot, and this was during like before we had Discord, so like. When we used to play, it would always be a Skype call. That was so annoying.
That's retarded. I'm sorry. There's so many free servers, man. Like,
well, we didn't have free servers. Like, what do you mean? Like, you can't just host a free Mumble server.
there are so many free hosted Mumble servers. For specifically for WoW, specifically for raiding, like.
No, I'm not talking my WoW guild. I wasn't talking WoW guild. I was talking when I'm playing like with people like Stepan and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you. I got you now, sorry.
Yeah, no, we used like Mumble, or I think we had Raid Call is what we used.
Oh god.
Which worked, but it wasn't
fast,
great.
it's fun.
Yeah, it's fast as fun as Raid Call. But now it's like I used to know a lot more people from the guild then, and now I only know like 4 or 5, and the other ones I don't really care about. There's one dude who just annoys me, man. Like he's like this foreigner, and he gets mad all the time. He's like, well, don't be in this guild if you're gonna get mad, man. It's just, I don't know. I think he's cooled down a little bit recently. Let's see.
He's still a cock.
He does good DPS though. That's all that matters. Wait, are we doing heroic?
What are you guys doing?
Really normal.
Sorry. I was trying to be that guy, but
the hype boy.
The guy who gets mad at everything.
Why am I in my own? Why am I in my own group?
Because you're a loser. You weren't cool like the rest of the range DPS. It's because you're only melee, dude. Face the fact.
I'm the only melee in the group? What the hell?
At the moment, yeah.
The Legion's presence has
How do we have
stirred
2
an ancient
tanks and, like,
hydra
no
known
DPS,
as Deep
and
Maw.
3 healers and no
Destroy
DPS.
this creature, before its wrath is unleashed upon our world.
What the fuck? Why is there a giant hole here, dude?
Oh, are we not attuned properly? Oh,
What?
give it to someone who has an empty lockout.
I don't.
I have an empty lockout.
He's gonna leave now.
He did do it. How do I exit out though?
You go out the dungeon.
But there's like a giant circle thing on the bottom. Do I jump in the circle?
No, just leave the group.
Leave the group. What?
I'm just gonna kill myself. Fuck it.
The dungeon.
It's alright. I've already done the deed. Oh, I can't.
You're gonna respawn at the gate. The same thing. Is there really no exit? I don't believe that.
There's no exit here. Well, I guess I'm gonna just fly back.
You gotta wait for everyone else to get the fuck out too.
You need to reset instant.
Oh, there we go. There's an elevator here. Oh my god, this elevator is the best elevator I've seen. Oh. Wow, dude.
What the hell? People are just leaving. Oh, because people didn't want to do fresh. What boss was it? Were we on?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about this dungeon, so.
Better him joining now than later, or leaving now than later.
Yeah.
My god, this is so cool. Dude,
Where are you?
I am on this elevator. We're going up.
Oh, because I think he was at Maiden.
Oh, ouch.
Oh,
We're
no,
at the
he
Guardian
must have killed
Sanctum.
Maiden. It was the last two bosses. That's why people queued. Even though the title says fresh.
Oh my god. What am I seeing here? Am I gonna die?
Leave the dungeon, man. We need to reset the.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I just don't know how. Like I'm trying to get there. I'm running up right now.
Hearth. Get out.
Okay.
You won't be able to get out.
I'm gonna die again. Maybe. Am I dead? I'm dead. Alright, I'm just gonna hurt.
I'm gonna get a drink real quick.
So you probably just went through a world of confusion, man.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, dude. It's crazy. People are messaging me Deceiver's Fall. What should I invite?
Get that 909 healer. Yeah, get the 909 healer now. And
889?
why'd you invite that much DPS, dude? Holy shit. Make your friends assist if you want them to keep leading. Unless he was
Okay.
inviting that much DPS.
I don't know.
Oh,
Fuck.
that's...
I don't know what's happening. Somebody.
Get
Help
home,
me.
that's all you gotta do. Back to the tomb, we're going in.
Where is the assisting? Okay. I don't know what's happening.
Can I
So
assist
I'm
you?
just flying to that thing now. I'll see you guys
Nothing's
there.
happening. We're waiting on applicants, and we have little healers for the DPS we have.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
We
get
gotta start
two
weeding
more.
out some of these DPS. Or yeah, we just make the group bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, that tank.
2 people got instantly declined. 3 people got instantly declined. Why? Is it because of a high level requirement or something?
We don't have an item level requirement. Your friend's declining them instantly. He wants to get this going.
Oh, okay.
2 of you have control to invite people. That's a DPS we should be bringing in. But you know, it's the same guy who's just gonna quit 5 minutes in. After our first wipe or something.
Yeah.
Have you cleared normal yet, Jared?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has. He got the kill jade and trinket, so there's no way he got that trinket without without clearing the raid.
No,
Yeah.
he got the legendary trinket, dude.
Yeah, the kill Jaden one.
Come on, I can't get it now. I get it. You're such a troll.
Wait, am I wrong? Where
No,
do you?
it drops from anywhere.
Oh. I thought it dropped from only kill Jaden or something.
Nah, dude.
That's funny. I mean, it says kill Jaden trinket, man. Why would someone else have his trinket? Like, what?
Exactly.
You know, like...
Dude, is it reset?
Should be. I'm the raid leader right now, so...
It should be here.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, sip that, dude.
Oh yeah, it's reset.
Sip it, dog. Sip it good.
Do we have a third tank? Or sorry, second tank?
Not yet. You got a message? Deceivers fall.
Bound on it. Oh, we've got two Demon Hunter tanks. Nice.
The
Here's the Hulk
Legion's
Jr.
presence has stirred an ancient hydra known
Nice
as
gun.
Deep Maw.
Thanks, dude.
Destroy this creature before its
earned it.
wrath is unleashed upon our
I
world.
wish I had those daggers,
Oh, they're so cool, man.
but
I can translog them on my warrior, and like even on my warrior, the daggers are still big enough and cool. Like, that makes sense.
yeah, they got the big glowing like wings on them.
Yeah. The one-handed swords are pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from that
The
set was just
green one.
badass, man.
Yeah, they look good. I kind of wish I did it, but then at the same time, I had so much PTSD from the Mr. Pandaria one, trying to put together a group, that I just couldn't. I couldn't bear to do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually need to do we have a warlock?
We could have carried you in like 1 hour.
Fuck.
Not 1 hour, but like we do carries in like 2 hours.
Holy shit! All of them in 2 hours?
Yeah, dude. We have the Warlock's Path.
Oh my
I
god.
don't think you understand that it's this easy. One second, wait. I'll message you it. You just have this ability. I can't link it. I have teleports directly to every one of the entrances. for all
Oh
the
yeah, I
dungeons.
do as well.
Yeah. That's just when you complete it. So you just
Oh,
use that and you farm it around.
I
Whenever time you get gold, it
need
resets.
Holy shit.
So we could farm through like 2 mil gold in like 6 hours.
Jesus Christ. That was with James as well. James helped you guys.
James
with that,
didn't play too much at the time. He was still playing here or there. Like him and I kind of just filled in for each other and like fucked off. But we still were there for some of the sales. It's just like if they needed a hunter, we just show up and play.
Oh, so hold up. Wait, I'm just looking at.
Because we one tank, 2 DPS it, right? And then have 2 carries.
Still though, like with the groups I was doing it, cutting it pretty close most of the time with 5 DPS. Well, you guys must have been fully had best in slot and stuff.
We had
like
best in
that.
slot, yeah. And some of the trinkets kind of just made it easy, dude. Because they still applied, even like the higher end trinkets from the end of the expansion.
Sure.
We're still
Yeah, I
missing a
barely got-
tank, huh?
Blade Master just made
No,
those
we
things
have
better,
2
dude.
tanks, I thought. Oh, did one of them leave?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Just go tank.
Where are you, Z? Oh, log on. God
See a
damn.
tank?
Yeah,
pants.
but he's not on right now.
Uncommon sense. Are they in the same guild? Bony pants and
Yeah.
uncommon sense?
One's an alt,
Yeah.
one's a trial.
Yeah.
This guy's BM though. Why does everyone go BM? I'll never get that, man.
Oh, he's on a mythic trial team.
Yeah, dude. I think he left his
That's
other
kind of
guild.
cool.
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever trialed for a raid team, Jared?
Nope.
Oh,
Is
you're
that
lucky.
stressful?
It's not that it's stressful.
It's just that you have to like basically make sure that you don't make mistakes.
Because will you be kicked right then and there?
No, no.
Depends
They
on the
basically-
guild. Some of them are strict. They assess your
Yeah.
performance every 3 weeks of raiding.
Yeah.
You're assumed to come over for all events.
Do you
throughout the
get
week.
any gear throughout that whole 3 weeks?
In most cases, no.
Oh my god. that sounds
Sometimes
like-
you do. If it's hardcore, yeah, they don't really.
Yeah.
Unless no one needs
Because
it.
they don't really want to like carry someone and then just have them like not pass their trial.
them.
You know, yeah. I've been in one where like they just fucking vendored the thing, dude. I was like, are you serious? It's
Wait, they got all the
stupid.
gear and then vendored it?
Yeah, instead of giving it to me, even though it would upgrade.
Man,
No,
Team Alice is so stressful for me because like I was like 13 years old, man, 14.
yeah.
Like I didn't notice it at the time, but like there were so many due dates and responsibilities
Mm-hmm.
in the guild. Oh, trialing for it was fun though. Jeff was a cool guy.
Who was Jeff? I don't remember. Jeff
He was
was a
the
warrior
tank,
tank? Okay, yeah.
warrior tank. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was the officer. He was the recruiting officer,
Nice.
at least at the time.
I think I got recruited by like Sean because of my app or whatever. Because he used to play a
Okay,
hunter too. So it was
he
just
knew you
like,
were good.
yeah, pretty much.
I was a hunter too, man.
I know, man. It was great.
Oh, I remember my interview too. God damn, dude.
Who's
So
the
like,
main tank?
Sean was like, "So how old are you?" And I'm like,
Probably
"Oh,
the
I'm
DK.
18." 18. And like, I guess they bought it. I don't know, dude.
Or maybe they didn't care, honestly. I feel
No,
like
I had a shitty webcam mic, so like it just sounded like ass either way.
most, honestly, I don't think people in this game really give a shit about your age as long as you can perform. Let's be honest, it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't, man.
So Atsu, you know how to do the first 3 fights, right? Like they're pretty similar to.
No, I don't.
Okay, you want me to explain these fights to you?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so for Goroth, there are 3 things you need to watch out for. One will be pillars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another will be mini meteors, and one will be a big ball. Okay. So the pillars he'll call up pillars and those will arise from the ground. You pretty much just dodge those standardly, right? You'll see them, and then there'll be these little things, the mini meteors. So the mini meteors will come out and they'll place a big circle around you. You'll see it on the ground below you, big circle. Make sure you are not standing next. Make sure you are not standing next to what's it called? Next to a pillar when you have that. Oh, someone put down a feast. Nice.
That shit's in the air, bro.
I'm gonna
How the
give
hell did he
Rayleigh
get
to
it?
him now.
Do not stand next to a pillar when you have that circle around you because
Okay.
that'll break a pillar and you'll need to have pillars up for a couple of. So, and then there will be another thing where you'll see an arrow come out. You have DBM on, right?
Yeah. I
So
don't
there.
use DBM, but you know that's okay.
Okay, well, anyways, an arrow will come out of the dude and it'll be pointed towards you if the buff is on you, and it'll be this big ball thing. And pretty much you want to get behind at least one pillar because it has to knock one over. And oh, I'm gonna flask real quick. It'll knock one over, and the more it knocks over, the less damage, raid-wide damage is done. So usually you want to get behind 2, but 1 is the minimum, right? Because if it lands before it hits 1, then you kill the raid pretty much. And then the final thing you need to watch out for is when he calls up this ability, you need to run behind the pillar. So I'll call that out, just so you know.
5, 4,
Okay.
And
3,
so don't worry.
2, 1.
It's the Death Knight. Okay. Sorry, one sec.
No DBM.
Okay, I guess not.
There was a DBM pull. You guys didn't see it?
No,
I didn't get it, no.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a DBM pull. Okay, so move that out. Okay, got it.
Okay, so you see this shattering star? This arrow that's on the tank? He's gonna kill. Oh, never mind. It doesn't do that much damage. 3. Oh, I forgot to put my trinket.
Wasted. It's okay, I didn't get a pre-pot in this fight. Pretty fucking cheese.
Yeah, I didn't get one either. Okay, move behind the pillars. Behind the pillars.
Okay.
Okay, that DK did not go behind the pillars. It doesn't
He's a
matter.
god, bro.
Yeah.
Pain rains upon you.
Okay, so that's the boss fight.
Yeah,
When you have
that's
the circle, just move away. Okay.
it's a very easy.
Shattering Star to move to the spikes, right?
Yeah, move behind the spike. Behind the
Okay.
spike.
Alright.
There you go. So you see how it mitigates the damage?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
I think we're gonna have to run behind the spikes soon.
Why is this tank so
Yeah,
far
behind
away?
spikes, behind spikes.
Yep, got it.
Of my torment.
There's so much downtime right now. Oh my god.
I know. What the hell? Oh shit! I rebound one of my keys and fucked something up.
Thanks, PvP.
Yeah, thank you. I've been using the ability. I haven't been using the ability this whole time.
I will flatten you.
That's pretty unfortunate.
Oh, you got 2 of them. Okay, so people take constant damage.
The fires of my torment. Pain rains upon you.
Oh, that's fine.
Smash you to pieces.
Nice. Yeah, I did alright. No thing
gear?
for me. I got artifact power.
Still good.
Yeah.
I got gold. Okay. Oh, we're doing Inquisition.
The echo
Okay.
of the Guardian
So this boss
Angel
Atsu?
appears, just as she did in the
Hold up,
cathedral.
actually, I need to rebind some keys.
I sealed each level of this temple so that no invader could descend into its depths. I never anticipated that the Legion would find another way to breach its dark heart.
Oh, okay. I know why I didn't do as good of a heal. Okay, I figured it out. I wasn't putting the circle down. Like I put it down at the start, and then I just didn't put it down at all.
Okay,
That makes sense.
so for this boss Atsu, pretty much what you're gonna want to do.
Can sense
Oh, you should
one of
probably
the Legion's
ask that guy.
masters
That guy has a
working
good
to
club
reanimate
that he's
the
getting.
avatar of Sargeras.
See that?
Yeah.
Should kill Jaden infuse that husk with the Dark Titan's power. I do not know whether any.
There's a lot of freebies now
in
because
this
people don't
world-
care and everyone shares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No time to lose.
Oh
Okay.
wait.
The paths are open.
So pretty much for this boss Atsu, what you're gonna want to do
Bypass
is
ancient wards.
there'll be 2 stages. So I don't really know how this works for ranged. But essentially what happens is, throughout the whole fight, based on the amount of damage you take, you'll be taking these stacks, or not these stacks, but this bar will fill up, and pretty much when that gets to maximum, you don't want it to get to maximum. Pretty much, like you do reduced everything, right? And you can't get healed and blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah.
But for you don't really have to worry about anything, I don't think, because you're not in melee range, and it doesn't really matter, because Belak will do this thing.
Someone has to go into the phase dream though and heal the boys. You can't forget that.
Yeah. So
they take
someone's gotta-
damage and they can't heal.
Mhm. So you might have to go inside if there's no healer in there, but it'll be pretty, it'll be fine because you
There's a
don't take.
button on your screen, like you can
Yeah.
clearly see it.
Okay.
I'll just let you know when shit's happening this fight,
Okay.
and you can.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'll just look at like what's happening, and then based on that, I'll do stuff.
This stuff is weird though. You'll see.
Oh. Oh, okay, this is the dispelling one. Okay.
Yeah, this is the fight where you have to dispel people.
Yeah, but
So
like not
I'll
to
call
dispel
out-
it like near. Okay.
I'll call out if I need a dispel or something. Oh, my interrupt's down. This one got it. Oh shit. Oh, my interrupt's down still. Big damage. Dispel please. Fell skull swap.
Yep, got you.
Thank you. This is not one of my favorite fights. Bone saw?
I have this thing. What's going on?
What? Is your screen all? You gotta click. You gotta click if your screen is going.
No,
all,
no,
like,
no.
weird.
Mine isn't going weird. I'm just curious on what's happening.
I'm in the zone. I'm coming back out. Please don't fell skull right now. Oh, you're kidding me. That's stupid. Fell skull down. Swap. Bone saw. Oh no. Oh no. Dispel. Oh no, I got it. Fell squall. Oh, I'm going in. Is fell skull down? No. Back up. Swap to Bella. Interrupt.
Don't have it. We can let a few slide, it's okay.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't have interrupt for
I
that.
got it.
I'm just resetting my torment now.
Gotcha. Oh, we missed an interrupt. Big heals. Gonna be big heals for the next little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fell skull, swap. Swap back to Belak. Oh, bone saw.
Man, I have gotten like the worst vulnerable Plarks this entire encounter. Jesus Christ.
Close. RNG the expansion, alright?
Always. No, this one's not as bad. The odds of this happening are very rare.
That fucking sucks. Fell skull. Oh, unbearable time. Okay.
Got it.
Where's the loot at? Oh, okay.
It's on the other dude.
Hey, I got the hammer this time. Did you guys get it too?
Hey, Atsu, you need a neck piece?
Nice.
Ooh.
I got a 905 trinket.
Oh, congrats,
Neck piece,
dude.
yeah. Thanks, man.
Congrats.
This is a
Dude, that
good
trinket's
one too.
beast. It's
Yeah.
got speed too. Oh,
Oh,
man,
yeah,
Oh
it's so
shit,
fast.
so many people are asking me for the neck beast, sorry. And it doesn't have mastery. I'm just gonna...
I'll take it. I mean, oh, actually,
I
no.
guess-
I have a legendary neck. It's fine. Yeah, sorry. I would roll for it, but I don't want to be a dick, so I won't. But I'm gonna pass on this since I got that trinket.
I need to find the DK. Where is he?
Sweet. Man, look at that. I'm already 904.
What do you think
Damn.
of this raid so far, man?
It's kind of good. I'm kind of just more focused on the healing aspect, so I'm like not really paying attention to what's happening around. Like I'm just like dispelling and fucking just healing my ass off. I beat that druid. That was good.
Good work, man. You showed up
Zansera?
big.
I mean, this is my first time healing a raid, so I think I'm doing
Oh, I'm well aware.
decent.
No, you're doing well.
Yeah.
I need to trade this DK. Stop moving, you dirty dog.
Goddamn.
This boss is fun, that too.
I got a trinket. I mean,
Start with the raid on melee by boss and just heal. That's all you have to do. Keep AoE heals up. It's going to be constant damage as the fight goes on.
Alright.
Stay with the melee always. That's all you have to do. Don't stand in fucking shitty puddles. That's why you stay with the melee.
Just stand out of fire. And what else? Stick with the melee,
with the
and
melee.
that's it.
Yep.
Okay.
And if the melee aren't moving out of the circles, then you just fucking get out of the circle. But you're just trying to be close to the boss for cleave by his face with the tank.
Okay.
And yeah, you just heal. I think that's the popular Pike strat. There's multiple ways of doing this, but spreading it in the back never really works.
So just stand with the melee. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
I could have done better healing. Something that I need to work on is my life bloom ticks. I need to work on that and the V stuff, like the fucking affluences or whatever. But other than that, I'm doing good. You know, this trinket should boost my healing by quite a bit. I don't know who's pulling, so there's
I couldn't trade
DK?
it to the guy.
Or the
For some
DK.
reason it was soulbound.
2, 1. Warning.
This is a
Because we already
tank
did
and
the
spank
fight.
fight.
So go and stand on the...
No. Apparently he says it's because Blizzard thinks it's an upgrade. I don't know.
Yeah, stand on the boss actually.
Okay.
Yeah, we stack, and then if you ever get that big puddle under your feet, you gotta
Just move away. Okay.
Why are so many people saying unknown? What is that?
Probably interrupt some things or stun some things. Or, oh, just shitty callouts from their shitty bigwigs.
Yeah.
Because it ain't working right now. They haven't patched.
Is Bigway's broken right now?
I didn't get as much update treatment as DBM
DBM?
did with the new patch.
Our healer is gone, I think. The other one.
Yeah, you guys are 3 healing, that's okay.
Yeah.
We're stacking this horribly because people are in the back.
Yeah.
Watch out, there's a puddle. Fuck.
Puddles are spawning.
I'm popping my train.
Oh shit, I popped my golems too early. We okay though. We saved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fine.
I popped my trank there. I have something on me. Driven assault. What is that?
The Murloc's chasing
That
you.
means a Murloc's
Chill,
just
chill,
chasing
man.
you, bring him into group.
Okay.
Oh, I lagged out. Oh, never mind.
That's fine.
We need to move the group to the other side. He's dropping these. This isn't a work. This boss is being tanked in like a pretty shit spot right now.
God damn, dude. I don't know if the tanks are like standing on something or what, but they're taking a lot of damage. But then again, they're tanks, right? So.
No, this boss isn't being taked in an open spot, so you can see most people are getting hit by the drenching or whatever.
Yeah, I see it. Alright, top HPS, let's go, baby.
You
Nice,
god, you.
Nice.
Oh, wrong way. This way.
Yeah, look, top. Holy shit, Atsu, you're doing pretty good heals, man. Especially
Thanks,
for your
man.
item level.
Yeah, for the first time, dude. This is my first time. It's great.
Yeah, man. Oh, that is a good fucking ring. You might want that, Atsu.
Yeah, dude.
Roll hacks. Oh,
I might
sorry.
need
Saturn
that.
one. Fuck, dude.
Are we killing the world boss?
Did it jump down? Okay.
I mean, we could, but we could also go around.
Nah, bro, we're killing
Someone
this
could be
bitch.
Ghoul. Oh, what the hell? Slow fall. Oh, I pulled the world boss. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
it has actual mechanics, bro. We're doomed, Jared. We're doomed.
I'm tanking him somehow.
Evasion.
I did it. Don't worry. I'm okay.
Switching to boss. Potting. Let's go.
Hell
Lust. Can I
yeah.
call for a lust? Let's call.
Lost.
Lusting.
Hero at 30.
Lusting now? Need help?
Lust harder.
Anyone got any drums?
Hero. Popping drums.
Oh, there we go.
I pop drums, boys. Will people care? I hope not.
No, we can reset. Oh, what just happened?
I don't know, people are taking massive damage.
We didn't kill it fast enough. That's why I had to pop drums.
We can reset with. I'm gonna pull the boss and reset it.
No, don't, please.
No, not this boss. I mean the
Okay.
next boss. Or unless we have. Oh, what did we get
Did
for
it,
doing
boys.
that?
30
Oh,
mil.
artifact.
30 mil. Okay. That's D's. I mean, sure. Oh, dude, that's
Whatever
great.
gets me to concordance on sub, I'll take it. You know.
That lust, though, that was we won it. We held it
That
down.
was a perfect loss, man. We needed that loss. Wait, do you just have drums in your inventory?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I thought you were just calling this shit out for like, just for
No,
jokes.
I thought we were too. And then
I know it was just for
turned out-
jokes. Then I'm like, I opened my bags to check if I have drums, and I did.
Drums, yeah, fucking-
I just used them, man. Why not?
You know, you could be like, there's a little Easter egg back here, and you can turn to go down. Follow me. Come back here.
No,
Or Aiden, jump down.
I
jump
can't.
down.
I'm sorry. I'm a healer.
Wait, are we not going to? Am I going the right way still? I didn't
Yeah,
jump
no,
down.
jump down. Jump into the big water.
Do I have to?
Yeah, I want to show you something.
Coming. I'm dead. I'm a dead man.
What happened to the other healer? Oh, okay, he's still here. He's just not
What
doing
happened to you?
I fell to ground, dude, on a sliver of ground hanging off the cliff.
Look, I'm Gul'dan. I'm hurting the raid.
Gul'dan.
I should actually eat up.
How do I get out of this
Been
thing?
healing a lot.
Do you think the raid
No.
will leave if I do this?
Please don't do something that's gonna like make people upset. These people don't like being upset.
Well, I can attack them. They're all
Boss,
gonna
we going
kill
to
me.
next?
Fuck.
Oh my god,
I
I'm
don't
getting
know.
honor kills. I'm getting honor kills for doing this. Oh!
Please, you're being the
Who are you
raid.
killing? Jared, are you killing people?
I did mistakenly. No, they're blaming the
Oh, dude, why?
That was my bad.
I
picked up. I didn't know how much damage it did, dude. I didn't know how much damage that shit does.
Famous last words, Jared.
Yeah, but why do it in a pug? I'm dead. Yeah.
No,
People
but
care.
I'm not doing it anymore.
I mean, people died already
Okay.
because of that, so like it was already over before it started. I mean, yeah. Fuck, dude. Oh yeah, I should release and run back, right? Yeah.
That's what I did. I opened the door for you folks because it wasn't open before.
Somebody close it. Who is this guy? Oh, it's a Death Knight. But yeah, so far so good. Looks like healing is a lot better, like more entertaining in raids than it is like mythics and shit. Because there's this constant damage, you're constantly healing, you're constantly putting hearts down, dude.
Constant action.
Constant action, yeah, exactly. There's no... Oh no. Where are we supposed to go? This way? Down, right? Down and right? Alright, I'm going down and right. Fuck it. I like this. Raiding is fun from the looks of it. At least this one is.
It's a bit rough of a pug because we did the world quest thing, but it would have been smooth otherwise.
Yeah.
No, we probably shouldn't have taken that route. And I definitely shouldn't have grabbed the Gul'dan thing.
What's it do?
I really wanted to try it. You basically become an enemy to everyone, and you do like massive damage on the raid.
So you're just killing the raid?
Yeah, I dropped like one thing and it killed like 4 people.
It's pretty fucked up, man.
It was hilarious. Why would they put that in the game, man?
It's a good question, man. That was pretty good, though. Except that I'm not sure, like, that doesn't make sense. Like, why would they even have that? It's like a troll thing that, like, yeah, doesn't make sense. So, what about
when
this?
We on the first day when the raid opened, someone found that.
Reset hero?
Thing. No, reset it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit!
Oh, dude, I didn't get it.
I have to pull him. I have to pull him again, just so.
Yeah, just pull and just run back, I guess.
Here, I'll do it. Aiden, let me know when you get here.
I'm here already.
Okay, we'll hit him as soon as I pull. Oh my god, why is the respawn time so slow? Hit him, hit him. Okay, I got good food on me.
Nice.
Well, Jesus Christ, people, you should have hit him on the second attempt. It's like a 30-second respawn time.
Get the fuck down here.
Here we go, guys. I hope you guys are ready.
Okay, so this fight is pretty easy. I'll tell you what to do in stage 3.
Okay.
When we get there. Most of these normal fights are pretty.
Who is the main tank, by the way?
Should be the DK.
Okay. Do you still have misdirect?
Yeah.
He does. I
Oh,
have
nice.
tricks as well.
Tricks. Does Tricks still increase damage or no?
No. It's useless. It's pretty much just a misdirect for rogues.
No, sir. Nice. I got a health stone now. It's good.
I don't use tricks anymore because there's no point. Usually don't hit boss first.
5, 4, 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Nope, it's the Death Knight.
Yeah, it's the Death Knight.
You said the... No, oh, sorry, it's the Demon Hunter. Anything I need to do right now? What is this? Just move out?
Don't
Okay.
stand in the under. Not standing.
Okay.
Unless you get a debuff, that's like a Murloc standing on you. I don't know. I think that might be heroic. But pretty much, and then these big dudes will come out and they die really fast. So what's gonna happen is you'll see them. Oh jeez, this is the cleave fight of the century. And I can't put dots on them because they die so fast. Okay, so you see these tornadoes coming out? You'll see these tornadoes coming out. So
Yeah.
stand behind the green muck because it'll get rid of the tornadoes.
I see, okay.
Okay, so ads are out again. So those those mucks are spawned by killing the ads. These things die so fast.
I'm tanking them somehow.
Don't send it. Okay, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think you do get it.
I have a Hydra shot?
Hydra shot. People need to line up. Stop. Don't move. Do not move.
Yeah, don't worry.
So basically, what a Hydra shot is it's just a big line. You stand still. Everyone stacks onto you, and you get in heroic. I think you get 3 of those. 3. I guess it depends on the number of people there, but. So in this, it's just easy because you can stack one. But for now, in normal, just stay still when you get it and back up a bit, I guess.
Okay.
So that people can line up. Okay. So you see these swirly purple puddles that just spawns?
Yeah.
Second phase right now. So what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a big dude. There's gonna be a dude, like a big fish that opens his mouth and sucks everyone in. We need to get 3. You need to pick up one of those purple puddles and put it in his mouth, and we need to do that 3 times. So 3 people can do it. And okay, just get it out of the way of this. This one's obvious.
Okay. What? I'm getting pulled?
Yeah, okay, so this is the dude. So do not, oh Jesus. Do not go into that inner circle.
Okay.
You'll die, man. You can't do it.
You'll die. You'll die as soon as you hit that inner circle. You'll be dead. Pretty much what happens is you want to get the purple swirls. Yeah, you just want to get the purple swirls, and then put one in the outer circle. That's what. But you don't have to do that. Most mobility classes will do that. So that's like rogues. I don't really know what other classes have really good mobility. I mean,
Hunters.
Well, yeah, hunters, I guess.
Okay.
Oh yeah, mage. Okay, we need to get this bitch out of the green stuff because I can't hit her. Oh, please, tank. Come on. Okay, this is 4th or 3rd phase. I don't think anything changes. Got a lot of purple swirls down. Uh-oh. Okay, there's gonna be one puddle, so watch out. Or one turn. Okay, never mind. I got two. What boss drops legs? Oh, this one.
That's the one.
I might roll for loot on this. Just 'cause I need the leggings.
You don't think we'll do anything more?
What? Yeah, no, I won't be rolling on anything.
No, you don't need like the mastery trinket for the next boss
Nice.
from the sisters.
Got nothing. I just got gold.
Sisters of the Moon, the trinket tarnished sunflower medallion.
Sorry, hold on.
Ooh, look at that set piece.
No, I don't need that trinket.
Ooh, look at
Really,
that
it's
another
special
set
slot for
piece.
hunters.
Oh, fuck, I got...
Ooh, I got loot. I got
Rats.
nope. No, not an upgrade. Fuck. Oh well.
I lost a tank.
Alright. Damn.
Yeah, no, I don't need anything from,
This person need the legs?
Wow, everyone just left the group.
Well, that's a thing.
Oh, never mind, we got tanks on standby. Why are people just leaving?
Well, they better be the shitty ones.
Yeah.
The good players have stayed. We're good.
Hell
The good
yeah.
Oh, we got all the good players. Always needs one more tank. Man, we just tore that fight up. I can't wait to have my next set bonus, because like, oh dude, this dungeon will be so much easier.
Yeah, you do that big dick cleave.
Yeah, seriously.
Damn, that guy needed the legs. That sucks. Oh well.
He left?
No, he needed the legs. Oh, he left.
happened?
No, he didn't leave. No, there was a druid tier legs that dropped and he needed it, so he couldn't get it.
Did you get him?
No, the other guy got him. Yeah.
Okay.
All I got was this like freaking frost relic thing, which is good, but it's not better than the 910 one I have. So
Oh shit, you got a 910 relic? I don't have one of those.
I have a 920, I think. So.
Jesus Christ.
This is going well so far. Smooth.
Yeah, no, it's going good.
You guys
Yeah.
still raiding?
Yeah.
Always. Burrito started back up, by the way, I'd say.
Who?
Burrito.
Oh, is there a new episode?
Yeah, 14. It's back up and running.
Is it the one? Is it the one when he goes in and saves that girl?
I haven't watched it yet. I just saw that it was released 3 days ago.
Oh, I've watched that already. Then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Today's Sunday.
Today's Saturday.
Saturday.
Oh my God! I got like the whole week for. Wow, I thought this was Sunday. My
Dude, you
God.
got time and time.
I got so much time. School's gonna start soon though. It's gonna be great.
When's the super episode dropping? Because it hasn't released yet.
Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Yeah, it's gonna be later tonight, I think.
Oh, I thought it was 8 a.m. 8 a.m. updates.
Yeah, like I think later tonight or tomorrow. So.
Oh,
Somewhere
8:15
there.
p.m. So yeah, in
Yeah.
half an hour. So by the time
You
we're done
guys
this
get any
raid-
gear yet?
No.
Yeah, I got stuff. Got
That's
the
getting
trinket.
big though.
Yeah, it's just good. And also, like, the more important part is that I'm getting the raid experience, so I kind of like know what's happening, which is pretty good, you know.
Jared,
Oh, I see
Atsu
what
has the same
trinket
item
you're
level
talking
weapon as
about.
us.
Yeah, I know. I saw he's like 923 or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's ridiculous, man. I'm building this weapon forever, and you just get it up there like that.
Perks of being a healer.
Oh, God damn it! Oh, Aiden, I can't use that trinket, by the way, the mastery one you were talking about.
Oh, you really can't?
No, it's ranged.
Oh, your ranged attacks and spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that thing is insane for AoE.
Yeah, that's a big trinket for ranged. Like that's huge. Oh man, we really got a small group here. What happened to the boys?
We're downsizing.
Oh, I guess everyone just wanted mistress, and then they were fuck it, don't want to do the rest. Sisters is will be easy. The desolate host is also, it's kind of weird but easy. It's got a good relic for me though.
Swear to God, I better get this fucking trinket. Oh, dude.
I hope you get it, dude.
Yeah, I hope you
I've been
get it.
streaming this entire thing, so it's pretty good. So I'll rewatch it.
cooldown?
And whatnot. It'll be good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch your stream, Atsu.
It's not on
Yeah,
Twitch though. It's on YouTube. You need to search for Harunimal.
Oh, is it better quality now or something?
Yeah, it's the quality is like 10 times, 7 times
What's
better.
it called?
Harunimal. So it's my name, Harun, and then animal. So HARONIMAL.
I'm there, dude.
It's
I'm
like
there.
Danimals. Yeah.
Oh, a huge neck upgrade actually from what boss is this? Well, that's Desolate Host. Okay, we got to get to Desolate Host. Or actually, no, it won't be an upgrade, or will it? Only 7%.
I think we can kill Desolate Host.
Yeah. Then the last 3 bosses all have really good gear. Oh, I need that trinket. There's a really good mastery trinket from Maiden of Vigilance.
Hell yeah.
But I already killed her this week, so next week. I got the trinket from Killjaden though.
Do you see it? How's the quality? Cost.
It's pretty good. Sometimes in transitions when you're moving or alt tabbing, like the colors get all smudged.
The what gets smudged?
The colors and pixels. It like splits into squares.
Oh, I see. Okay. I think this is. You see on the bottom right where it's like a small thing.
Oh man, look at your colors.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and I can read everything perfectly and accurately though. It's when it's in focus, it's like it's dead set and it's good.
The vibrance.
This is how it looks like normal, and this is how it looks like with the vibrance. Dull, colorful. Dull, colorful. You guys will see it soon, I think.
Yeah, dude, my game looks so gray compared to that. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? The difference is just insane.
Yeah, how do I do that? What's it called?
Oh, that looks good.
I have this thing called Special K, and I have the plugin Reshade plugin with it that basically allows me to do that. So if you look at the stream thing, like it'll basically show you what I'm looking at. And then there's like a lot of different types of like stuff that you could do. Sorry, one sec. What was the button? Okay, there we go.
You're just doing EMBs.
Like yeah. So like you could basically like make it cartoonish, which kind of looks bad, but you have to tweak it. You can even make it more colorful. So there's just a lot that you could do. Yeah, it's pretty good. But do you guys see like how much like it just looks more atmospheric, right? Instead of like the regular stuff. Yeah.
That's where shadows where it should be.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah. But yeah, if you
trim some of the shitty DPS.
If you want me to guide you with how to set that up, just let me know and I'll go over it after this. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
And it basically works with all of your Steam games and whatnot, so you can edit them, make them more colorful and stuff. Or if you don't want that, then you can just have it for just WoW. So there's actually a guide for it, so I'll just link you the guide actually. Probably be more helpful.
Yeah, I'm checking right now.
It's called Special K.
Got a nice UI as well.
That's you. I don't think you understand how hard it is to Google Special K and not end up with cereal.
Oh yeah, I know actually, because I've done that.
Like really clean.
Yeah. Yeah, I still need to tweak this a little bit more, because if you take a look on the cooldown stuff, like on top of my healing frames, like it's not good. Like the tank frames also need to be better. Because it's not good, because it's kind of hard for me to look at that while I'm healing, because then I have to move my eyes up while I'm trying to focus on holding everybody up. So I'm thinking of a better way to actually use that, you know, but I'm not sure what that is yet. But yeah, if you just look up the stuff, the special case team or whatever, you'll get into that, and then there's a guide that basically leads you through it. But you have to like add this as like a non-Steam thing, so you have to like add like a file in there so that WoW detects that, and then you need to install Special K and then mess around with the stuff.
We're just waiting on tanks, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright.
Just a tank. Do we have a warlock? We do, right? Okay. Can I go and put in my other talent point, maybe? Yeah. But one thing that kind of sucks about this thing is that it kind of crushes blacks. So like if there's an area where it's just like pure darkness, like you won't be able to see.
Dark, yeah.
But you can just make a hotkey to just like disable it when you're traversing that area, and then re-enable it after, you know. So
yeah, you can see it's just like your game is just like a lot darker.
yeah,
It's pretty dark.
Yeah, but it really like pops out the colors, so
there we go.
We just keep it. Okay, nice. That guy's Affluences did more healing than his spells. Wow. Maybe he just had more gear or better gear. I'm all the way up.
Are we summoning now? Yeah.
Yeah.
These ads are pretty annoying actually, because there's traps they put down, and you gotta watch out for it because everyone gets polymorphed, and it's
I'm just gonna go and get my next talent point.
Alright.
Where is it? Okay. I'm just running. Can you summon me if you don't mind?
On it.
Thanks. Yeah, raid healing is fun. I'm kind of liking this because it's more reactive than the other stuff, which is kind of boring because you're standing there until people take damage. I didn't get a summon, by the way.
I thought your 4x3 loading screens are tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that, honestly. I don't know.
20x9. No, they did not ever make loading screens that were past 16:9.
Oh yeah.
It's just an image that it shows you while you're loading, right?
Yep. That's true.
That's why it's kind of funny. Like it kind of breaks immersion, it kind of doesn't, but there could be so many fixes for it. Just make it beige in the background or something. Actually, we keep summoning you, by the way. This is the 4th summon we've put out for you.
That's weird. I'm just gonna reload UI. Nothing.
Oh, the hunter
nothing.
left.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna relog.
Yeah. Here, let me summon him.
Oh no, it's frozen. There we go. Okay. Thank you. So far, Tuma Sargeras is not bad. It's a good raid, you know.
It's pretty cool. I like it. I mean, this stuff is pretty easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not really, like, crazy challenging, but, you know.
But, you know, when in Rome.
Yeah.
True.
Heroic is probably would be more fun, I think.
I think we should. Do we kick this?
I think we're capable enough for heroic. Yeah, 237 I'm cool with.
Okay.
Just need a good
Well, I don't think we should kick him just yet, but...
I don't know what he's doing. We summoned him like 3 times.
I know. Oh,
but yeah,
God,
that add-on actually works with like everything, so
all games?
Yeah, so like all your Steam games and stuff.
Okay.
And it automatically updates and stuff like that too. It's pretty convenient.
I love when it updates without my authorization.
I mean, it actually asks every time, like if there's an update, you like start like a Steam stuff and it's like, do you want to update? Yes, no, and that's it. You can skip updates if you want to, etc, etc. I always update it because he keeps on adding like a lot of new features to it, so it's pretty good. Like you can control your Windows volume in game, so you don't even have to worry about it. And if you have a controller, it works with that too. There's a lot of perks to it, so I'm kind of surprised not a lot of people use it though. Yeah.
Holy fuck, Alliance's downs, dude. These are like the bottom of the bottom people to pug with. Holy shit.
What happened?
They're so slow.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, I mean, come on. It's not always like this.
I don't know, man. I've had a lot of this, though. We had some good pugs, I understand that, but like, oh god.
Yeah, I don't know why that took so long. Yeah, see, that was the trap. And Aiden triggered it. Bottom of the barrel, huh?
Dude, I just trinketed. It's all good, man.
Trinket crap.
Was there a visual trap there, though? I wasn't even looking.
Yeah, you spawned the sentry.
Oh, okay.
This isn't too bad for healing.
I'm farming for BOEs, dude. This shit doesn't stop.
Yeah, it's constant damage.
Yeah, no, because that thing that thing spawns like
Purple
the
circles.
No, he spawns the hippogriff person.
Oh, okay. That's sick. He's dead now. We did it.
We did it. He needs the mailbox now.
That's why you don't fucking reset your mailbox until you have everything you needed purchased, you know? When you're in a rush, you don't have that kind of time.
Yeah, no way.
No way. Oh, well, you got one-shotted.
Holy shit, you B-res me.
Yeah, I got you, dude.
Okay.
But we definitely need heals here.
Thank you.
Where are the healers
Come
at?
to life, you boon. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, no problem,
Call me a
dude.
boon.
Easy pug, boys. Easy pug. Good win. Good fight. Can we keep going? Like, what is this? Oh, they drink the mana.
Oh, that's me. I'm just drinking it because we
No,
have
no,
time.
I'm not talking about you. I mean,
Oh, okay.
why are we all stopping for every fucking pull? Oh,
I don't know.
damn it.
I think I just pulled. I'm not sure though.
Taking me off,
Oh, the
man.
tank pulled. Yeah. Can't heal you. I don't know where you are, Aiden.
I don't have to. I can just heal myself, dude. I'll call if I need.
I got you, dude. Don't worry.
Alright, you came up.
Yeah, dude. I'm all the way out. You know what I'm saying? Fuck.
Like, this is why you don't fucking tank on stairs either. Oh, God.
Yeah, I know. Is this a boss? This is not a boss, right? No, it's not a boss.
This is a boss.
Oh, this is a boss. Okay.
Sisters of the Moon.
So what? You got some pepperonis? Yeah.
Half the the floor of which we stand on will always be in a constant battle of the sun and the moon,
Okay.
or like lunar cycles. You get a stacking debuff depending on which side you're standing on, and you have to alternate back and forth, kind of like Spine, but there's no bullshit attached to it. It's just a stacking debuff that makes you take more damage against a certain affinity. It could be arcane or nature.
When
or
should I move? How many stacks?
Shoot before 8 stacks.
Okay.
Or like while you're just using your instant cast GCDs, you may as well just run over and just run back and forth, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so I just do left, right, left, right, left, right. Okay, okay.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Just as long as you're not letting the stacks build up, you're okay. I don't know what's most effective for your class.
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, I'll just...
Aside from that, there's just going to be damage you got to worry about. I don't think there's anything super specific for healers this fight. It's just make sure the stacks are good, and yeah.
Okay.
It's not too difficult. We should be okay.
Who's pulling? Okay, so
5.
DK. Okay, great. Nice job, DK. I don't see the, okay, so that's the moon, okay.
Yep.
Three. Oh, okay, this is pretty easy. Alright. Three stacks. The entire room is filled up.
Okay. We gotta line up for the shot. Stand in it.
Oh, okay.
We're good. We made it through. No worries.
I have 7 stacks. Okay, I'm gonna go and just get this off.
Yep. You're doing the right thing, don't worry.
Okay.
I was gonna switch bosses.
Okay. Something
Don't
happened.
stand in front of this glaive. You can't stand in front of this glaive. That's the catch. That's it.
No problem. This is a fucking joke. What is this?
It's the middle of the pack raid boss.
Yeah.
It gets, don't worry, dude, the damage comes, you'll see.
Oh, the tank's dead. I can't B-res him. Fuck. How is the tank dead? What the fuck? Everyone's dead. What the? What just happened?
Reset the phase.
Was it the tanks that couldn't reset it, or?
No. That's not the way we lost. It's just that's why we took a lot of damage.
I mean, I reset.
I don't know what held the group. I don't know the fight long enough.
I see.
Oh
I see.
shit! Have I been muted? I was trying to explain the reason.
Yeah.
It was okay. So you see how everyone had that little bubble on them throughout that near the end there.
Yeah.
So you need to, the healers need to do big heals during that to get those bubbles off. Because If they don't get those off, it does that massive raid-wide damage, which is what.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Fuck! I'm gonna pop this.
See now you gotta heal. You gotta big heals.
Group together and heal.
Okay.
We should be stacked.
See, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. I think. Maybe. No, I think you got it.
Okay.
Or maybe it was the bird that did it. I
I have 9 stacks. Fuck. Okay.
I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was the bubbles.
The tank's dead. Everyone's dead. I don't know what's happening. I might probably not healing as good. Okay. Well, that just happened.
Stay. Wait. No.
Oh
don't
fuck.
Rest, don't rest.
Sorry, it's too late.
I might be able to get the paladin up. Where's my trinket? Or no, no.
So what caused that? Do you does anyone know?
It was the bubbles.
So when we get the bubble stack, okay, got it.
You need to do huge heals, yeah.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
we
I got
don't
it
need a
last
stack
time.
for that. Well, I mean, it helps, right? To be
Yeah.
stacked.
With little healers, yeah. These guys aren't geared or anything, man. Like.
I think I'm gonna order some food. I'm pretty hungry.
I mean, I'm not sure like if these healers are bad or I'm doing good. You know what I mean in terms of healing. So, because I don't know how to gauge it. So.
You're doing fine.
Let me ask him just to see.
Hey,
What's up?
how do you get to? I can't figure out how to get to the last big boy soul.
Last big boy soul.
It's the one that's like in the top right. It's the one. It's like it's got the single eye, like the Cyclops one.
I know who you're talking about. Fuck. It's through. There's like a huge elevator shaft. There's a secret exit to the place. Just look up like the map for some of those zones in that area that reveal some of the things if you want to find out. But
okay,
it's in a secret hidden room, and I think it requires double jump to get to.
Okay, I have that though.
Oh, you should be fine then.
Yeah, it looks like it was the bubbles. The bubbles exploded and that caused the damage. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. The best part about this add-on thing I have is that how it works is that let's say that we get stuck on a boss, it just constantly calculates, and then you basically adjust your gear to that requirement, and therefore you just do more healing. So it's pretty much just like a way to just know exactly what you need to gear for to actually kill that boss. It's pretty good for that type of stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really nice, really good. I guess the DK never like decided to run back or whatever.
No, he just doesn't want to get up. He's AFK.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, oh, is he back? No.
No, he just left. I think he kicked him. Well, that tank fucked up, I think.
I don't think it'll take too long to find a healer in a tank, but I'm gonna be right back. Get some
Okay.
nice tea, something to drink.
Maybe a paladin, you know, for a healer will probably be good. Yeah. Paladin? Are you a paladin?
You're a paladin.
I'm a paladin.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Germination.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Ooh, there's Jeeves down.
Oh, Jeeves. Nice. I can't take out any more gold from the guild bank.
I don't know. There's one problem. That I don't know how to add that debuff so I can just start healing that person. Because if I'm, let me just see actually. Maybe I'll be able to.
I'll tell you when it's up.
No. Well, the thing is, my stuff will just tell me Umbra detonation, right? Okay. Let me see if I can add that to my debuff list. How do I even add that? Custom, maybe? There we
Are
go.
you using weak auras?
No, I'm using Voodoo.
Okay. I mean, you could make a notification with weak auras.
No, it's not that. It's just that I need to know which targets have it so I can overheal them.
I think everyone gets it.
Everyone gets it.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Also add it in. See how that goes. He's got. I need to change where my target bar is. Okay, there we go. And focus.
Oh no.
Yeah, that guy left. He was a DPS, so it's not that bad.
Holy craps, not holy craps.
Yeah, he was bad too.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
He's doing 397k.
Yep. I don't think he's supposed to be here. So.
Maybe he died early, that could be why.
That's true. Yeah, it's definitely true. Maybe the stacks got too high and he died. That's a possibility. I'm actually gonna change my weak auras here. I have these ones for Tomb of Sargeras. They're pretty good.
What do you have for Tomb of Sargeras?
I have weak auras for Tomb of Sargeras. So it shows me how many stacks I have and whatnot, so I just swap. There's a lot of running around in this fight, huh? Like, damn. But I'm guessing the tanks are not moving the boss constantly, right? But they should be. So that the stacks don't get high.
I watched a a video where this guild master of like a competitive like mythic raiding guild accepted a like some dude gave him a WeakAura script that for some reason he implemented, and they were at Mistress Sazine or whatever that boss name is, and I guess one of the abilities goes off. As soon as one of the abilities goes off, the guild disbands. So it happened mid-fight, and their whole guild disbanded.
Wow.
And then the dude who gave him that script, then claimed the guild name right after that. But they ended up getting their guild back and everything. But still, I mean,
It's pretty funny. Kind of were messed up though.
yeah. I mean, well, that's like you just never accept random WeakAura scripts from people because like they've done shitty stuff in the past.
Size countdown. All right. So that thing is called Embrace the Eclipse, right? Princess whatever shields an ally for 12 seconds, absorbing 24 million damage while warding the enemies for 12 seconds, right? Yeah, that's definitely it.
How hard is it to find a tank?
Pretty hard. Let me see if Z's on. Probably not though. Yep, still not on. I guess he changed his mind. That's fine though. If we were Horde, I would have more options too, but...
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, we got a tank?
Did we?
Oh.
Did we?
No.
910.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't get him.
What, he joined and immediately left?
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. So do people you usually get stuck here and then that's it?
Nope.
Okay. So they clear this boss, okay.
It's just this is the problem with pugging, right? No one has any loyalty to a group.
You're sticking around, yeah.
And you leave, and then you get caught in the fact that a lot of people don't really like joining halfway groups that are halfway done the raid. Even though the first 3 bosses, oh, there we go. 2 prot pallies. Nice.
This guy's a 915 trinket. Look at this guy.
I hope my food doesn't come halfway through a fight. That would suck. Let's just go AFK. Okay, let's go. Let's get the show on the road. Actually, I'm gonna eat.
Wonder who's gonna be the main.
Oh, so you don't bring flasks?
Don't bring anything, dude. I'm a casual. That's what casuals do. You know what I mean?
I got flasks, I got pots, I got food.
Yeah, that's because you're like dedicated. I'm not. I'm just a dude. Look at my clothing, man. You really think I would have the stuff?
Yeah, you look like the most bare bones druid in existence, man. Maybe that's the way it should be, though. But wait, in Resto you don't go into any sort of form, right? Not like
no.
It needs to be when you go into the tree form.
No. I mean I can turn it into a tree, but you know, but that's it. Who's the one going in? Okay, it's Croster.
4, 3.
That is
2,
a really annoying raid
1.
warning. I guess it's for people who don't use DBA.
Alright. I'm gonna focus a little bit here.
These guys need to tank this boss better.
Yep.
Just kind of sloppy. Can you dispel the debuff? Is that possible?
I don't think so.
Because I can drop it with cloak, but
When's the thing? Do you guys know?
I'll tell you. I'll
Okay.
let you know when it comes out.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to,
No worries.
you know.
It's
Do your
on this.
thing.
This person does it. This person does it. So
Okay.
it's this phase.
I'll keep an eye out.
Kill the bird.
I got 6 stacks.
Five, four,
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, big
Okay.
heals, big heals. Nice, you got it.
Yep. Trying the first one.
I think it also has something to do with the bird, but I'm not 100% sure how it works.
Watch out.
Five.
Phase 3, okay. I'm pretty sure they all eventually come out and start doing crazy shit at some point.
I think so.
Oh, this is the big glaive that splits. Okay, yeah, this is the annoying part of fighting.
Well, some people died.
I don't know why they're tanking him in the middle. This is really.
I don't think they know, you know, so that's probably why.
Maybe, but I don't know. It's silenced.
I don't have a trank for this one. It's not coming though, so we're good so far.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Oh, why'd you have to pull him out of poison?
Warning.
Light beacon? Oh, a void? I don't know what that means.
I
It says
think it's
light
the
beacon.
Warning.
It says warning.
Avoid it.
Yeah, I don't know, like,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Nothing off the sisters. 3 weeks now, dude.
Did you
Ooh.
roll?
I
got
did, nothing.
moon stranglers. I got hands.
For fuck's sakes, dude. That's
That
bullshit.
sucks.
Gotta roll for this. Artifact power. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, the trash here is so annoying.
Don't worry.
Oh, I hit the trap. Sorry.
This might end in people dying. I'm not sure yet.
I'll be fine.
Because if there is no other heal here, then kind of fucked.
I hit the trap.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, okay. It didn't even like do much. That was stupid.
Okay, well, my food's gonna be here. Perfect timing.
Is that tank dead? What? Where is he? Okay, never mind.
Oh, you went.
I have
the
a lot of
shadow.
empty frames. Yeah, it's crazy.
You gotta start generating better frames, dude. Come on.
Yeah, there's like a lot of just empty space that shouldn't be there. I should probably change. No, actually. Yeah, it's weird. I think it might be something to do with my setup.
The host that's next.
Yep.
How many bosses are there left? Like 4 more? Okay.
Yeah, 4 more bosses. This is my last one, I guess. I'll do the next couple with y'all.
Yeah, it's cool.
Will you? Will you stay if we get to KJ? John F. Kennedy?
Probably not.
Oh, pussy.
Honestly. I hate doing that fight. It's so long. And okay, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll stay in the fight, but oh, that hurt. I'll stay
Yeah, I'm
in the
popping.
fight. If we wipe once, though, I'll probably and it looks like a pretty brutal wipe. Then I'll.
If we show promise, is all you're saying.
Yeah. God, fuck these ads, man. This place sucks.
Fuck the tank who's pulling him, dude.
Yeah,
You gotta go big and bold, man.
Oh, he
That's how it works
didn't
in
have to
normals.
pull him, huh? He just pulled him just because.
Yeah.
Actually,
That's
I think you
stupid.
might.
No, you wanted to eliminate any possibility of someone being dumb.
Oh, I'm in the Shadow Realm.
Let me the Shadow Realm.
You will
No,
never
don't
escape
go-
this, Yugi.
Kaiba, no.
Hey guys.
Hey, man.
Don't you wish you were playing WoW right now? You could be raiding with the boys.
A little.
Okay, fair.
But I'm also leaving Monday, so like, if I'm gonna play, then I'm probably gonna play then when I come back.
Hey man, it's never too late to get back into the action. You
I
know,
don't see the
back at
point
it.
I don't see the point in getting a sub if I'm gonna be gone for a week immediately after. You know.
Well, oh no, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's never too late to get in on the action. Yeah, Atsu started gearing like this week.
He's
And
905 now,
not-
904.
Yeah, he's like it's crazy item level.
Yeah, man. I'm getting there. I'm getting big, you know what I'm saying? Getting buff.
That said, Atsu did put in a lot of effort getting up to there. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna take effort, obviously. Would
A
you say it's
shitload right now.
worth it, Atsu? Would you say it's worth it so far?
So far it's fun. It was kind of mind-numbing though. I'm not gonna lie. It's just
Oh,
easy
yeah,
stuff, and it's just like it just takes time. It's like
But now you got to the good stuff. This stuff's pretty easy too. But
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it gets.
But it gives you
man,
good
this is
shit,
like
you
a
know?
really like aesthetically. I really like this raid, and the bosses are pretty fun too. Some of them are boring,
Yeah.
like that. The third one, the big fish man.
Yeah.
That's a pretty boring fight.
yeah, dude, it's a modern day Black Temple.
That was a fun fight for me though, cause I just stood there and just did massive heals, just constant healing, constantly, you know.
Killed this boss 2 times. I don't know how it works. Any of it.
You go into some dudes are in the Shadow Realm, some dudes are in the.
Oh, you split into 2 groups.
Okay,
right?
well, my food is literally about to arrive, so I hope they don't pull. But
We're gonna have to sit for 20 minutes, anyways.
Oh yeah, I guess they're gonna do. Tell me which groups are what. All right.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Oh, I wish I had people giving me food. I got nobody.
You can if you go buy it online.
That's true, but you know, I kind of want, you know. Yeah.
I'm going to the pre-release tomorrow alone. Sad days, boys. Sad days.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time?
11 a.m., dude.
So you're leaving a day early now, and you can't pug with you. We can't play League with you.
What? No, I'm coming to the league.
Wait, where are you going at 11 a.m. tomorrow? Sorry, I thought you said you're getting picked up for the trip.
Pre-release.
Oh, okay. Dennis class. You
My
excited?
roommate had to cancel on me or something didn't work out, and my friend can't go. He got in a car crash like a week ago. His car got totaled or something.
Yeah.
1-3 spirit, 2-4 corp. What does that mean?
Groups 1 and 3 are gonna go spirit, 2 and 4 regular human life. You click on this globe razor, you click on this little thingy, and that makes you go into the spirit realm. Don't click it.
Click the font.
Don't
click.
Okay. No,
Okay, we're good to go.
He texted me.
So Jared, groups, you see the chat? You're outside with us.
Got it, yeah.
I also kind of don't want to play Hunter at the same time. Ugh.
Then don't.
Yeah, man.
Go back on the Warlock grind.
Warlocks are really good right now. Affliction are insane, dude. You just put dots on?
Affliction, it's boring.
Oh, it's actually pretty fun now.
No, I was there 2 weeks ago or 3 or whenever I played it.
Nah.
It was boring.
Nah, dude, that's a myth.
Anything I need to know?
Is there AoE in this fight? Yeah, there is, right?
There's gonna be it's only at the end. Near the end, there will be times when the group has to stack up and the group has to go in. I'll let you know.
No, I mean,
are you in the spirit phase?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, well I can't really call for you.
That's okay. I'll just wing it.
Actually, I kind of can call for you. I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Is there a pull timer? Because I don't see one.
I don't know.
No pull timer yet. We're just waiting. I don't know.
Is there a massive spread on the amount of DPS classes they're doing?
No.
Is there what?
Here we go.
Steven from West Encounters.
Because like
Five,
I'm on
four,
Simcraft and this looks
three,
really weird.
2.
It's a max. It's a max like 10% difference, I believe, right now.
Because on Simcraft, the bottom class is doing 600k and the top class is doing 1 mil.
Well, Warcraft logs is a more accurate representation right now.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh, Soulbind. Okay, someone's gonna move to the middle. Okay, yeah, Atsu, if you get Soulbind, run to the center of the room.
Okay.
Did I kill the ass too fast?
No, we're fine. Now we just burn boss.
So I'm padding my stats then.
Parsing.
Destruction Warlock isn't even that bad.
It's not bad, but if you go Affliction,
I wanted to kill myself playing Affliction, dude.
Shit, man. Was it that boring? Why?
It
why
was.
was it so...
I don't know. I just.
Ads.
I just having 3 dot buttons.
Is that easy?
Like there's a bunch of other stuff you had to do, but I just wasn't enjoying it. BM Hunter at the bottom. I chose wrong again, boys.
Oh god. Well, I mean, that's the thing about those specs. You also got 2 other specs.
But they're both really good right now. Sparrow's good if you know your spec, but you can't really execute it flawlessly all the time.
if anyone's taking logs.
Probably not.
Okay, so for tormented cries, oh, so you're not on the outside, so it's fine.
Yeah.
So line.
This guy's like just typing 3, 2, 1. Oh, look at that 4. Oh my god, this guy's just going ham. How does he do it?
How is this mastermind doing what he's doing?
Who is this man? And what did he do? Oh, there's another guy in the group. I didn't realize that. Okay. Alright.
Ads are up. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is the last phase.
Okay.
So how this works is you guys, I think, need to kill your ad.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. I don't really know how this whole phase works. Okay, we gotta move in for the.
It says run out.
No, oh yeah, you have to run out. We have to move in.
Okay.
So you do the. It's like the opposite. Okay, so we run out, you run in. That's it.
Okay.
Soulbind, whoever Soulbind needs to. Please, whoever Soulbind.
My god, that tank is just taking a lot of damage there. Run out. Okay. Oh, okay. This is like very basic.
Yeah, I know.
This is like what is this? Like, is this a joke? Now the boss. Not a great fight for Druid, I think.
Everyone gotta do running.
What?
Yep. You're so lucky, dude.
I gotta run in and out. No, get back. It didn't even let me roll. Oh, there we go.
Oh, cool. Best in slot necklace.
Nice.
Oh, you got it. Dog.
That's an upgrade.
You got Warforged.
I got more of that stuff. Busy Titan Onslaught Warrior. Wow. Oh, look at that neck though. That's a good neck for you.
Congrats.
Yeah. Do we just jump down? People are jumping down.
Yeah, you want to respawn at the start.
Oh. I died. Oh.
Release.
What are you, maiden now? I guess that's what's next. I want to get that engine of eradication. That thing looks good. Oh, damn, dude, I need that.
It's the best in slot. You're like second for rogues.
It's my second best in slot.
Night Blooming Frond, I think, is number 1.
Do air? No, not air.
Are we zooming out?
Does the do transmog items like are they account side or are they character side?
They're account side.
Count.
Okay, so if I just buy all the challenge mode weapons, I have them for every character.
Yep.
Okay.
What class are you thinking of playing?
Warlock, man.
Are we zoning out? Hello?
No?
Oh, I zoned out.
Run down the stairs. Run down
Why
the
would you
stairs.
zone out?
This guy zoned out. I was just following him. I don't know.
That's you, such a
World of
shit.
Warcraft.
I don't know, dude. This guy was just running somewhere.
Thank you, man.
Bless you,
Thank you.
demon.
And it's so hot. Holy shit.
Oh, we just run down the stairs. Okay.
It's not easy.
Oh, this is the one where I died. Okay. Have to be careful.
We're adding some boys. Oh, that's a boy right there. If only we could add him.
Yeah, man.
Alright, so this fight, you really have to get right. Mechanics are important for this on any difficulty. How it's gonna work is pretty much the fight's gonna start. We're gonna have two sides marked, right? A green side and a light side, right? Yellow side, I guess. So how it works, the second the fight starts, you'll be assigned either light effusion or fel effusion. Now, if you have fel effusion, you go on green side. If you have light effusion, you go on the light side, right?
Okay.
And you'll see them marked. Pretty much what happens is, if you have light effusion and you run next to someone with fel infusion, you'll both chain a bomb, and everyone around you that has the different effusion will chain a bomb.
And then it'll be raid white.
And it'll force everyone to jump in the pit.
Okay.
Sometimes people at random will get bombs. That's just a thing that happens. And if you do end up getting a bomb, on the last 3 seconds, you want to jump in the pit, right?
Yeah.
So you jump in the pit, it'll explode, and it'll shoot you back out. Now, after like the first 20% of the fight, you'll see she'll teleport to the other side of the room. Once she teleports to the other side of the room, she'll spawn these orbs that'll pop up in a row, and you'll be able to see what kind of orbs spawn out like if you're next to the boss. But regardless, you'll see there'll be green orbs and there'll be yellow orbs. If you have fel effusion, you want to pick up the green orbs. If you have light effusion, you want to pick up the light orbs, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much what those orbs do is they give you a stacking debuff that essentially gives you like an increase in DPS or heals or what. I don't know what the hell it does for tanks, maybe health or something. So pretty much what happens is you do not want to hit one that isn't associated with your color, because if you do, it'll do that bomb thing and you'll fuck up the whole raid. So it's really important you don't mess that up. If you don't even want to try and get the orbs, you don't have to. All you have to do is just stand on one of these gold lines. You see the gold lines that wrap around the room?
Yeah.
You won't get hit by an orb if you're standing on one.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it. And throughout the fight, it'll swap. There's a chance that your effusion will swap. So I'll call that out. And you want to be stacked with the tanks of your effusion.
Okay, one sec. He wants me to raid mark stuff.
Raid mark this side light, where I'm jumping.
Is the raid leading?
Are you jumping? Okay.
Yeah, right. No, light, not like an X. Like a star.
Okay.
Put a star here. Okay. Oh, I mean, like the diamond, not the purple
green.
one.
He says green. I'm just gonna go with what he's
green.
looking.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Yeah.
You can put green here, but
Yeah.
you can then put yellow on the other side.
Is that the other guy right there? Who is that? Oh, that's some dude. And yellow on the other side. Okay. Yellow.
Like where the warlock's standing. Where's portals at? Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And that's it. That's all you need to do.
Okay. Well, what is this for again? Sorry, I wasn't.
This is for the
wasn't
effusions.
hearing. Okay. So what is the effusion stuff again?
I'm not gonna explain it again. If you fuck up, that's your fault.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Were you actually not listening?
I was focused on keeping people alive, so I wasn't. Yeah.
Oh god damn it, Atsu.
I'm sorry. It's fine. I was gonna say something, but I figured I might as well just. It's fine. I'll figure it out.
Atsu's a big boy. He could figure it.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Thaddeus. Okay. So do I like stack with different groups based on my affinity?
Yes.
Okay. So which is green and which is yellow?
5,
Fell
4,
and light.
3, 2, 1.
But you didn't answer my question though.
Fell and light. See, look, I have light infusion. I'm going on the yellow side.
I have a yellow thing. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I got it. I got it. Okay.
you almost just wiped the
4,
raid. Oh no, jump in the pit, Atsu.
2,
Oops.
1.
That's proper timing. That's what you should be doing at the very end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you. Goddamn people are low. So this is like Thaddeus. Okay, okay.
Do not grab orbs that
What
do
now?
not have your color. Don't grab the orbs that don't have your color.
I'm not grabbing any orbs.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay. You can grab orbs though. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. I see.
So grab the-
This is
so
very
you're
simple.
light. Okay. Someone grabbed the wrong orb, and you just.
I did
keep your
too.
box.
Fuck. But we
Infusion.
don't-
You might have to switch. You might have to switch. All right. I'm staying on the same side.
I have
Switch.
the-
Switch, Atsu.
Yep. Okay, this is easy too. Okay, I got it, dude. No problem. This is like Thaddeus. That's all you had to say is that you have this.
Well, I don't know. I never did
Yeah.
Thaddeus.
I see. I see. Do I have light? Right at the end, right?
4,
So like 2
Three.
seconds?
Right,
Two.
No.
No.
1.
Okay. Whoa, some guy died. No. No one died.
The healer did.
Okay.
No, he's
Which
been
guy?
dead for a bit, but that was because I think he fell. He fell in the pit. Same thing.
Okay. Alright. I get the gist of this shit now.
It's
Guess
not very
what?
complicated. It's just, it's not complicated. It's just a mess up can be pretty fatal on this fight, regardless of difficulty.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basic shit.
Okay, my infusion. I gotta swap.
Oh, I have green. Fuck.
Swap.
Okay.
Alright, you're alright.
I was like, oh, whoa, tank. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Someone messed up?
Yeah, people just messed up.
Do you want me to pop a cooldown here? You think that's a good idea?
No, the boss is tanked really improperly. This is really bad. I mean, we might still be able to kill it, but this is really fucked up.
It's fine, as long as we kill it. Who cares if
Someone
it's
just
improper?
fucked- Someone fucked me up. I mean, people are doing a pretty good job with bombs, but it's just kind of annoying when we end up losing out DPS and stuff like that. Oh Jesus.
Green, green, green. Yellow. Oh fuck. That's fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Infusion.
Yep. Sorry, I'm here.
I think I'm on the right side. No.
Shit, boys.
Good job, guys.
Nice. Good job. Oh, I could have rolled again.
Another chunk. Are you serious? Oh my god.
Oh, and I just passed on the roll. The hell?
Classic fuck ups by Jared.
So can you just do bosses over and over and over again? As long as you have the rolls?
Huh? Yeah. I think, maybe. This is the elevator that I was talking about. System.
This is so cool.
Yeah, I know, it's really awesome. Is this your first time here, Aiden, or have you already done this?
First time going through this shit.
Oh,
I've only
nice.
ever joined an already started Fallen Avatar group.
I see.
And Maidens I've only ever just summoned right into as well, so like I missed out a lot of the running.
I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Somebody get pulled?
No, I made it off.
I'm doing really good healing, dude. Like that's good. I'm happy
Doing
that
it,
I
Atsu.
managed to do it. Yeah.
Pulling it out.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how I was gonna do in terms of raid healing and stuff, but I think I can do really well. I just have to now just understand like what specs to go for what and when to like use my cooldowns to better optimize my healing, but yeah. But that's like for like mythic stuff, so that's like a while away, you know, but yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
Anything special about these orbs?
Just kill him. This fight here, this is more of a DPS check fight than anything. I'm just proper tanking. You don't have to worry about anything for this. Just heal people.
And we have good heals, so it's great.
Yeah. Other than the occasional run in and when you get a debuff, don't put it under someone.
Okay.
But that's it'll be fine.
That's cool. They have a Thaddeus fight. That's kind of cool.
That's one of my favorite fights in this raid.
Yeah. This is the one? Whoa.
Yeah, this is.
Who is this guy?
Not this one. Not this one. This guy is well, that's Kill Jaden on the right.
Yo, what up? My name is Killjade.
We're back with another Let's Play. Today we're playing Minecraft.
Minecraft the Minecraft. Minecraft mod.
Still, I will not
this dude is like the husk of
to fall before an
Sargeras, pretty
ancient
much.
wonder. Let this avatar.
By the way, I'm streaming this, James, if you want to see what we're doing.
I'm doing my own thing right now.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't give a shit.
Hey guys,
So, yeah,
what's up? It's another Let's Play by James. Yeah, exactly. By the Harun.
Yeah, so it's pretty much DPS just burst on the fallen avatar, and then whenever this big thing comes up on the maiden, you have to kill her before she pops it.
Okay, so it's something that I don't need to worry about, which is good.
Yeah, I know. This is a DPS and tank.
I see. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everyone should be on.
I have this thing on me.
Yeah, it's just move around. It puts
Okay.
these little pools that kind of hurts, but since you're out of melee range, it doesn't matter.
Okay. I have Shadow Blades on me.
Okay, yeah. You want to run to the edges of the room so that it doesn't hurt the group, but if it does, it's not a big deal because it's normal.
I see.
I hope people aren't hitting me.
I have this shield thing on me now.
The Unbound Chaos?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell's going on. I'm just.
It just places stuff on the ground.
Okay.
Eradicate them all.
Okay, now we're all DPS. She does this. Okay, there we go. So that does 20. So you usually want to get at least 4 flag because it does 25% damage to the maiden. Basically, the way this fight works is this dude that we're hitting right now, the fallen avatar, is soaking.
The tanks are dying. Sorry, one sec, dude. Sorry. This is bad. Sorry, Jared. I really gotta focus.
They were probably getting hit from other people's chaos, so they were standing in that was what that damage was coming. So you see how I have Shadow Blades? I'm moving to the very edge of the box here. Right, so it won't hit the main, it'll just go straight through.
Eradicate them all.
So pretty much the way this works is the big dude in the center, the fallen avatar, is absorbing energy, right? He's gaining energy. Enough to break the room. But the way we stop him from gaining a shitload of energy is by having the fallen avatar. Oh god, that guy took a lot of damage. Is by keeping the fallen avatar in front of the maiden in front of these beams, so we slow it down. And how it works is we want to try and get him with as little health as possible before that maiden dies, because he's going to take a shitload of energy as soon as she dies. And then we drop into the other room, and you'll see it ends up becoming a huge what happened to Charleston.
Busting the sauce, boys.
So, is Charleston dead right now? What happened? Oh, they're dead. Oh,
yep, they are.
What happened? Why am I tanking this thing?
It's good, both tanks are dead.
Did we not have any B-reses?
We did. We B-res the tank. Like, for some reason people are not fucking tank healing with me. They're not putting the stuff on the tank, so the tanks are just getting hit hard and just dying.
So look, here's what phase is.
Oh well, whatever though. Oh, is this phase 2?
Yeah, this is phase 2. He basically destroys this whole room.
He goes, my oh my, you need to see my legs.
Yeah. What do you think he's doing up there before he breaks out? His legs just
crusade dies
They're
here.
grooving his horns. There's no other way to do it. You gotta get him stuck in the floor.
You claim
he gets
the
too
mantle
angry.
of prophet, yet you always lacked the vision to see the inevitable destiny of our world, of all worlds.
So this fight isn't very I actually have no idea how the tanks are taking so much damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And the issue is that, like, they're taking, like, big hits, and I have my stuff up, but I can't do more, you know? So, I don't know. What more can I do? No. I think the stopping point is going to be kill Jadin.
Kill Jaden is a pretty hard fight, especially without communication.
Yeah.
But I think after a few weeks already, people understand it. So hopefully we won't have a problem. I'm probably not going to flask a third time, and my flask will run out before we get to kill Jaden. Whatever. We're not parsing out here.
Yeah. It's true. Alright, I'm going to focus on
I'm
Croster.
pretty sure those tanks died because people were putting stacks under them, and they just couldn't handle it.
Okay, so it was the melee that was causing that. Okay. Jared, why, man? Why did you get the tanks killed?
Sorry.
Why you do this, man?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Remember, Jared, no crying in baseball.
Oh my
Dude.
god, I just got hit.
Yeah, you did.
Hit the boss first.
There.
Big heals from Haroon right now.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh no.
Flames. Chaos. Impale. Corruption will be cleansed. Chaos. Impale. Flames.
Can I cloak this? Well, let's find out. Oh, you can. It's fun.
This person is trying to pad meters like that Dove Priest. Yeah, it's funny. Huh? Because she just stands in the stuff that she's not supposed to be in.
Will be cleansed.
It's annoying.
Atsu, maybe she's just shit.
That's also true, yeah.
Very possible.
Think of true.
Big cleave, boys. Big cleave. Hit him with the cleave.
Atsu, cleave him out.
Man, I'm cleaving right now, dude.
Yeah, you do some big cleave damage, Atsu.
I'm doing it.
Chaos.
Sever. Flames.
Will I have time? No, I won't.
I should probably get out of that, huh? Yeah.
We're actually doing really well right now.
Yeah, we're keeping up.
Chaos! Sever!
Eradicate them all!
This is the third one, right?
Yep.
Marked! Impale! Flames!
Oh yeah, we're doing really well. Okay, just I guess cleave now.
Marked! Sever!
Corruption will be cleansed!
There we go.
Finish them down!
Are we gonna take fall damage?
No.
We are,
Not
okay.
damage.
Or a little bit, I guess. So you'll see the pillars
We have come to end your
will start to,
invasion
or
of
the ground will
Azeroth.
start to collapse. a
Your
little bit.
master's crusade dies here.
Is there no end to your sanctimonious bluster?
Where's that guy taking that? Just away from the raid?
The mantle of
He'll tank him in specific spots that'll make it so we have as much time as possible.
the inevitable destiny of our world, of all worlds.
See, okay,
Run
so
away?
this, just run away, because the ground will collapse. You'll see, it'll turn into like a...
I see. Wow. Wow. Scully.
Wow. Also, when there's dark marks, stack on them. So if you have dark mark... Oh, whoops.
Whoops.
I shadow stepped into his... If you have dark mark,
Yeah.
stack with your girdle.
Okay. Why is there those dudes just like doing it? Nice. I could have used my stuff there to pad, but I didn't.
Resistance is
Ooh.
maddening.
Oh, they're up
Why
there.
will you not yield?
905.
Have your countless
Ooh,
defeats.
that's a shoulder item.
set
Thank you.
Deceiver.
Yes.
Got
Finally.
it, man.
I got it,
showed
dude.
you was a lie,
Nice.
Jaden.
Really good.
Surrender.
To
Let
madness.
it end.
Never.
To kill
Our
Jaden we
crusade
go,
will
boys.
never yield.
Jared, what do you think of the run so far?
Yourself.
Pretty smooth after they got the new tanks.
We will
Yeah, man, it's been going well.
again and again, however long it takes,
I wanna
until
see what
at
Hellkill
last we
Jaden goes.
break you.
The
Damn,
portal
we
is
got some
closing.
fucking
We
achievements,
can seal the
boys.
Legion's
Bingo.
gateway and end this invasion.
Bingo, that's a bingo.
No more running.
Great
no
quote from
more
the
hiding.
Glorious
No more hiding.
I must finish this.
Oh man,
Ooh,
there's
that
a
guy
sick
got
cutscene.
Fucking unreal relic. Does Gimp need that? Probably. Oh yeah, he definitely does.
Who did?
Gimp.
This guy called Gimpian.
Ooh.
No, this is Flink. What was it? Plank? You remember that?
Oh, this is I don't remember.
Flintskin.
It.
Something. Yeah.
Something started with a P.
It was a funny thing. Guy.
Patrick?
No, there was a guy who had a macro before every time he casted some ability, so it'll be just him just yelling. Finkel. Yeah, there we go.
This is Finkel. Every single time. Comms for this one.
Is this the boss fight or is this just ads? This is the ads, right?
These are ads, yeah. No, that would be a wild boss fight if it had that many ads. Wait, so what? How did we get that, Jimmy? Defeat the fallen avatar and Tomb of Sargeras without breaking any floor segments in the following patterns: unbroken column, unbroken row. Oh, okay. Well, that's also because we only broke one platform.
Wait, what?
Okay, you'll see. I'll explain it as we go along. But you got to be listening, okay? Because he's gonna want to pull the boss fast. Are you gonna listen to me explaining this fight? Because this is a big one.
Whoa.
Okay.
You hunted your own
so
people,
pretty much
chasing
how
us
this fight
across the
works
stars.
is
Never
first stage.
again.
It'll be till 20 till 80% of his health. Okay, that's the first phase. Pretty much what happens is he'll do this thing called Armageddon. Pretty much what happens during Armageddon is a bunch of swirls will pop on the ground, and people have to stand in them. There'll be a big swirl. Those are meant for like people who have huge damage reduction abilities. So people like Aiden with his big turtle shield. I can take one because I have cheat death. And faint. And I think warriors can take them. Mages can take them with ice block. Who else? Demon hunters I think can take them even.
Yeah, relentless assault. It's like 80% damage reduction.
Yeah. Pretty much a bunch of people can take them, right?
Yeah.
Paladins can take them too, right? We have 2 pally tanks, which makes us really good. And along with that big swirl that's on the ground, there'll be a bunch of little swirls. So that's something you're gonna have to look out for. Don't pay attention to the big swirls. Other than whoever's soaking them, you're really gonna need to heal because they're gonna get hit hard, depending on what damage reduction ability they have.
So basically, soak the small ones for me.
Yeah, you yourself are gonna need to soak the small
and
ones.
heal the ones that
However,
are taking the big ones. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and you need to heal the people who take the small ones, okay? Because what happens is when you take a swirl, you get a debuff on you that does like 400k damage per 3 seconds or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So pretty much, you're gonna have to heal everyone who takes it. However, that debuff can stack, and it will not drop once the next Armageddon comes. So if you've already taken a swirl, you cannot take another one.
Okay.
So other people have to take one.
So basically,
However,
watch my
like 2
stacks.
Armageddons later, yeah, you need to watch out for that debuff on you. If you have it, don't take a swirl.
How long does it last?
It's like 30 seconds, I think, something like that.
All right, so just take one and then don't take the rest. Okay, got it.
I believe you can dispel it. I'm not sure, but I know I can cloak it off, so I can take more than one in succession.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
What's it called? Also, during this, so that's just phase 1. That's Armageddon. Armageddon.
That's got a BOE, dude.
Yeah.
You got a BOE.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell that shit.
That's a good piece of gear. Hell yeah. Okay, so pretty much during first phase, that's first phase, right? That's all that is, Armageddon. But Armageddon will happen throughout the whole fight.
Okay.
If you miss a single swirl during Armageddon, though, the whole raid gets hit and you get a debuff. The whole raid takes 2.1 million damage or something over like 10 seconds or something like it hurts. It hurts a lot. I don't know what the time is, but it's healable, but you don't want to miss a lot because it drains a lot of the mana from healers.
Okay.
So it's pretty costly. Now, when he gets to around, soon you'll see in the fight, at some point during the first phase, a big purple orb will fall from the sky. You're going to want to get near the middle of the map, like near that purple orb. Don't stand right under it, but stand on like the you'll see. I'll explain that when that happens. I'll tell you what to do. Anyways, phase 2, pretty much what happens is you don't really need to worry about anything other than the swirls, except if you get really, really big, you need to stack with the raid. Because what happens is when you get really big, you'll drop an ad once the thing ends. You'll drop an ad, and what happens is people need to cleave that down because those ads do a lot of damage.
Okay.
And that's all you really need to know about for phase 2. Or there's an intermission phase between the two, but I'll tell you what to do while that's happening. But in phase 2, so you need to worry about those ads as well, and Armageddon and all this other freaky shit, which you'll see in the intermission phase. I'll try and explain it as it goes. So you can fight. So you fight through phase 2, whatever, and phase 3 comes. So what happens in phase 3 is I'll probably just explain it because this is a lot to remember for like one.
No, it's fine. So phase 1, pretty much soak the swirlies. There's a 30-second cooldown, so don't soak another one. Make sure to heal the people that are soaking, etc., which is kind of a given since I'm a healer.
Yeah.
Phase 2, when I get big, go ahead and stack up on the group, so that way when the ad comes, they can cleave it down.
There'll also be a big line that'll happen. I'll tell you when that. A lot of this I can call out when it happens, so it's easier to understand.
Okay.
And as well as the last phase, I'll call out because it's easier to just do it when it's happening rather than explain it.
Okay.
All
right.
So, but for now, Armageddon is the most important part of this whole fight.
Yep.
Big heals. We need big heals.
Yeah, don't worry. Let me just ask to see if he wants to trank. Do you want me to trank at some point? In a specific point. Alright, we'll see if he wants me to do that. Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, wait, there's 4 phases. Sorry. The third phase. Okay. Okay, actually, I do need to explain something before. Okay, third phase, what happens is he'll disappear and he'll go dark, right? Everything will go dark. Pretty much what'll happen is you need to find Illidan so that you can start hitting the mobs. In your case though, you need to find Illidan. You need to stay next to Illidan so you can heal the raid. So what'll happen is when that phase goes, when everything goes dark, someone, if they find him, will ping on the map where he is on your mini map. And you just want to run towards there, stay next to Illidan, and heal the raid until that phase is over. And then once phase 4 comes.
All right. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah. It's really not that complicated a fight. It's just getting the swirls soaked.
Yeah.
Is what really gets people.
It's just a matter of people managing stuff on their own, which is how it usually is. And people are like, oh no, I actually have to like not do something that's static, you know, like as in they need to adapt to the ability and actually like take initiative.
It's just this fight, it's with swirls, and usually like it's kind of hard because you need to figure out who's going to take the big swirl, who's going to take the little swirls. It's we need a soak group. Here, you know what we'll do? Ranged first. So mage, hunter, hunter, and then both pallies. Or we have 3 hunters.
Then don't double up in. Okay. So ranged for first. Don't double up on phase 2. Is that it?
Yeah. So first Armageddon, all range will be soaking swirlies.
Okay. Let me ask if
this fight's kind of hard to do without comms, but we can. It's possible. I mean, if people are able to pug heroic kill Jaden, I mean, they do it with voice. We could do normal without voice.
I mean, you don't really need it, but it's just that like a lot of the times it ends up.
It makes it so much easier to have voice. I'm not using pots or flask on this fight. This is like
3, 2, 1.
This is an annoying fight. The DPS is trash anyways. Doesn't matter. So this is Armageddon. So you'll see someone needs to take that
small
big
one?
sword. Okay, so Paladin.
Okay.
We'll take it. Yeah, and don't stack 2 people in it because that just means an extra person to get. Okay, good. So that was really good, that first one. Melee will take second.
This is so simple. So I have 1 stack, so I shouldn't do it anymore, right?
Yeah, do not get another one. How long does that stack last again?
I'm looking at 30, 20. Is it 30? I don't. I can't check right now.
Okay, yeah, it's around 40 seconds.
Okay.
So we're actually making decent time, I guess. Oh yeah, we're doing fine.
Warning.
Okay, so you see,
impact?
This is the.
What's impact?
This is okay. Get to the center of the circle and stand on one of the arrowheads. You see those arrowheads?
I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some stuff.
Yeah, the triangles, the diamond-shaped stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't soak this. I can soak the other one. Okay, somebody else got it.
Okay, we got it. Actually, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of swirls.
Get out.
Okay, so see this? So now we've got Armageddon, and we've also got those. Oh, nice. Got it. So those are, once you get a big circle around you, run out of the group, and you typically won't be getting a. Okay, see this arrow? Stack up in a line, So we need to soak the damage.
Oh.
Like that. You see that?
Okay, yeah. Got it. So the arrows are pretty constant in the raid.
That's this whole intermission phase. That's the whole intermission phase. Armageddon line and the other meteor shit things.
I'm just gonna soak it.
Is anyone gonna get this? You want me to get this? I can get it.
Yeah,
I can get it.
get it.
Soaked it.
Thank you. I don't have any cooldowns, so I don't know if I could take it or not.
Okay, it's fine. I can't take another one though.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see bursting dread flame. You want to move out of the group if you ever get that.
Okay. It's funny, like, when people explain it, like, it seems so complicated, and then you do it, and it's like, oh.
It's really not complicated. See, okay, so now this is the phase where all adds, so we need big cleave here.
Yeah. Should I stack up?
Only if you get big. You can stay out of the group.
Okay.
You'll see the lasers will also happen, as well as those red flames, as well as Armageddon. Sometimes they stack up on each other, which makes the fight a little confusing, but for the most part, I mean, we can do it.
Okay.
Okay, so someone has to take this big one. I'm gonna take a little one, because I can cloak.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Fuck.
Oops, I shadow stepped. No!
It's fine. Meatballs.
Someone
I'm just gonna pop
it. Okay, so see, we can mess up
We
one.
can't have that.
But you can't do more than one. But like,
Warning.
Ideally, none.
I have some impact thing.
Okay, that'll just fall in a corner. Don't worry about that.
Fuck. Okay, that's fine.
So it just, knocks us around. It's kind of stupid. I shadow stepped mistakenly. I was gonna take one of the small swirls, and then I misclicked. Okay. I think we got him. Yeah, Hunter's got him.
It says meatballs. I don't know, what does that mean? What is that?
I don't know, man. I think maybe that's one of your.
Yep. It's fine.
Like, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. He just says meatballs. Is the tank dead?
Yeah, tank's down.
Okay, I'm gonna get him up. Soaked? Okay. You just got it?
Can we get the tank up?
Oh shit. Oh, nice. I did push the thing. I have 2 minutes on that.
Who did you B-res?
I don't know. I don't remember actually. But I B-res somebody at some point. It's fine though.
We're actually about to enter next phase.
Warning.
I have about 2 minutes.
I'm burning him. Next phase. Okay, so phase 3. See how it gets dark?
Yeah. You're gonna ping it?
Okay, Illidan's right here. I'm pinging him. So DPS needs to heal. You stay by Illidan and just heal the raid.
Oh, I fell. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Fuck.
It's fine.
I'm sorry, guys. I had no idea that you can fall off the platform.
Yeah, no, you can fall off. We'll see how the last phase works. Okay, well anyways, here.
Yeah. Can someone B-res me? Anybody?
No, we're out of B-reses. Okay, this part right here, this is huge damage. So you need to make sure that a lot of heals. Well, watch how much we get hurt for. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Good bubble up. 2 bubbles.
Yeah.
Oh, we had 2 bubbles. Okay, well we're gonna need a B-res on that tank eventually because we will wipe unless.
So nobody has it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's alright. We're all dead. Look at him go. He's one-shotting everyone. He doesn't one-shot me. No way. Oh. Yeah, we were close to beating that.
Yeah. That was good. Good first attempt.
That was actually a really good attempt for 0 comms.
Yeah, I don't think you need communication for the fight. Just need people to take initiative. Meaning that if you don't have a debuff and you can go and soak, you should just go and stand there unless somebody's already standing there.
Can I soak the big ones without like a CD?
No, you cannot. It's 21 million true damage or physical damage.
All I have is a CCD that decreases my damage taken, or decreases my damage taken by 25.
You actually could take it
or 28.
maybe if you went into bear form and you pop bark skin or whatever. Oh my, did you just...
What?
I saw that, Aiden.
I mentioned it in chat, okay? What can I do, bro? What can I do?
Oh my god. I just fell in the fucking hole.
Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I had no idea you can fall off the platform, so I just like ran towards the Ailton and I kept on pushing the button, and then eventually I just dropped off.
It's fine because we were probably gonna wipe it without that B-res.
Yeah, my B-res was coming up too there, so it's interesting.
But we made it to last phase, which is really good.
I'm gonna use my default thing, so I'm gonna make my game look very gray, because I can't see in the darkness very well, so it's gonna make it gray.
Okay.
You know, Grayson. But yeah, I was expecting some crazy like mechanic shit, but this is nothing. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens when you hit the bank with the shroud, you know?
This is what happens, what?
When you hit the bank with the shroud?
Wait for heroic.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Armageddon, range first.
Alright, somebody's getting that.
Okay,
somebody's getting that.
Okay,
good. Great.
Why are you going over that, Jared? Like, I see you guys go it, and I'm like, I guess I don't have to go then.
Well, yeah, no.
I mean, like, just take initiative, because DPS doesn't really matter. Like, as long as we can get the boss down, right? So.
Yeah, and no one went for it, so I was just sitting there.
Yeah, I basically look to see if somebody's going, and then if no one's going, I usually displace their beast and run there.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw, like, and it was also in melee range, so I was like, may as well take it, right?
Yeah.
There is an enrage on this boss, but it doesn't really matter.
Warning.
Oh, they got a swap. That. Okay, so this, stand on the, arrowheads.
Yeah.
And I fell off, dude.
No.
That's unfortunate.
I came towards him. Fuck me. Sorry, Hose.
It's fine. Is someone gonna take that? Okay, got it. Died like a goon.
Yeah. Hopefully we still kill it though, so it'll be fine. Another soak. Oh.
So line.
Yep.
If this is how I get my Kill Jaden kill, I'm not even mad.
Hey man, you get to sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, dude. Okay, he got it. Okay. Oh, okay. Fuck.
Yeah, that thing does no damage.
Yep. Literally.
Where
is this healer? Okay. There you go. Come on.
Two, one. Big cleave. Where's the big one? I can't see it. I might die.
Popping Frank.
Warning.
Mine. Who has the fucking slide whistle? Who is that?
No
I
idea.
can't take this one.
Can take this.
I'm taking one. I'm gonna cloak it as soon as it hits me. I think someone just sacrificed themselves to take that one.
That's good.
Yeah, he did. It actually would have been better had he not died, because you guys can heal through that, since we haven't really missed one.
Yeah.
But you know what? This might be the kill. 8% left. I don't think we're gonna hit another armor. Oh.
Without Rascal Fats, no way. You guys are doomed, dude.
Oh shit! No, we're fucked. I can't go out. Big heals. Big heals. We need.
Yeah, all of my stuff is down, so I can't actually do any heals. Whoa!
Warning.
Just thinking.
This is why. That's why. That right there is why comms are so important for this fight. Because had we had comms, we probably wouldn't have wiped there and killed that boss.
I mean, we would have wiped a lot of earlier if I didn't trank. I'm not sure what the other druid is doing. But
go to work. What time is it for that guy? Oh, he's on the
it's 9:30
Australian server.
Yeah. We lost the other healer, Mac 5 or whatever.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm still doing this. I mean, I killed him this week. It's just fun.
Hey man, you're doing it for Aiden and myself.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
I'm here to help the boys. Uh-oh. Oh, we lost our tank.
No, that's unfortunate. Still don't have anybody. It sucks. Z was supposed to be on. Let me see if Natter wants to come in.
Okay.
How long have we been doing this raid for?
I don't know. We're almost there though.
Yeah, you're close.
Yeah.
And we are close to getting a kill though.
I mean, I soaked it with that giant, circle thing, and it was fine. But
Oh no, he's talking about shadow reflections when you get really big.
oh,
Yeah, so you can't though that was unlucky because since we missed one, shadow reflection does huge raid wide damage, and since we missed one, that's like two like big massive damage things coming out.
I see. Yeah, I popped my trank earlier because we missed one, and people were taking huge damage, so I couldn't trank for the second one. Because if I could, I would. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I was like popping wild growth and all this stuff too. We try to help with that, but didn't work out. My god, look at this fight though, dude. It looks sick. My god. This area looks sick, dude. Look at that stuff.
What?
On Discord.
What's what?
You see it?
I see it. What
It
are you
looks
talking
sick.
about?
There's like a singularity behind him, or like a black hole.
Well,
you know
I
what
think
mean?
we're in space right now, or we're flying through like a worm.
Ship. Kind of a ship, yeah.
We're in hyperdrive.
The soundtrack in this one is pretty cool too.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. We filled up the group fast. Oh, we got 3 tanks. Oh wait, we lost. Now we have 2 bear tanks. Good.
Kind of want to get this kill and then be done, because this fight is pretty simple. It's just a matter of just adaptation by people. Yeah,
It's just
like we
knowing...
could technically make it so that us 3 basically make sure to get at least 1 each time, you know what I mean?
Well, I can soak a ton of swirls. I can get
so like every time
a lot of the little swirls, but I
yeah.
can only take 1 big swirl. That's it.
Yes, so take the first one big one at the start, right?
Well, there's no point because I'm only gonna take 1 if we need to take 1.
Oh no, I'm saying like the reason why we're wiping is because of mechanics. So like instead of worrying about DPS, if we just like do the mechanics properly, like we won't really have any trouble. Do you know what I mean? Like, cause like at the end of the day, the reason why we're actually wiping is because of the fact that people are messing the mechanics up. So
well, I know, but I'm saying like there's no point in me I'm like I'll be like in case no one else is going to grab it, I'll take it. You know, that would be my role.
Okay, well,
because
hey.
I get hit hard and that means I also lose cheat death. So like,
I see.
Yeah.
Is it like once every what, like 5 minutes?
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay. But yeah, pretty cool fight. It's simple, but I can see why it could get complicated. I'm really curious to like see how this would be like in Mythic, because I'm sure that'd be pretty fun.
Well, I wonder. Yeah, they're fighting him right now, I think. But I wonder if there's an extra phase too for Mythic.
Yeah.
Method and the Russian guild, yeah. How do you pronounce that? I don't fucking know.
Exorcist.
Yeah,
Exorcist.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All those Russian characters. Anyways, yeah, they're the only 2 guilds on it right now.
I wonder, well, like the Avatar, man, they had like 400 something wipes, which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can't imagine wiping that many times.
It's not a fun thing.
In like 1 week.
It's basically you constantly doing the boss, and if one person messes up, restart it. Another person messes up, restart it. So basically, it continues to cycle over and over and over again. Because some people say like, I know the mechanic, but they really don't. So then when they get it, they just wipe the raid. So like, yeah, it's just a, it's not a good look. You don't want to do it, man. It's real bad.
Like on this fight alone, I have 33 wipes for normal, which sucks. But that was because in the first week when everyone was still learning this thing. But since everyone knows this, it should be.
That's horrible, man.
There we go.
It sucks.
Where is that tank at? Who's the tank?
3 weeks of wiping, and we got 2 bear tanks.
1.
Oh, we're tanking him over there. Okay, interesting.
Range first.
Okay, they got it. Okay, good.
Nice, good job. Bony bands.
Warning.
Impact.
Stand on the arrows. Uh-oh. Oh no, tanks are dead. Tanks are dead.
Yep. Great. Well, at least one of them is dead. Talking
like,
like
what is he doing?
Probably there's another fight. That's right. Oh, Jared.
Yeah, I took that one because no one else was. Someone has to take this Armageddon.
I can't. I haven't Trank. Did someone take it or no?
Yeah, we took it.
Someone took it. I can't believe we just wasted a B-res on that, of all things.
That's fine. Shift happens.
No, but I mean, still, I mean, you should know that. Like,
oh. Fuck. That's fine. I should pay. I need like. Yeah, okay. I know why I'm missing a lot of this is because I don't have my big wig set up properly, so.
Okay, we got it.
I shouldn't take this. Fuck. I took it. I have 2 stacks. It's fine.
Oh no, that hurts a lot.
Yeah, it's fine though. I can handle it.
That's what his pride has though. Nothing hurts him.
Yeah.
The Opus.
Oh, I'm not even kidding, dude. 30% damage shield on that? That's insane.
I guess that is good for like even tanking or.
It's the 3rd best item for Resto Druid.
The hell? Stack.
Oh. Okay.
That's good another legendary or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, again.
Wait, really?
He's got 3.
Classic.
Shit, dude. The tank died again.
Tank blows.
That dude died again.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, no, kick him.
I can get him up again. I got him up. No, I didn't. There we
Can he
go.
get himself down again?
I can't get him up.
It's the worst when you can't
What
get it
class
out.
was Artem playing?
Oh my god.
Shaman.
They got it?
Rip.
Anybody get the large one? Okay, somebody did. No.
We died.
Oh, I just wasted a fucking trank too. God damn.
Keep it up, buddy. Oh, I'm dead.
Warning.
Well, let's just get killed because there's no point. Just jump off. That's all we gotta do.
I don't think the tank. Yeah, no, he.
Yeah. That's why like raiding with a guild is better because people are like on the same page instead of like you know their like strengths and weaknesses, you know. So you can work with that.
Yeah, that's annoying. That was a wipe. The worst is just wiping because it's not your fault. Also, it's also pretty bad wiping because it is your fault.
Yeah.
Both pretty shitty.
That was like our first kill on Heroic Rhyolith. That's in Firelands. We're in like a 10-man guild, and we came up with the plan that we're going to split DPS evenly on each leg, and that was how we're going to fight it. And we're going to steer, and like we killed it that way for like 13 weeks into progression until we realized that we could just spam one leg until it dies. Like we had no idea that there was such an easier way.
That's funny.
And like we used to have to split and balance DPS, and it was always just like a painfully troubling fight.
Yeah, you pretty much just like have like people like staring him. That's really funny actually. Wow.
Yeah.
But
nowadays,
because
like we had to
really
steer
good.
the boss. But yeah, now you just not even now. At the time, even in the gear we had, we could have just nuked one leg.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like in terms of information now, like you basically have like multiple like guides going like this is how you do it exactly. You know.
We had that back then too, though. We just didn't care to look.
Yeah, that's true.
Boss has been around since like Wrath, man.
A long time.
And there's been multiple Thoughtbot and Wowhead guides on the forums.
Thoughtbot.
I think I did bad healing that one.
It's a classic site, man.
Yeah, the original site.
The go-to. And elitist jerk when you want to like read about your class and read about some nerds fighting.
Yeah.
Over what's better and why, and here's my calculations.
I guess this fight is good for other classes. Yeah. They're doing much better than me. I'm thinking on what I can do to like heal better.
Well, you want to look at what other classes are doing, or what people of your similar class are doing?
Oh no. I'll look into this just to see like how I should be doing. Like,
well, here's what you can do: you go on craft logs, and you look at the 75th percentile, and you can look at what talents your people of your class are using, what trinkets people of your class are using, etc.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Again, he's a fucking idiot. Whatever.
If he doesn't realize it this time, dude, just fucking get him out of here.
Yeah, no. If we wipe because of him, kick him.
Yeah.
Come on, touchdown! Holy fuck! Cooldowns, man.
I know that feel, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
No, he's just so.
Someone's just scratching their chin.
Thinking emoji.
What am I thinking about?
What am I thinking about?
What am I thinking about here? Oh man, DPS is so much better on this pull. What the hell happened?
Impact. I'm staying in the middle.
Look, he's gonna
Here comes the boom!
The thing even drops.
Will it? Who lived? Oh, not the warrior.
Why again? Gimp dies. How do you not realize? No, get off it. Okay, fine. He's gonna be stubborn about it and stay on it. The fucking healer. I can cloak it.
Bro, we're already in a line. That's a squad right there and a half.
This warrior doesn't realize, I don't think.
Can we just kick him now?
Yeah.
No, it's fine. You know, like.
I mean, I guess.
Let the man learn.
Let him get the kill. but I mean, if we do kill him, but if we wipe, then kick him because it's just a waste, right?
Alright, so you're a big man. I saw that, dude.
Thanks, dude.
I haven't gotten to take a little swirl yet.
Hey, I got heroism. That's so weird. Oh my god, I just
Wow.
noticed.
You just got it, dude. Congratulations. You're a father.
Wait, does it look different on Horde?
Well, yeah, it ain't the same as it was in the past, but now it is what it is before. You know what I mean?
I don't really know what that means, but fair. No, but it's you're talking about
Lust, yeah.
yeah,
It's
lust.
heroism. It's just
Lust
weird
looks-
seeing it as heroism.
Okay.
It ain't the same shaman.
Does it have
anymore.
does the big hammer pop up then when you lust?
No, just go all bloody. We have this huge chant.
Oh, cool.
I can't. I'm so finished.
Oh fuck! I can't take this. I can't. Why did I do that?
Where are you?
I'm behind the boss at the pillar.
Do not be red. Do not accept that.
Okay, okay. I'm not B-resing.
Rascal
Sadly.
Fats was inherited by me, and we lost to it.
Warning.
We need to save that in case the tank goes down.
Yeah. Oh shit, we need to soak that. Dude, what are you doing? Oh. This guy's crazy.
B-res him on the last stage.
If no one's dead, yeah.
Yeah.
If the tank dies, yeah.
Where do I move my tooltip, man?
I can't soak anything.
I can't soak either.
What's up?
Sheriff, oh my god, this is such horrible timing. Big damage, big damage. You're gonna need to tranquility.
Yeah.
Drink.
I can't. I'm dead. Somebody needs to res me if they want something. Please res. Please, one of the tanks. But somebody, dude, who's... Whatever. No one came to soak this big one, dude, so like, I swapped to my bear form to try to soak that one and I couldn't do it. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not even supposed to be
misunderstanding of
soaking that.
mechanics. That's why we're losing understanding. Sync for Armageddon's. We can kind of handle it sometimes, and other times we can't. It's a shit, man. Shit.
Well, I guess I could have done something different there to not die, but oh well. Yeah, we shouldn't be even dying here though.
We got... This is such an annoying fun.
There they go.
Yes, it's over.
Is it over? Not over yet.
You want to pug out kill Jaden and this Gimp guy's still in the group? Nah, dude.
Nah, Gimp is trash and we just lost a ton of our good DPS. Yeah. Oh, there goes Gimp. Oh, there goes another good DPS.
Who's the another good one? Did the Warlock leave
It
already?
was just a useless melee DPS. We don't need those guys. It's okay.
True. Actually, you know what? We do have our top DPS still, except for Asparagus.
Yeah, oh yeah, I asked my friend, so that's
But
why he's
reforming
there.
this
He's just gonna
group
stay
is
there, I
gonna
think.
take... I'll give it one more attempt. If we can reform, I'll give it one more. Because
I'd
we're
honestly
getting...
rather be doing threes.
I mean, the thing is,
Yeah, me
like,
too.
we should be able to kill this. It's just a
Well,
matter
we
of...
should, but I'm telling you, that's why comms are so important. Because it makes stuff like that really easy. Oh, your buddy left.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, never mind.
I was supposed to put in the laundry like an hour ago. Fuck.
Is he leaving? If he leaves,
I don't know.
I'm leaving. Oh yeah, okay. This group
Yeah.
will
Yeah, I
probably
think.
just disband. I'm leaving. Sorry, boys. We gave it our best.
Just the ending.
Yeah, that's it.
He says he's leaving.
Yeah, he's gonna go and eat dinner and stuff.
Well, good try, guys. I mean, we killed the 8 out of 9. Man, oh, we were so fucking close too, especially on that first try. We just had bad wipes through stupid mistakes, and it like like that's a really important communication a fight that involves communications. It's just, but hey, you guys want to do some threes?
Man.
Threes?
Threes?
Let's do some. Let's do some threes. Come on, Atsu, you know you want to.
Yeah, I'll do it, man.
Cool. I'm ready to go. I got my focus macros too.
Yeah. The focus macro?
Yeah, my focus target.
I'm just thinking of what more could have done. I mean, at the end there, if we would have actually had a better chance, and I would have been able to trank if I actually used my damage reduction cooldown on top of bear form, but I didn't do that, sadly. So because I haven't been raiding much, so it's not an instinct yet,
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh well, next time.
Next time.
If you guys want to do heroic Nighthold, let me know.
Oh, I cleared most of it.
Sorry.
You did it today already, or this week?
I cleared the last 3 bosses, I think.
Yeah, because he said that if you want to do that, we can just do that, so that'll be good.
With
Wait,
him?
when?
Yeah, like later today. Get that done.
Later tonight. Oh hell yeah. Well, let's get some fucking threes
Let's
going.
get some. Yeah. I'm down, dude. I got my new necklace.
Let's get a ready check going.
Oh, ready.
Hell yeah.
Well, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. No, I'm not.
Should I put a PvP transmog on just
I
for this?
can't put any more points, so I guess I just have to just wait now? Because I can't... What's going on with this? When can I put in my Concord thing?
Well, you don't. You have to put them all into your the little ones.
Yeah, that's already done.
No, they're not.
You have to do all of them full.
All of them.
Yeah.
4 out of 4.
Every single one of them.
Okay, then you have the last talent, or you have the last artifact trade.
Screenshot
never mind. There's one more. 400 million. Okay. Yeah, there's one more for 400 million, and then that's it.
Alright, I put my PvP transmog on, so...
PP!
Hi, I said PP.
Guys, I have to save my armor sets. Can you please hold off for 1 second?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
God damn.
I'm just excited.
Alright, I'm in the Prawn optimal setup. Talents, I gotta swap over because I have a whole separate spec for this shit.
we need talents, boys. Talents. Make sure you got them right.
Oh yeah, talents.
Hey, do you still use that quick talent add-on?
No. Oh fuck, I don't remember the name of that, dude. That existed?
Quick talent.
Oh god damn.
It had its own tiny menu for swapping talents.
You know what that is? That's something that's convenient. That's convenient, man.
I think you could save presets too.
Wow. I should have, yeah. That would have been good. I wish I could just have separate action bars.
I found it again. Bang.
Okay. Guys, are we ready?
Yeah.
You don't sound too ready to me, I see.
Show me your war face, son!
Oh.
Oh, double ret and a frost, man.
Oh yeah, dude.
Let's go for whoever has lowest HP. Actually, let's go for a paladin. Now that I got cold-blooded, I'm just gonna use it on him. And if he bubbles,
It's already over.
Go for the what?
go for
Lowest
paladin.
HP?
Lowest HP pally.
Cool.
Or actually, lowest HP of any of them. Lowest HP of any of them.
Okay. Sounds like a plan, man.
Yeah.
Survey says. Fuck.
They're
Okay,
planning
one
on
of the paladins.
bursting someone down, like really quick.
I don't know which one. I went on Zalvarus. Oh my
Fucking shield with
god.
LCDs up. Efforts wasted. They're off targeting.
Oh my god. I'm taking so much damage.
He's dead in a second.
Come on.
Can't get it
cold
off. I
blood.
can't get it off. Oh, fuck.
Oh, you might
kill
die.
him?
Oh my god. They blew all their cooldowns.
Yep.
Oh my god, how many bubbles do they have? I can't focus on.
Oh, fuck. I couldn't do enough damage in time.
Alright, that's it. It's a game of minds now.
I'm stunned. I'm
it's
stunned,
a
dude.
game
I'm
of
stunned.
minds.
Are you still alive? Okay.
It's a
Yeah,
game
he's
of
on his side. Look at your
minds.
screen, dude.
Okay.
It's a game of minds, boys. Oh, what the hell? You dirty bitch.
Pally's rezzing dudes. Look at your fucking UI around the pillar. Kill him. Interrupt.
There you go. I can't do anything. You gotta heal me.
I mean, I'm trying to. They just stunned me, dude. Like.
You get a lot of time to heal him, though.
No, he doesn't.
Well. Just gonna let them kill me. There we go. Well, we could have won that. We got the guy down. It's just that, yeah. They basically, their idea was to just burst someone down and that's it. But we survived that burst, but it wasn't enough. Sadly.
Yeah.
I kind of messed up some of the healing stuff too, so it's fine though. But
yeah, man, you had so much time to heal Jared, like from where I was watching. You
oh,
had, like, no CC'd or anything.
no, I was being like CC'd by the paladin. I was stunned. Yeah.
No, prior to being stunned, though, there was like a 5-second gap of Jared going from 70% to 20%.
Yeah, I have the dots on him. I can't really do much more than that, sadly.
Do you have incarnation on right now?
Yeah, I used it at the boss fight.
Okay.
I used it early when they were bursting, so I could get you guys up.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Did they really strip Resto dudes with like all direct heals aside from like Swiftmend?
I mean, I have regrowth, but regrowth is regrowth. I should have actually used regrowth. I think that would have been better. Yeah. Like it's a
You
cast.
have a lot of mana.
Yeah, it's true. I do.
Well, it's a 3 DPS. I think so.
Resto Druid.
Restoration
Havoc,
Druid.
Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
Is Havoc the DPS or the Havoc is DPS, right?
Sure.
And an arcane mage.
It's just gonna be nuked, the same thing that we have. The Demon Hunter's gonna have like 6 mil HP for some reason. It's because it's to account for the fact that it only has 1 defensive for PvP, and it's like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sapping him.
This is a new one.
Oh, too late. You hit him.
Oh, they got me.
Oh shit! I'm out of.
Shit, dude. Wow, that was stupid. Yeah, that was dumb. I'm already dead.
Yeah, you got nuked.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. No, they just exploded on me too, damage-wise.
That was dumb. I should have played that better. I took 456,000 damage per second. Well, they knew what they were doing, so yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. I shouldn't have stayed with you guys. I'm playing really badly right now. I don't know what
I'm
more
really
to
tired
say. Yeah.
with my WoW game right now. Like, can we play something else? Is that an option? But what? That's the biggest question. God damn.
Quick live.
Quake Live. I'll be there. See you guys.
What's Quick Live?
Quake Champions. Wait, or we're gonna do PUBG. Do you want to do PUBG?
I'll do PUBG. I don't really care. I won like 3 times last night. It's great.
I mean, if y'all want to play PUBG, but now I gotta transmog back.
Oh no, my hands. They're default. That's not good.
Quake Live. We have to. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna bring some dishes down and get something to eat.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Dude, yeah. Yeah, dude. Where is that?
What?
Chicken butt. We could have definitely killed Jaden. It's just people making silly mistakes and trying to compensate for that sucks. Yeah. At least now I know that I should do that, is that every time I go bear form, I should actually use that thing so that I can actually get like additional damage reduction, which would help. Learn from mistakes, you know?
Yeah.
What is it gonna do? Why am I here? Wait. Oh, Mighty Bash is something that I didn't use. I should have used that. Oh well. Next time. So what are you doing?
Just chilling, waiting to figure out what to do.
I mean, I think he'll be back
play
with dinner
PUBG.
soon. I'll play PUBG.
Can't wait for the new map though that they're making. It's like
Making a new map?
Yeah, they're making a desert map and it's quarter of the size. It's a quarter of the size of the normal map, Jared.
I'm gonna treat yourself.
Hey Pat.
It's a quarter of the size. It's a quarter of the size.
Yeah, it's 20 kilometers by 20 kilometers instead of 40 by 40.
Why are they doing that?
I don't know. Design choices. I think the map right now is too big, honestly.
James, in Hollow Knight, once you get like all 3 spirits, can you just go fight the final boss? Is that the deal? Yeah.
You can play afterwards though.
There's still places I haven't visited, so.
You probably haven't been to the Hive or the Queen's Gardens.
I've been in the Queen's Gardens. I've been to the Hive. Maybe, I don't know.
Have you been to the sewers?
Yes.
Oh, right. Transmog. That was cool though. That's a cool raid. Doom buff Sargeras.
It's an
Not
awesome
bad.
raid.
Yeah.
You should see what the final cutscene looks like.
Oh, I know what it looks like.
Oh, okay. And then you get the Argus on your world.
It's just Kill Jaden who's like, I'll be back again.
And then he won't.
Hey, you guys want to fill me on some lore right now?
Yeah, man.
About what's going on in the current
Who's
story.
Sargeras?
He's a big bad demon dude who pretty much who is like a super
He's a
good
Titan.
no wait, who's Sargeras?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Kill Jaden for a sec.
I don't know who that is either.
He's a fallen Titan dude who pretty much betrayed all the other Titans and
So
killed
the Titans are
one
like
of
the
them.
gods, right? Like that one guy
Yeah.
from that one Raiden Wrath Star guy.
Ulduar? Pretty
Yeah,
much.
that Star guy's a Titan, right?
I think so. And they're pretty much a bunch of Titan dudes, and they're like, and Sargeras was like a super strong one, and then he became bad and started the Burning Legion, and then he pretty much recruited the Draenei, some of the Draenei on their home planet, which is what Kil'jaeden is. And he was
So
like,
Kil'jaeden's a planet?
Kil'jaeden's a dude.
Oh. Oh, so
and
he's a Draenei.
No,
Yeah,
he's a Titan. He's not Draenei.
Kil'jaeden's a Draenei.
What? Oh, Kill Jaden. Okay, yeah.
And Kil'jaeden pretty much
Bless you.
Kil'jaeden pretty much is like he was some super mage thing or something on his planet, and he betrayed his planet and kind of sold it to the Burning Legion, and became like one of Sargeras's chief dudes.
Hey, how much do you think this piece goes for?
And so what's that planet thing you were talking about now?
Probably about 100k, I'd say. Argus was the home world of the Draenei.
Oh.
And which is pretty much the planet that Kil'jaeden like destroyed.
Okay.
So to use as and it's now the Burning Legion like home planet. That's what it is now.
And so what was the whole Emerald Nightmare raid about? Was that about like purging the infection in the place?
I think that was about saving that dude. I forget what his name is.
The tree guy? Malfurion
or
Starwood?
Cenarius or whatever. And Malfurion or something.
Wasn't Cenarius corrupted though?
Well, yeah, no, because he got corrupted by the Emerald Nightmare, and you.
Because I thought he was the second last boss of it, right?
Yeah, no, because he was corrupted by the Emerald Nightmare.
That fight was really shit.
Yeah, it was gay as hell. And pretty much what happens is, you finish that, and you kill the Xavius, who essentially, I don't really know what his game plan was. I don't really understand that part of the story. Xavius, you know the dude in the Emerald Nightmare?
Yeah, he was just trying to like kill
the last boss, right?
Druid god.
Like a druid
no.
too? Yeah.
He was just trying to. He was like a demon that was trying to kill the Druid god or whatever. Who is something? I don't remember his name. But
so there, I guess we had to save him first before we dealt with any of the demon dudes. And then we went to the Halls of Valor for whatever reason. I don't really know because I didn't do that raid. And then you go to Nighthold to help out the Suramar people and kill Gul'dan.
Gul'dan. Illidan.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes. And that's pretty much it. That's all that's happened.
Yep, and apparently, I think Jared said like we're going to like a new. We're gonna fight a planet
we're going to
or
another
something,
planet.
or like a
well,
planet
they opened
too.
up pretty much what happened was at the end of the raid, Tomb of Sargeras.
They go through the hole in the universe to escape that one guy dying. Right?
Oh yeah, pretty much they do something.
And who's that one? Who's the one priest guy?
Velen?
Yeah, Prophet Velen. And he kills the guy.
Yeah.
Who's the guy though?
The dude who gets killed at the end there?
Yeah.
That's Kill Jaden.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we were
So
fighting and died.
how come Illidan got off the hook though?
Well, because technically we have it's kind of like enemy of my enemy, you know?
Sure.
So he's like, he's some super strong dude who pretty much like is the key to beating the Burning Legion. And so that's why they're like, okay, well, we're kind of chill with you now because like we killed you at the Black Temple and now you still want to help us, kind of.
Yeah.
But then they're pissed because they're like, why would they do that? Why would he open up that wormhole to another planet? And well, he would kill every demon. That's his game plan. It's kind of weird, you know. We killed him, and now he's just cool with us. He doesn't even care. He's not even remotely pissed. We just kind of forget about it.
I did not forget, never forget what he has done
Never fight.
to our brethren.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
Illidan shall fall.
Whatever brings him back, you know. He's final raid boss of the first expansion.
Who?
Cool raid too.
Black Temple was pretty neat, yeah. I never actually like did the content. I was like deep into PvP back then. I think I was, yeah. That was in season 3, right? Or season 4? Because I played as like a mage and a rogue during those, and I got glad on both of them. It was great. And then I moved back, and then I became a raider. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost got to level 70 by the end of that expansion, but stopped a few months before Wrath. It took me like years.
To level?
A year, yeah, to get to level 70.
Yeah.
I spent, because when I was doing it, I spent most of my time just walking around and doing shit that I didn't need to anymore. Like I did well, I guess we called it Van Cleef back then, but it, you know, Dead Mines?
Yeah.
I did that like 100 times, man. I don't know why. I just loved that place. And then when I got to Zul'Farrak or whatever, I did that another 100 times. It was just unnecessary waste of time.
Zul'Farrak, huh?
Yeah.
I remember that.
It was a pretty good dungeon. It's pretty fun. And you got the mallet. I remember getting that.
The mallet?
Yeah, the mallet.
The Malibu.
That's where you spawn this big boss with a mallet. You have to do a quest.
Cool.
It was kind of interesting.
I bet it was.
Can't get it anymore though.
Can't get what? Can't get what?
Can't get it anymore.
What?
You know what?
If I did, I would be asking. I'm killing giant octopuses right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. They're so giant that they are the octopus now. Nice.
Are you still playing WoW?
Yeah, I'm doing the Burning Shore stuff. I just did the quest that just opened up. Now I'm heading back to turn it in.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe next week I'll kill Jaden or something.
Hey, maybe.
Curious to know how. I'll probably speak to a friend of mine to see like what I can do to be really good at healing. And then it'll be topping, you know what I'm saying? Top in the charts. The what? The
Hell yeah.
charts. Use trank early in the fight, you know what I'm saying? Boom, and then have 1 to 3 minutes in the fight again. Boom, you know. 2 tranks in one fight. Yeah.
Boom.
Boom. Chakalaka. I'm gonna turn in these auto resources and hopefully I get something good. Probably not though. Nope, got nothing good. Oh, well, that's alright. Oh, I can get this now. Oh, okay, I need to go into them class hall. There's a lot to do in this game though, but I don't usually do like a lot of the extra stuff, so... But yeah, a lot to do.
You might want to try your hand at the Brawlers Guild.
Isn't it just DPS?
Yeah, it's DPS only, sorry.
Dude, you want to know where I quit last time when I stopped playing WoW?
The Brawlers Guild?
No, the fishing legendary.
Yeah,
oh my god, I have that thing.
I know, I got almost all the way through it.
It's the biggest waste of time ever.
Yeah, and I realized, I'm doing the fishing thing.
And then you're like, I'm doing the most boring thing that this game has to offer, and then you like just stop playing.
And then I stopped playing.
Yeah.
But now I've got the greatest fishing rod in the game.
Oh wow, now you can do the thing that bots do all day.
Yeah.
Fish.
Pretty much.
There is no point to fish anymore in the game. Get your own fish for like 1 blood.
The only reason why you would want to fish is because of the turtle. You know, the turtle mount? That mount is sick.
Yeah, but that's random too.
Yeah, it is.
Just like all the RuneScape ones.
Wait, there are turtle mounts in RuneScape?
There's pets.
Oh, can you get some from fishing?
There's some for almost every skill. Like there's a pet link to every single boss, and it's like 1 in 5,000 drop rate.
Holy shit!
Because they're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be something you just get. It's supposed to be something that just happens, and you can't really like grind for it easily.
That's fair.
There's
but
stuff
I guess you fish so much in that game anyways. Like, like it's a reasonable number.
That's on bosses though. It's I
it's
think on monkfish, which is what most people fish, it's like 1 out of. There's a 1 out of 1.4 million chance to get the pet.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
It's not designed. It's not to be designed something that everyone's gonna have.
It's just supposed to be you literally need to be the
yeah. It's
luckiest
not
person
like
on the planet.
It's not like a big thing. It's just a pet.
Yeah, but what happens if you're a completionist and you need that pet?
Oh, then you're gonna grind a lot.
You're a completionist and you need that pet, but at the same time you also are such a completionist they don't want to go do the gay pride parade event. I don't know. I read a post on the r/.
That was a fun week
where he's like I'm a completionist and having me complete a gay pride parade event is not fair.
Yeah, that was a fun week.
What?
There was a gay pride event that they put in RuneScape.
I think people cared way too much about that.
There was a lot of brigading happening that week. That wasn't like just the subreddit.
They weren't trying to shove politics down your throat. They were just trying to keep up with current like issues. It's not a big deal. I don't get why.
Well, gay is still banned in the game, or like it's censored when you type it.
Well, yeah, that's ridiculous. I don't know why that's still there, but I mean,
it's from a 2007 browser game, and they haven't touched any of that stuff.
I mean, you're telling me the people who play RuneScape are gay?
The gayest Pat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why they'd be mad.
They were offended that they were being called out.
That's where all the closet homos go.
You gay, dude?
Yeah. You gay though?
Not ghetto.
Yeah, bro.
Who's
Yeah,
gay?
Yeah.
Not me.
Shit, we was gay and shit.
Oh my god. We was king.
We was king.
Man, I want them to do the Breath of the Wild speedrun already.
Huh? What?
They're supposed to be doing the Breath of the Wild Zelda speedrun next on GDQ.
Wasn't there already one this year?
I don't think so.
This is gonna be the fastest speed run yet. So what is it? What happens with that? Do people just like speed run in front of a bunch of people? Do they stop at some point? Like what happens if they feel like it's a messed up run? Do they restart?
That usually doesn't happen, but if it does, then it's really fucking awkward because there's no one plans around it.
Let me find this one. There's a really good one.
Well, I know. I saw someone was speedrunning a DS game and they were trying to RNG manip, right? And then what happened, Pat? Did they just fuck up on one DS and then the other DS like ran out of batteries or something?
That's it. So this is the prime example of them messing it.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck.
I'll run this over.
What the hell's going on in this?
He's glitching through the game, you know.
Oh.
The run's over.
The glitch is broken.
Man, it's so nice. Now I can actually get into raids and stuff. It's sick.
So what happened after this, though?
Do they just restart? Because he's only at 13 minutes.
No, they usually go.
The problem is that
it depends how long they have, because you can't go over because they've got stuff scheduled.
Oh, okay, yeah. So they have a time.
Typically, so from what I've seen, like they have that expected time, and people usually finish 15 to 20 minutes before that.
You can't skip this cutscene, huh?
What are you watching?
This Kill Jaden cutscene.
Oh, did you kill him?
No, I'm in a pug right now.
Dude, you need to learn that speedrunning glitch to skip that cutscene. Like clicking through the wall or something.
No, you can't, man. I think you probably need to beat it before. Just beat it.
You need the backup strat.
Oh yeah, dude.
Well, this one asks you for Discord, but fuck that.
Discord? Wait, you're playing too?
No, I'm not in it.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to beat it. Just beat it, you know? Yeah.
Fair.
Actually just wants a jacket.
Just jacket.
Aiden
yeah.
left to get food a fucking while ago.
Maybe he got lost.
Yeah, man.
I've been in his house. You can't get lost in his house.
You ever just spend 85k on a battle pet?
Never.
85,000.
85,000, the estimated retail price.
Estimated. Got my mouse. My controller.
Ooh, good video game, Donkey.
Oh, there's a huge upgrade on my.
Man, you know what's the biggest upgrade ever?
What?
It's you, man.
Whoa.
You're the upgrade.
Thanks, man.
Hey, no prob, dude.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Fuck is my guy like this? Well,
y'all kill him?
no, we're currently doing the trash. I'm not sure how this is gonna go.
Okay, I'll be right back real quick.
I think taking germination for this fight is probably a good idea. So,
Probably.
I'm gonna keep it. You know what that is, man? It's like I can cast another rejuve on top of a rejuve, you know what I'm saying?
Is that the mushroom thing?
No, it's like the thing that it's like a dot that just constantly ticks down and whatnot, and you can put two of them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Believe it or not, Atsu, I dabbled in healing once.
Oh yeah.
Actually, twice.
How did you like it?
No.
Yeah.
I'm really bad. I was really bad at Disc Priest. Apparently retards can play Disc Priest, so I guess I'm just really bad.
I see. That's all right. Hey, you know what? It's good to be bad sometimes, you know.
I know that was in WoD though, also.
How many
I was
mods
just
you
trying
got?
to find like what I could play as Druid that wasn't a feral.
Oh.
Because you know, ferals press one button every 30-second glass.
Yeah, I think that changed, didn't it? Like I thought it was like one of the more complex classes to maximize
It is
DPS
complex, but it has a lot of downtime.
I see.
That never changed, I don't think.
That's very interesting. Can't seem to check this person's like gear. Oh, there we go. Wow, 930 heroic warforged. Oh my goodness. This person is gonna smash me. Oh man, 4-piece. Man, this guy, this person is killing it. It's crazy. All right, here we go. Kill Jaden attempt number 6.
Hello? I'm back.
Yeah, man.
Hey.
Yeah, it's gotta taking a while for preparing. It's already been like 3 minutes.
Have you not even pulled them yet?
Yeah, they're just summoning a lot of people.
Oh.
A lot of people getting summoned. A lot of people getting bumming. Max Rose.
So what now?
I'm still just waiting for them to pull.
You guys wanna? Are you guys playing WoW?
No, I don't think
Yeah.
Jared is. I'm playing well.
Well, I'm not doing anything, you know.
We could get Aaron to do like PUBG right now.
If you wanna get PUBG going, let's get PUBG going.
RuneScape close, please. Oh, I played like 8 hours today. Fuck.
What?
Did a
RuneScape?
lot of RuneScape today.
Run
I gotta go change it.
RuneScape? Who's the other here? Alderly? Who the hell is that? Oh, okay, so what they're doing in this group is that they're actually assigning like specific people to soak big ones, so that's good. Technically how you would do it is just have phase 1 and then you would have like specific people just soak the meteor regardless of like whether they're melee or whatever. So basically you say phase 1 these range soak first, you know, and then these range soak next and blah 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 blah. And basically, and you can even modify it even more and make it more specific by saying, hey, you take the one that's on the that's in the front of the room, that you take the one on the left, on the right, you know.
Well, yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, like most of the time, those little swirls need no communication to take. Like people should know whether or not they should.
Oh
be
yeah, I'm
taking
just
them or
saying
not.
like,
If you don't have a debuff, you take it. If you do have a debuff, you don't take it. Now the only thing is who is taking the big swirls? That is the one thing you need an order for.
yep.
Or serious communications. It does make it easier to say, okay, anyone in group 1. Soak the swirls in, let's say, quadrant 1.
Or you could just say the radiator could just say, okay, you're next, hey, okay, you're next, Jared. This is the one you're gonna take, and blah blah blah, and that's it.
Well, yeah.
What happened to this guy? Ooh. Come on. Pull.
Okay, boyos.
Okay, here we go. You ready? Is there a table down? No. Man, mages these days, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't even put tables down anymore, man. What has the world come to?
Hmm.
I don't know what happens in phase... So what happens in phase 3 again? Find Illidan,
We're
right?
playing PUBG.
We're playing?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Are we?
Yeah, sure, why not? Like,
okay.
I'm waiting on you.
What's up?
PUBG, Pat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, website. Oh no. Oh no.
Dark Souls 3.
No, no, no.
What?
Don't open. Don't open the game, please. I'm gonna have to restart my computer if it opens.
What game?
Dark Souls.
Quickly, Jared.
Oh.
Control Shift Escape.
Okay, there we go. Because every time I want to quit that game, I have to turn my computer off.
Can't just hold F4?
It doesn't work. It make it black screens everything.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, it sucks.
Can't just quit the game normally?
No, well, no, I quit before it launched, so we're good. But when I actually
Alright, hold on, I'm gonna grab another beer.
Pat, you've been drinking? Pat can't drive.
I'll drive. Wow, that's my 5th red t-shirt I've got.
What?
I opened a crate. I got another red t-shirt.
Why did that come out of my monitor?
What?
These guys are just repeating the same shit over and over. Nice. It's just...
Oh, did you guys wipe?
We haven't even pulled yet.
Oh.
We're literally just standing here and they just keep on repeating the same thing.
What is happening?
What is happening, dude?
Alright, Pat's on. Let's see. Pat, get on. Or get out of your party. Atsu, do you want to fucking ditch your rig or play some PUBG?
Man, I waited so long. If I go now, it'll be a waste of time.
Jared, I'm playing Destruction Warlock. I want you to know if I come back to WoW.
Oh no.
Not playing Affliction.
Let's look at the top 75 percentile.
Destruction's like slightly above the average, like the center of the pack.
Hold up.
Dude, I've seen some like dude do like crazy. Like this guy's destruction, dude, and he doesn't even need a tank. He just fucking runs and just kills everything because he's doing like 1,000,000 DPS each time. It's crazy.
Yeah, it does a lot of burst.
Yeah, it's just insane.
Well, I mean, they're at the same level of
as demonology. Huh?
And assassin rogues.
Yeah, like it's not an awful one. Like it's not as good as Affliction, but I don't find Affliction fun. Oh, turn off auto matchmaking, Jared.
Why?
Because we don't want the Randy Bobandies.
Well, then we're 3 on 4.
So, Pat, that's how good we are. Plus.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a real thing? Like, we'll put you 3 against other 4 squads?
Yeah. There's no 3s lobby.
I might be able to get off this 4 if you want.
Hold on, I'm talking to. Well, you can try.
Is Wazel coming?
No, I get big slow.
Oh, Dick so.
PUBG. I don't even know if he has the game.
He does have the game.
Yes. Power.
I talk to Bixel about fighting games every once in a while.
Hey, does he just show up, or do you message him?
No, I'll message him if I might watch anything, because he's really like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, like those kind of Tekken, like that kind of fighting games. Which I don't play, but I like to watch. And like I would get into Injustice 2, but I don't have a PS4. I'm waiting for the PC port, if there ever is one.
For what game? Sorry.
Injustice.
Oh yeah.
The Batman fighting one. It looks really cool.
I'm waiting for the PC version.
Yeah, that's what, apparently it's like a long way off.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Have you pulled yet?
PUBG.
Oh, you know, hey, I'm just observing this boss. I'm just drawing out this outline right now. It's so sick. Man. Oh, here we go. There's the ready check. It's gonna happen.
Da-na-na.
Da-na-na.
Oh, here comes the lust.
Da-na-na. Da-na-na.
We don't have that though.
Yeah,
it's just ready.
You have heroism.
Well, I might have someone. So this one. He's not very good either. He hasn't really played this game much.
Well, we're already in the game now.
Yeah, I think the only one of my friends is actually.
Oh, we're in a
good,
game.
Jack.
Yeah, everyone readied up.
Poop.
Jerking off, man.
Jared, how do you feel about the dancing hot dog Snapchat filter?
Dude, I love it.
My hero.
The one in the pool about drowning your demons.
Yeah, I love the one with the shopping cart that drove by and the hot dog stayed with the shopping cart and tracked to it.
Wait, James, do you have your snap map on? Can I see you on snap map?
I don't know, I haven't... what's that?
It's where you can track people.
Yeah.
That's scary.
5.
It's like Pokemon
4,
Go. You can see where your friends are.
2.
That's
1.
Scary.
This battle shall be your last.
You zoom out like when you're you pinch out when you're on the camera.
Yeah, no, that's
Obliteration beckons.
I turned off location servers.
It's not working, Pat.
You might not have the deal downloaded.
I have Snapchat downloaded. I'm on it.
Is it updated? Where do you want to go? We can go this thing.
Well, why are there no clouds?
Because
the hospital is gonna be too hot. We got hit melt of power.
The only place I go with Pat is recycling plant.
No, but we're not hitting recycling now. How do you set that shit off?
What?
With the tracking shit.
I don't know.
What are you talking about? How do you get rid of it?
Snapchat thing?
Yeah.
But how do you get rid of your marker?
Never
just
turn on
right-click
location
it.
surfaces.
You just right click it again on the map. Like you'll have your mouse over it, right click again.
Are we gonna make
I'm
that?
talking in
Yeah.
Snapchat. In Snapchat.
Oh. So it depends what phone you have, first of all.
My
We can make it
Rains upon you.
It's more like a block and a half, actually.
Still you resist.
I don't know we're gonna
Then
make
let
this,
me
honestly.
repay your arrogance.
People are going recycling plant, though.
Obliteration beckons. Consume them all.
I mean, I might be swinging, but I'm gonna make it.
Yeah. You might be fucking rompers or something. I don't know.
I'll be on that swing, so
Who will share your fate?
Oh fuck! There's people coming with us. Are we landing on the roof? All of us? Hey, you can make it to the roof for sure.
I can't.
Obliteration beckons.
Well, Pat, we have to do it together if we are.
Yeah.
We're gonna land before them, so do it.
No.
I'm gonna head to the
your
bar.
right. Over there.
Oh, there's an 16 here too.
Consume them all.
Does anyone see where they landed?
The game feels a lot smoother.
You
I'm dead.
cannot resist your own nature.
Oh, that was.
Alright, now we gotta go avenge Jared, okay?
We got you killed.
It is a valid question.
How did you guys not make it? I jumped.
I made it.
Oh, I was holding W.
James, there's an AK on me.
I already have number 16.
I was holding W mistakenly. I wasn't looking at my aim.
Obliteration beckons. Consume them all.
You got lost in the sauce. Jared, I'm gonna avenge the shit out of you.
That's Tim.
I keep getting stuck in these fence parts. God fucking damn it.
An inevitable fate.
Pat, why are you still up there?
I got stuck.
Who will save you now? Who will share your fate?
Where are they, guys?
They're out in the field. Go shoot. Can't shoot through fences, apparently.
So that's that blood splatter.
Death reigns
Who
upon
are these
you.
people? Why are there people over there?
Consume
Get it,
them
guys.
all.
20 points. 20 more times. Let's go.
We weren't last.
An inevitable fate.
Alright, let's win the next one. That was just a quick start to get back in the action.
Face your destiny. Obliteration
How's the
beckons.
fight coming?
Oh, it's dead. Just now. The last
Killed
tank
it?
died. No, the last tank died. That was that. All tanks are dead.
Fall, hero. An inevitable fall before you. Consume them all.
I did a lot of healing, but I feel like that amount of healing is not really worthwhile. So I
I'd say
haven't.
human swastika.
Insolent
The thing
mortals.
that people do in this.
Your fate
Stop
was
moving, stop
sealed the
moving.
moment you stepped into the nether.
Pat, guys, get over here and help with the human swastika, Pat.
Dude, no, I'm gonna miss that.
Together we can do it.
Dude, that guy's going the wrong way. Come on.
The other side. Yeah. Pat, you fucked it up.
No, I did. I fixed it.
You moved to the wrong side.
What are you doing now?
Built to power. Did somebody say shit town?
Where are we actually going?
Shit town? Shit town?
Was it what's shit town?
Jump down,
Oh.
shit town?
Character models in this game have good butts.
Yeah. I just wish they had like a cosmetic that's just poopy pants. Like
you
just
shit
under with a
yourself?
shit stain on the back of it.
Well, we wiped, but I was the top druid healer, so that was good.
How many druids are in your raid at to? 1?
2.
Got it. Yeah, got him. Yeah,
2. You know, top.
No, that's a lie.
No, it's true.
No,
It's true.
there's also UAZ in the north on the road.
Do we got boys? Boy patrol?
Jared, where are you going?
Yes, yeah, the
look,
voice
it's a shack.
It's the nut shack. That was the worst meme.
Landed on
this
a
year.
assault rifle.
What?
It's the nut shack memes.
What?
What was that?
Is that a thing?
The fucking like with the theme song for the show.
Oh look,
like
they
the
changed the
nut
fuckboy shacks.
So yeah, some of them are wooden, and you can just.
They're really fun to run over with cars.
But every time I see them, they just end up having already been run over by or been destroyed by the red circle.
Oh, that one you can't break. Jesus.
No, only the wooden ones you can break.
Yeah.
Jared's got his whip. Jared's got his nay.
Alright,
I'm driving.
I have a bunch of gun attachments and no guns.
I landed on a scar.
Fucking Pat. Never mind. I found a choke. Okay, we're good.
Your shotgun.
Yeah, I found a choke daddy.
Choke.
I'm telling Steph you said that. He's like, yeah, that's something Jared would say.
You know where that's
there's
from.
There's a UMP in this building.
Ooh, dibs.
Is that really easy? You're the thing to do.
It's more fun. Oh, with this, it's a handgun suppressor on top of it. I got so hyped.
No, I got hyped too. I probably taken it if it had been
Also, the burst on the UMP is prime, Pat.
Is it good?
Oh yeah, it's like it makes the UMP a decent mid-range gun now.
I mean, could you not just burst before it? Or just, I guess it's easy.
It's a lot easier. Oh, we're in the zone. Hey, you guys want to go like north to
I mean, we gotta go somewhere.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah.
I'm driving. Get out of the fucking driver's seat. Thank you.
Pat, come on.
There's a dude driving. There's a dude on a motorcycle. That's what I was thinking. Like cheeky.
Alright, looks like we're gonna take a car chase. Which way do they go?
They're gone.
They ain't gone until I say they're gone.
They're going east. Yeah, you like that? I like how you ragdoll when you switch weapons in the car.
Oh my god, you do.
Every time you switch, it lags. Lags me. It lags my driving. Stop switching, please.
Oh, hey, Pat.
You gonna don't hit that tree.
Don't hit the nut shack. I have 0 healing too.
I have 5 bandies.
Country road. Take
You
me
wanna
home.
do this or just go straight? Now we're going straight.
West Virginia.
I don't like that you lean out of the car. I'd rather just shoot from inside the car.
Oh, like here?
God.
Yeah.
Raid group is full.
Yeah, I think it's easier to shoot your friends though.
Yeah, I guess if you have multiple people in the car. Ooh, is there a drop?
It's full of mood guard people, dude.
Just drift around and fall
Our
in
peers.
You can catch the drop.
Oh!
Well,
so what you can do is you can catch the drop on the hood of the UAZ and drive away with it.
You want to try and do that, Jared?
Yeah,
Get
but you're
some
gonna have
mobile
to
cover.
I mean, there could be people around.
Yeah, us.
But why does it hide out in these houses to the left?
I don't have a weapon. Who wants to take cover in
Yeah,
this
dude,
house
Do
here?
you want a shotgun then, Jared?
No, I don't need it. I got a pistol.
I don't have a weapon.
Go scoop the drop.
You'll get it to land on the car. Scoop it up.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's right above. It's by the tree.
Oh, this is right next to us.
Tree by the road. Tree by the road.
Yeah, it's right
To your
behind
right.
you.
No, not that one. The other one.
Yeah, it's your right. See it?
Here?
Scoop it. Yeah.
Forward to the right. To the right. To the
Oh,
right.
you missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What is it?
Oh, thank God, I'm 24. Anyone got 8 times?
No, we don't. Let's loot this place and then just fuck off to somewhere else, I guess.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna look inside for.
Okay, cool. I don't have any sights.
There's a 4 times here.
Yeah, give him the 4 times. I understand.
Yeah, there's one on the ground floor in there, Jared.
Thank you.
See, everything's solved now.
I'm extending that for you.
Oh, I keep finding handgun suppressors.
Nice.
Fuck.
People.
Where?
Boys.
Let's fuck him up. The shotgun.
It's one guy.
You knocked him out.
I killed him.
Hey guys, we got a free DOS.
Dibs on his loot.
Why is the smoke still there?
It stays there for a while. It's an instant fade. Now let's DOS on out of here.
I feel bad for that guy.
I shot him in the.
No, I just like scoot around and get all like the little towns around here. Ooh, hold on.
Yeah.
It's probably better just to go to the city.
Oh yes, no, go to the city. Go to Yas.
There's probably already people in there.
I need to go with you. Oh, no.
Have you been? Oh wait, there's a bike out there. Have you been wiping Atsu?
We only did one attempt so far.
Still left here.
Only one bullet. It's been like 30
They're
minutes.
guaranteed looted if people have been here.
Yeah.
Like these ones?
Yeah, these ones. Yeah.
Will save us.
Yeah, this is how I usually like to loot through this place.
Yeah, this place is good.
That's what I'm saying. Hopefully there's much nice stuff. This is the police station. I usually try to land on one of these. Also, just pistols down here.
Yeah.
Does it look looted?
A little. Oh, never mind, there's a scar here. More handgun ammo.
Do you see a helmet or I got a backpack? I can still use a helmet.
There's a vector up here, Pat.
I'm good. I've got SK12.
Oh, I'll
and,
take that.
a scar. I need a sight. Or no, I didn't get it.
5.
I have a spare red dot if you need one.
3.
Oh, can I take
2,
a red dot?
1.
Yeah.
It is a simple matter to show courage against my minions. Can you face the shadows within your own souls as brave?
West Virginia.
Obliteration beckons.
I don't know an extended SMG mag.
I have one of my yellow.
You wish. It's your vector. Dude, I don't think you can make that shot.
It's probably better on you, Jared, if you want.
What?
The Extendo Omega.
No, it's yours. I got a sniper.
Yeah, but what if they rush you? Everyone's gotta have a good 5 seconds.
Like the vector is useless without it.
I mean, if you're really down to give it up, that's for sure.
Bane's back.
Hey, down.
I don't think this is looted.
James, you want to take second floor? I'll take roof and top floor.
So I get 1 floor?
Fall before your master.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Whatever. Does anyone not have a gun? There's an M16
An
here.
inevitable fate.
I have a scar, I just don't have a lot of ammo.
You have a good meal?
I need a
Obliteration
2x or something.
beckons.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, there's an M16 on the roof for you.
I've got a compensator for
Still you resist. Then let me repay your arrogance. Death reigns upon. Consume them all.
Alright, so what are you doing now in Tomb?
I'm doing a pug.
For Kill Jaden?
Yeah.
You stuck around?
No, I'm doing a different one. This is Moonguard shit, dude. You won't understand, okay?
Yo, we should all make characters on Moonguard and get really immersed.
I've already been through this with Chase. Nothing will trump that experience.
Was it actually good?
It was hilarious.
What happened?
We installed the add-on and everything.
Oh my god.
Moonguard?
Moonguard is the fucking really like weird role-playing server in WoW, where all like the herb fags go. The electronic role-playing people.
Consume them all.
That you told me they don't go to GTA.
Yeah, those people are funny.
Wait, what's GTA RP?
It's like an actual roleplay thing with mod that people play. It's popular on Twitch.
Didn't they ban it? Didn't they ban the mods?
Huh?
No, they unbanned them.
You cannot resist your own nature.
One of you guys should take my spare med kit.
We should do some GTA RP.
It's pretty cool.
I think it's much more fun to watch someone do that than actually do it yourself.
I can become a criminal mastermind.
Jared, come over here. Jared, that whole building's lit.
Oh, I get locked up.
Jared, I'll put some stuff on the ground here for you. Stuff for you.
More care package?
Care package.
Oh, thank you. I already have a med kit though.
Obliteration beckons.
I don't have my
Consume them
vector
all.
anymore. I picked up.
Oh my god, Jared.
I'm going back up. I'm going back up.
I dropped the extended mag in the stock.
Anyone want a AR compensator?
I have a flash hider. I'll stay.
It's better, man. It reduces your recoil.
Yeah, but they can't
For
see
your
me.
master. Who will share your
I have
fate?
car bullet loops. Does that work on M249?
What?
I got like something like that.
Wait, how'd you guys get an M249?
An M24, that's what I'm asking. Sorry.
M24,
Oh, I've got the M2.
Obliteration an inevitable
I've got a
fate.
flash hider and
Boys, I got.
Consume them all.
I can see the whole town from up here.
Alright, so if I'm about to run into someone and you don't tell me, then it's your fault if I die. Oh! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
What was that?
Are you actually shooting at a person?
They're shooting at me.
Level 2
You
just on
cannot resist your own. Obliteration beckons.
This is insane.
Where?
Should we go back for the old DOS, boys?
Like this shack here?
We want to chill in here.
It's almost out of ammo.
Hero.
What is you mean, driving ammo?
Or it's out of gas, sorry. Yeah, driving
Oh,
ammo.
it's out of-
Driving
The
ammo.
wheels are out of ammo.
Driving.
Fall.
It's like wiper fluid.
That's the perfect.
Fall
perfect
before
thing
you
to
consume
say.
them
That's what I'm
all.
gonna say from now on. Who's finding driving ammo?
Obliteration beckons.
Yeah, it was Jared shooting at me.
No, not the recent ones, I guess.
I found more bullet loops for the car. I got 2.
A meaningless struggle.
Jump down and say some fucking I'm
Azeroth
gay.
shall fall to
Oh,
the
synchronized
burning
patch.
legion.
Whatever happened to that girl? iDubbbz.
He still makes videos.
He died of cancer. He gave himself it.
My favorite thing is
There's a pan in here. Pat.
he had an unboxing video where he does the fan mail.
The fan mail unboxings are amazing.
Yeah,
It was making me
it's-
throw up a little.
Those are the
So-
best videos.
Someone just sent him a Game Boy Advance SP and he opens it up and it says the N-word just written in Sharpie on the screen.
The hell?
He's like, oh, this is kind of cool, and then he opens it up.
Oh, car driving in town.
Oh.
They're southeast of us or something.
Yeah.
Oh, the door on this 3 stories open.
Yeah, I saw you jump off of it.
Oh. Why didn't you fucking say
That would
anything?
have been very useful.
Maybe I thought it was a bomb. Like, I thought it was a glitch. I didn't think someone would jump off of it.
Well, James did say jump off and say some gay shit.
This makes me extremely apprehensive of actually doing anything now.
Well, I think you got in that car.
I'll bait out the shots, boys. I'm just running around.
These are all looted.
What was that sound, Jared? Was that you drinking sody? Or is that you just making like static radio sounds?
I don't know what that is.
Fuck, even he doesn't.
There's a dossier right here.
360, no scope.
Fuck.
Is that you?
Yeah. I had to no scope.
Oh, Jared, you like this? Oh, wait, can we get in the spot?
There's a dossier over here.
Like parked back there?
Yeah.
It's probably there's people probably holding
No,
on
it's
to
a
their story.
US. Yeah.
Boys, you want to clear? You want to clear out this bitch building?
I feel like it's a good one-way death ticket. So yes.
If we die, we just start eating.
I don't know, boys. Is it worth risking it?
Yeah. These kids.
You gotta crouch walk in, boys. Come on, we're part of SWAT now. Left, clear. Do you want to clear across from us, or you just want to go up the stairs? Holy fuck, my game just lagged.
Oh, vertical foregrip. Cool.
Come on, we're pushing up the stairs, Pat. This door, come on, let's go. Left clear.
In most cases, they'd be on
right
the
clear.
top floor. This room here, clear.
We haven't heard them move, so I don't think.
What if they're just actually hear us and they're just playing the sound like in every CS:GO game? You guys hear a shot?
Yeah. Wasn't us.
Was that?
It sounds like it's the building right beside us.
Was it at us?
I don't think so.
I don't think they know we're in here.
They definitely heard us. No way.
Yeah, we were making.
Oh, there's a guy.
Where's he at?
East 3.
Oh, that building.
Yeah.
Oh, the police building?
No, the 3-story right beside us. Oh, one in the very north building, top floor. Knocked him down.
Oh, I don't know what the very north building.
No,
is.
east.
The very north window on the west side of the building.
Okay.
His friend's picking him up too.
Oh, I see where you're shooting at. Alright,
yeah,
boys.
they're in that room. They're in that room.
This is called the grenade of the century.
I have one too.
Oh, right in.
Did you get it? Oh, he was right beside it.
He was right beside it. That's BS.
See if I can get in there.
Guys, we gotta make this jump. We gotta make this jump.
I'm on the windowsill. I don't think you can make that, James.
Fuck, I need to. It's integral to the mission.
How did he not get down by that? That's ridiculous.
He was like away from the grenade a little.
Grenade range isn't.
They gotta be hurt though. I mean, like, come on.
They could have meds.
Top floor.
By the door?
Stairwell. I hit him twice.
There's a guy still in that.
Down one.
Where?
One's still top floor, left bottom windows.
Like bottom
floor. He's going to get
windows?
his friend. He's coming upstairs.
Fuck, boys. All right, you keep him pinned on there. I'm gonna.
I'll back Jared up. I'll back Jared up. We got the SMG,
boys.
SMG squad. Jared, look at our guns.
All right,
We're meant for this.
Right. Keep him pinned. Keep some
Just
fire
keep
on.
shooting like there's 3, and then take out your other gun and shoot them too.
Well, I'm about to run out of ammo.
This door. Go out this door. Yes, Jared. Yes.
Keep some fire, dude. Distract them. So
Keep
they
shooting.
Can't hear.
Keep shooting, Patch. Keep shooting.
Hold control, hold control.
I am. I gotta stock him with this 9mm.
Oh, I wasn't in full auto. Oh, no, I was in burst. Well, that was the most disappointing end. He was backed into a corner, James. James!
No.
James, where is he?
They're in this. Two of them are in the stairwell by me.
Knocked one out.
Push him back, push him, he's there.
Oh, I clicked.
Move,
I
Pat, move! Fucking Pat.
Did you not get him?
No,
it's on your right.
You fucking blocked me. I couldn't get up the stairs because you were in the fucking way.
Save him.
There's more footsteps. James.
Oh my god! How do you miss that?
Quick, you gotta like eat a bandage as soon as you get up or something. He had 8 times.
Yeah, do you have the first aid?
Jared had a med kit on him. You can take that.
Where is he?
Right here.
Take my sniper.
Alright, got it. And I have an 8 times for it now.
Live in my memory. My sacrifice.
Why are we still here? Alright, we should get in the zone, Pat.
I'm just seeing what these guys have.
Yo, Aiden.
I need some 5.56 too.
Yo, Aiden.
What's up?
What are you up to?
There's up here. There's on this guy.
I'm watching the last episode of Dragon Ball.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I'm so far.
The last episode, what?
The latest episode.
I was gonna say, wow, it's already over?
Yeah, the show's done, man.
Do you want to join with this KJ thing?
Nah.
No? Alright, that's fine.
Yeah, I know you're probably gonna get it if you like
You gotta run straight to our
yeah.
Dacia.
Huh?
You gotta run to our Dacia. We got 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, true.
I'm gonna painkiller.
Pat, I have 5 painkillers, 6 energy drinks if you need
Let's
one.
go. Where's our Dacia?
North of the administrative building. Like the one with the columns in the 2nd story and everything.
Spooky house.
Yeah, spooky house. Pat, you get to be the wheel. Pat's been drinking though. No. Oh, no. No. You got any more ammo for your car? Just get us out of here, Pat. Pat. No, Pat!
You got it, dude. This thing's fast as shit.
Maybe we should get on like here on blue.
Yeah.
Like edge the zone and stay by like the big giant pieces of cover.
Where are you?
Just by this power thing to the right.
I mean, should dish the Dacia somewhere else?
No, just like stand it. Doesn't matter.
Well, if you see the Dacia right there, they're gonna run back there. Shots though.
Yeah, we just gotta let's run north of the hill.
Oh.
Crest the hill, Pat. Crest the hill.
Jeez. Come on, let me have a drink. James, I also have a flash hider and send it back for you.
Oh, for the sniper?
Yeah.
Oh, Yastos. Nice, dude. That was a quick draw.
Was it?
Yeah.
Either way, doesn't matter. That's south. I don't know a whole ton of cover over here, James.
Oh, there's a bunch of rocks right here. We're good.
Fights on the south, fights up there.
Just keep running along the blue line. I'm gonna boost again. Only 13 left, holy shit.
Yeah, no.
We fucked around in that town for a really long time.
Yeah, this game moves really fast. Weird.
Oh, there's a car right here, Pat. There's a UAZ like 2 feet ahead of us.
There's a fight up here.
Yeah.
What's that?
Those are the people fighting. Get behind the car, probably. Just hide behind it, ambush them.
I don't have this. I don't have the shoot. They can just shoot off the car.
How's the raid going, Atsu?
We're gonna move in a second, James.
They kicked me because they thought that I was bad, even though I was doing everything.
What the
It's
hell,
alright though.
man?
Yeah, it's okay. Those moon god people, you know, they were probably RPing, you know.
They're RPing too hard.
Yeah, man. It's called Maso.
Oh, Pat, I see them straight to the south. One guy on the rocks.
It's RP.
Like straight south from me. You see him?
Oh my god, I see him.
Pat, south!
You're right,
Pat, straight south! Dead.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Pat. Fucking freaked me out.
You were about to run right
I was
into
looking in the
that.
wrong direction. New suppressor.
We're in the zone right now, Pat. You're not in the zone.
Yeah, that's good. I'm not.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, is it? Let's be a bit proactive here, Pat. Pat, come over here.
So it's gonna be a constant shoot.
Heroic Nighthold.
What?
Pat, there's a car over here?
We're doing heroic.
I got
SPS.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
no, like,
that is not,
like an actual
not on
UAZ
anymore.
right here. Right in front of me.
The
I
tractor
don't see
is
anyone
gone.
around
Oh no,
it, though.
he's on. He's not there.
We gotta make a move soon.
Salute this guy.
There's a car down there.
Yep, there's 2 cars.
That's a spawned car there.
What up, boys?
So we're looking straight at this guy.
Line up.
I'm probably gonna move down this tree. Right here on the circle.
What are you guys up to?
PUBG, last 7 people right now.
Nice.
The squad game.
James, I'm gonna move in now.
Fuck, there's probably people down that hill, isn't there?
There's a car there.
So I'm
Get
in
in
the zone.
it.
Sit in the back seat.
Get in the car and bait out a shitload of shots so you can figure out where they're at.
I feel like there aren't people to my right.
There could be
because
guys
we
in that
can't
blue
go
house. It's very
yeah,
likely.
yeah, it's probably the blue house. Six people alive, Pat.
I'll be back.
So that means it's us and another squad, probably.
Potentially. Could not be that. Oh, definitely not us and another.
So when you get fell claws, it's just going to be stacking on you. You want to taunt F5.
Okay.
At this time, healers focus your tank that are accumulating the fell claws. They're taking some serious kind of damage. So you're going to tank the boss around the skull marker. Rage should be stacked behind the boss most of the time. You're going to be running in and out for like some different abilities. I'm going to speak to Singularity first. Singularity is an purple orb that drops from the sky, creates a purple splash on the ground. If you're in that splash, you will insta-die. The first time it comes out, it is it's guaranteed where it's coming. And if you're looking at the center of the room right now, it comes directly in the center of the room. So at that time, I'm going to call singularity, and everybody form around that circle, but don't be in it or you will die. What singularity does is once it hits, it does a knockback. So it's your Gold Daddy ability for new kill Jaden, right? You're going to get pushed back and then you just get back doing what you were doing. What's our orange rings called, Soki? I don't remember. Throughout like most of the phases, there's going to be this big orange ring that you get around you. Occasionally, DBM will tell you, but you need to get out. You just run them out to the sides of the room. They don't do that much damage, but spread them out, let explode, get back to what you're doing. I think those abilities I just described and the tanking is all you really need for this, like general. So the whole key to downing this boss is Armageddon soaking. I don't know how many people we have in raid, but we typically get one Armageddon per 3 people. So whatever that is. And there's going to be a big one. So that's why you need the soakers, and I'll set the group in a second for
So
rotation on that.
There should be 6 then.
Okay. So we'll get 1 large and then 5 small. Everybody can soak the small. Ideally, you don't want to do it 2 times in a row. But if you have to, because it would be missed, then you can do it. You're just taking additional damage. You get a dot. Killers have to be mindful of that. Big Armageddon does huge damage. Will wipe out a lot of people if it's not gotten. You're gonna have to see it a couple times to feel it out. But is fail in Discord? Can you link that Discord and we got to get these people in here?
Havoc Demon Hunters have a immune to damage, but it's on a 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah, Netherwalk lasts 5 seconds and it's 2 minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Theo, are you in Discord yet?
Okay, all I know is I'm supposed to soak something.
Is Honey J in Discord? Hang on, that's expired. I just copied that one. Lynn, is that you that said about soaking?
Yes.
I don't
My
think it
my character's Chucklin.
Oh, Chucklin, okay.
And
Probably
yes,
just
I'm Lynn.
Oh wow. Probably just have you on backup. These people need to get in Discord.
Well, you asked for a pally. I'm a pally.
They found some other
Yeah,
people.
we're gonna need multiple. We're gonna need a bunch.
Honey, have you made it in? Fail, have you made it in?
Honey said he was in.
Oh, Huntington.
Yeah. I don't know the other one. Honey said he was in.
Honey, you could be on first soak. Do you hear me? Okay, good. You're making progress. Fail, are you here? So this is raid leader's call. You got to tell people get in or just get out. Like, kick them.
All right. I think Fail was trying to get in. Who else is not in?
How many you got in there? Let's see. Counted 18. I don't know if I'm correct. I think it's just Faye.
Yep, because we have 19 in group.
Hang on, let me look them up.
There they are.
Oh, wait. Yep.
Should be everybody then.
Fail, have you done this fight? Fail, have you done Kill Jaden before? Yeah, that's what we're trying to establish, yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
This is Fail.
This is Fayo.
Okay, cool. Have you done Kill Jaden before?
Nope, but most other fights in the game, so
Okay,
which one is he most like?
1 second.
All of them combined.
Pally 10, are you familiar with soaking? Okay, I'm going to put you position 2. Drew, are you familiar with soaking?
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times a couple weeks ago. So I'm not
Okay.
new, but I'm not great.
Okay, so you may or may not need to soak. I'll try to keep it in check. My DPS is going to be low, but it's kind of learning anyway. But I'll try to be coordinating who's when, right? So I put the markers up around the room, guys. They're good for a couple points of reference. Remember, we talked to that singularity where the ball drops and you got to get around the semicircle there without standing in it for your knockback. Throughout the rest of the fight, singularity will come out. It can go to center, usually doesn't, and it'll usually go on one of the markers. It's kind of going to be transparent to you in normal. Heroic's much different, but in normal, since we're mainly stacked as a group in the center, we won't get knocked off the edge when we get knocked back. So you don't really need to know where it is, but kind of. We'll talk about it as it goes. So what I think we should do now is just try to get a couple pulls in, and just to get the feeling, it will be a wipe. If you can't take the wipe, get out now. It's a learning group. And just to get a feel for it, and we'll go from there. Like I said, everybody needs a soak. Small Armageddons. Don't soak too unless you have to, because somebody's gonna miss. There's one thing that we'll probably see right off the bat. I'm really bad with ability names, but like a copy of somebody is going to be made, like an apparition or something. And what's that called?
Shoot. Oh god. What's it called? It's in here somewhere. It's not in the first phase, but there's one. It's only 3 of them. Shadow
Anyway,
Reflection. There it is, Shadow Reflection.
there you go. So just, it's all the more reason to be stacked. You want that shadow reflection in with the group so it can be quickly taken down. Does lots of damage. All right.
Do they need to be tanked?
No.
Okay. And I'm assuming we're facing him away from the group?
Facing away from the group. Yep.
Okay.
So let's just go and have fun with this. Get as far as you can. We can speak to other things as they happen, but it's just good practice.
Check your flasks too.
Oh my God, I didn't go to the store before I came here. I have 2 pieces of food. That's right.
I can drop another feast in a little bit if you need it.
Yeah, don't do it right now though. Was everybody ready?
Yep.
All right, you guys can count down.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It is a simple matter to show courage against my minions. Can you face the shadows within your own souls?
Armageddon in 1.
Death
Honey, that's you.
rains upon you.
See these little ones? They gotta be soaked. Stand in it. No, don't turtle.
No.
Who's that turtle?
Only turtle for the big one, right?
That was me.
Yeah. Only turtle the big one.
Yeah, because the impact damage isn't purchased to the dot, and that doesn't even mean that it's purchased, but you can do that.
Should all kind of be stacked up behind the boss, and Druids at fluorescence.
Who will save you now?
Here's a singularity. Get around the circle. Don't be in the center. Don't be in the center.
Obliteration
Armageddon
beckons.
in 7.
One of the
It's there right now. Sorry.
I got it.
Okay, Pally, you missed that one.
I have no idea what I did wrong. I was not in the middle of the circle.
You got out of it wrong, or too early, I think. If you were in it, you got out of it too early.
Still
You have to wait for it
resist.
to explode
Then
and get the
let me
debuff.
repay your
Okay, here's
arrogance.
intermission, guys. You can't really do much.
Obliteration
Armageddon,
consume them
get
all.
it, and run those circles out, remember? Those are the big orange circles we talked about. And then soak as well.
An inevitable fate.
I'll do. Yeah.
Somebody's gonna get targeted with a
Who
arrow.
will share
Big
You
beam of
want
death. Everybody
conga
soak.
line.
Yep.
Conga line. Stop
fall?
moving, arrow man. Yes, so somebody gets the arrow, and then everybody just does a conga 5 yards apart.
Obliteration who will
Comes
share
soaks again.
your fate?
Oh, this is mine. Shit.
Fall here.
Actually, the 5 yards apart thing only matters in heroic.
Yeah, I know. It's just habit, right?
Yeah, fair enough. I feel you.
Consume them all.
Okay, so this is where you stack back up behind the boss. This is where apparitions are coming
I
out.
sense the
I believe.
corruption.
Yeah, it's everything that's happened
There it
up
is,
to,
see it?
everything up to this
Get
point.
on the boss.
So what do I do?
Get behind the boss. Behind the boss. Close, close. And that's, see, now there's one behind the group. And that's because Evil Chipmunk was not stacked behind the
I
boss.
kept asking what to do, and I
Oh,
was
it's
Everybody,
okay.
just,
It's
it's,
okay.
it's fine. It's what we learn. We just clump them all together.
Yeah, I'm just saying for an example. I'm not calling you out. Because you can't move it once it's fixed. So that's why that time you stack
Yeah.
behind the
And
boss.
every cast they buff another one that's near them, and so if we clump them together, we gotta kill them fast.
Mhm.
Obliteration beckons.
So
Consume
in that
them
case,
all.
if it were like a real serious pull, everyone would have had to turn and single that one down,
Insolent
and then go back to
mortals.
cleaving
Your
everybody
fate
else.
was sealed the moment you stepped
Okay,
into
I
the
have a question.
nether.
This is
Sure.
BT, the tank. I got knocked off the bridge for the first singularity, I guess it was.
Okay. So you're too far away.
Too far away. Okay.
Yeah. You got to switch up.
Okay, I'm gonna watch the video because I was halfway through it because I will work better that way. So I'm gonna mute Discord for just a second. Drew has his on.
Another thing is, if you're going to get knocked back, one way to keep yourself safe if you're close is to stick your butt pointed to one of these corners where that's marked, and you'll
Yeah,
get
makes
knocked
sense.
into the corner instead.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you don't drop through, see?
Okay, when you said get out of the circle, or don't be in the center, you said.
Yeah.
Did you just mean that small circle in the center, or did you
Yeah,
mean
you
the
see
entire
how
circle?
you see how there's the 4 diamond points staring at it? So then that small circle, that's where you want to be on the edge of. You just don't want to step your toe over it into the light green.
Oh, see, I was all the way. I thought you meant outside the circle, and I got outside
the
the big circle.
big circle. Okay,
That's why I
yeah.
got knocked off. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you
No
want to be as
problem.
close as possible without being directly underneath of it.
Okay.
Any other questions? There's a lot to see right there, so.
Would you like that feast now?
No, we're not there. I don't want you to waste it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know.
Groken could probably share some food with me. Hello?
What'd you say?
You got any food on you? He's probably rolling his eyes. Every time we go somewhere, I'm like, can you go get me some augment rune?
I've got plenty, so there's a feast now.
Okay, thanks. I just feel like it's a waste for this right now.
It's all right.
Did every speak to the arrow? I call it the conga line time. So the person that gets targeted, face the boss. The boss is in the air, just face the boss, stand still. It's our responsibility to get in front of you or behind you in a single file line. And then we all soak that red beam together.
So in front or behind both of us.
Yes.
Okay.
As long as you're in the line of fire, of course.
Okay, so we can try again. I might call things like a little incorrectly, but I'll correct myself as we go.
No worries. I appreciate the help, by the way.
No problem.
I have 2 blessings of wisdom on me right now. Would that be better for someone else?
Share that wisdom, love. Now, if I was on my Resto Druid and I got 2, I probably wouldn't say anything.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
doubt
I'm
it would
serious.
be useful.
Okay, well this is weird,
they
but I
don't
still
count.
have my stupid heal bot thing up, and so I can't see the group. So tell me which healer to put it on, and I will put the wisdom on them. I'm the one who put the second one on Rashi accidentally.
I would give it to the Resto Shaman or Druid.
Yeah, what's the person's name?
Haroon.
I'm having to find them in
Haroon.
here.
Group 3 Haroon.
Okay, thanks.
Lynn, if you have your Healbot up, you should be able to right click on it and select multiple groups, and it'll pull up everybody.
Okay, I have everybody showing. I just can't select them. Whenever I click on one, it tries to heal them. That's why I'm
Oh,
sending
okay.
out heals. I'll get it fixed later, or I'll just, I was planning on healing, so that's why it's stuck there right now. I'd have to relog and take it off.
So you can disable it in add-ons and then reload your screen and you'll be fine.
Okay, well, I'll do that after this fight. It should be fine.
green board?
Just waiting on Monk. She's still watching the video.
Oh.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm gonna do that then. Okay. How do I reload the UI?
Reload.
/ reload.
I didn't mean to whisper that to you. Wrong one.
Well, did you disable Healbot?
Yes, and unfortunately now all I see is myself and I don't see any group at all. This thing is totally screwing me up. It's why I had it disabled last time I was trying to heal, because I never restarted it again.
You know what's some crazy stuff in real life? I just started having an asthma attack. And I have to open up a new inhaler. And I got to fight with the packaging. It's like, does that even make sense?
It seemed very counterproductive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's good for somebody that can't really breathe.
I think they'd be rather focusing on, trying to breathe.
You will likely survive.
Yeah, third phase is going to be fun.
Well, most likely.
That's the word we're using.
Fun.
What, the dark phase?
Wait, you're healing now, Monk?
No, I got a relic.
Outlook is certain. Certain death.
And it's useless on balance, but really great on Resto.
Okay.
And why not?
I'll be ready as soon as I switch specs.
All right, just say when.
It did for her.
Right.
Let me confer with my sources.
When?
Tick.
No.
Tick whenever you're ready.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This battle shall be your last. Obliteration
Again, coming up.
beckons.
Honey, is that yours? In the back?
There's one back here next to me.
An inevitable fate.
Get behind the bus.
Damn it, try and see that.
Can't mean you on the opposite sides of horse with getting close.
Barkus, or the. It's just really close to the edge.
Fall before your master.
Here's your singularity. Get around the circle. Around the middle circle. boss back by Skull.
Rains upon you.
This is Pally 10.
The other tank can't be in front.
Yeah, turn, yeah.
Still you resist. Then let me repay your
Yeah, like Silky said, the other tank cannot be in front. Or he's getting stacks too. So he can't be like
obliteration.
cut to the sky,
Consume them
side
all.
right.
Yeah, I didn't hear that until Tick mentioned it a minute ago.
We just got that so.
Who will share your fate? Death rains upon you. Who will share your fate?
Alright, so Jelly got that one.
Really good this time around.
Consume them all.
Get those out. Get behind the boss.
Remember the shadow reflections when they come up. Stack them all together right behind the boss.
Right on the boss.
Give in to your fears, your desires.
Oh, here they are.
Isn't this normally when we pull hero?
Yeah. Turn that boss around.
It's fine, we can use it in third phase.
Turn the boss around. So the people that got fell clothes. Gripping that you.
Them all. Fall, hero.
Good job. Behind the boss. Singularity's coming right
Save
now.
you now.
You're okay, just be
Who
behind the
will
boss.
share your fate?
Five blue.
I'm probably gonna get disconnected. Yep, there we go. I just got disconnected.
Death rains upon you.
That's Honey J.
Consume them all. Fall.
Nice.
hero.
Nice push on trying to get that back one. So close. Can you turn the boss around?
What kind of radius does the Fell Claws have?
You cannot resist your own. Death rains upon you.
Pally 10, this is your one over.
An inevitable fate.
Take his ass down.
Same with our team. No one got into the little ones. They were too busy with
An
the ads.
inevitable fate.
Yeah.
Fall before consume them all. An inevitable fate. Obliteration beckons.
So we basically need to turn him 90 degrees.
Just have him like
Insolent mortals.
take him on the skull,
Your fate
or even
was
a little
sealed
bit
the
more towards the
moment you
center of the
stepped
room,
into the nether.
and just keep him always facing the vortex or whatever over there. Cyclone-looking thing.
Okay, so we just need to run in and out when we talk.
I don't know. I don't know. Silky, talk to it. I don't know how to tank. What do you do?
When you're tanking him, you want him faced completely away from the raid. The
Interfere.
furthest you want to turn him is towards one of the world markers that are in the corners. That's it. You don't want him turned any further than that.
Right. That's what I suggested, because we can't stack. So either we have to move in and move out, or just do like 90 degrees between the two markers on the corners.
When I tanked, I just ran out of. When I tanked, we did the swap. I just ran out of there and I tried to get to the big one before anybody else did. As tanked.
The big Armageddon.
Yep. Because tanks can survive that extremely easy. Just pop at the fence and get in, and it's all over with. And then you can go back and taunt. I mean, I don't stick around the boss. I just wait till the other tank gets his 5 stacks. And I'll go in and I'll taunt, and then he can do whatever he wants.
Okay.
It's fun to cut them off at the knees.
And this might be my last one.
Okay. It's getting late, so.
Yeah.
So really try to just clean up everything that we've seen. Try to get you to the next phase. Go into the darkness. It's fun. Try to get you there.
In that last part, the part where everybody died, that whatever part that was of the fight,
Second phase.
as DPS, was there anything particular I was supposed to be doing besides, trying to stay alive and beating on the boss?
Did you get any soaks in?
No, you never told me. You told me you were
They're not so gonna be with the small ones.
What?
The small ones, not the big ass one.
Oh, okay. Explain to me what to do there.
Just soak it. Just don't soak more than one if you have to.
Okay.
So the little ones that you see spawning, they're fair game for everyone.
Okay.
I mean, it's like once we get like really refined in the fight, like for our team, we'll probably just leave some melee up there, depending on our ratio from ranged and melee and stuff like that. But for right now, for learning and future endeavors, you're going to be responsible for it. So try to soak a little one.
Sure.
And I say that because like when you're working heroic, you got to hit a certain percentage at a certain time. So it's like, maybe they're going to leave the melee up there to keep beating on the boss and just make everybody else healers and ranged get it. No. But anyway, that's not for now. Let me just speak to one other thing since she's away. Don't get faked out if you're soaking and you see a little explosion go off. Make sure that your personal Armageddon explodes and you get the debuff, because I have seen people stepping out. So did you notice that sometimes we
Yeah, I
have
think
Armageddons and the big circles and you're seeing little flashes? You know what I mean? So you think that your Armageddon blew up, but it didn't.
Yeah, I think I missed one, and I got a debuff on the second one that I soaked.
All right, everybody's ready.
I don't know if ready is the right word.
Well, present.
5, 4,
You know it.
3,
It's all
2,
about the wine.
1.
All
You
about the
will
wine.
fall, hero.
I love pulling without my pets.
Obliteration beckons.
Honey, that's you? Behind the boss.
Tanks, be careful. Knockback coming soon. Don't be knocked toward the edge.
Who will save you now?
Here's the singularity. Tanks really want to pull that boss with
Death
skull.
rains upon you.
Peliton, this is your soap. You guys are good. You're beating me to the small ones.
Is there a reason that you want us to have one skull? Is it so we don't get knocked off?
Yeah.
We
have
deploy our
heals.
rings. We're good. We don't get knocked off.
Well, it's also
Still
for
you
us.
resist.
Like, save singularity
Then let me
comes out on
repay your
purple
arrogance.
or
Obliteration, consume them all.
probably the opposite side. Just trying to keep it like centered for the rest of the raid too.
Who will share your fate? Obliteration, who will share your fate?
That's chill.
An inevitable fate.
Looks like one of them getting it soon.
Consume them all.
That's a wipe, guys. No durability cost if you jump off the edge.
An inevitable fate.
You guys calling it or keep going?
Keep going.
Face your destiny.
Oh, you mean after this fight? We're gonna call it.
No, I meant right now. Oh yeah, yeah.
We're gonna keep running so that people can see as much as possible.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped off the edge.
Yeah. My bad.
What I called the wipe. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oops.
Obliteration beckons. Consume them all.
Somebody needs to get a large one or it's going to wipe the group.
Fall,
Oh.
hero.
So you guys have seen that that's the crux of
Warning
winning the
for your
fight
master.
is perfecting
Who will
those soaking
share
and
your fate?
that.
Fall, hero.
Next phase, you go into the darkness.
Mortals.
You got to find
Your fate
Illidan.
was sealed the
Illidan
moment
buffs
you.
you. You can't do anything unless you find Illidan. Stand in this little green circle under him, and then you go gather up and fight ads down there. You don't get out of the darkness until all ads are dead. And then you come back up, and the last phase is really super easy. Super, super easy. There's no more soaking.
Yeah, second phase is probably the hardest of them all.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for having us along, guys.
Thank you for coming.
thanks so
Thanks
much
for the help.
Thank you.
For teaching.
Yeah, I appreciate the help.
No problem. Silky Groka and I might go get our kill. But we're going to take like 5 minutes first. If you're interested.
Thank you so much for the invite. It was kind of a blizzard bug.
No worries. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
But if you need me again, I'm more Number 1267.
I just added you.
Okay.
Cool.
You guys have a great night.
You too.
You too.
You too.
You too.
Thanks for inviting me to the raid and letting me come die. That was fun.
We're here for you.
No problem.
Hey, you learned some things, right?
Hey,
How you roll?
anything to cause repair bills.
Hey, that was fun.
Where's the worst?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
What's up?
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, you know,
Car coming in.
it's kill Jaden, you know, it's really tough.
Boys.
Got him! Headshot!
Yeah, suck one, bitch.
Summit.
Say it. Suck one. Hey, suck one. Hey, suck one.
Gotta tell him to suck one. I have an 8 times
What
by
are
the
you
way,
doing?
boys.
I'm going.
He's gassing her up, dude. What do you mean?
Hey, he got it stuck.
Axe dog. Hey,
Oh,
Axe
boys, we're in
dog.
the zone too. Yeah, baby.
Did you ever get
I feel like we're so underlooted.
You ever get that KJ kill?
We are
Oh, you know, I'm
extremely-
just grinding right now. Straight up.
What are you grinding?
KJ kill. Trying to find a
Actually?
group that's competent.
Wait, how many groups have you attempted?
5 so far.
Boys, I need help.
5!
That's
Yeah.
not working with you.
Are they in there?
What's been happening? Wait, so you just leave them?
No. They either just disband or they kick a lot of people and try again or whatever.
So annoying. You know, I think the best way to
Level 2
progress
here if you
is
want.
keep
I
the
see
same
I
group
see people over on
and everyone learns.
over on green.
Level 2 Vesson.
Yeah.
People on green.
I need
on the
both
map.
of these things.
But you see what I mean now, that it's like a tough fight, right? Like it's
Well,
annoying.
it's not really
I know
like
it's not
yeah.
tough. It's just you have to rely on so many people
Exactly.
to get
That's
stuff.
why it sucks. It's like playing a MOBA, you know. Yeah.
And it's like you need to make sure everyone is on the same page, not like just a few people with most fights. It's like literally everyone has to be.
Yeah.
Anyone got some meds?
Yeah, I got a med.
2 first aids. Get your healing from.
That's what I found with a lot of bosses on heroic. It's kind of the same thing. You need to make sure
Whoever
most people
looted this place
know what they're doing.
sucked.
Yeah.
Oh man, everyone loot left in this building. Oh my god, guy. 2 guys. Hostiles!
Where's the other guy? Where's the guy?
Oh my god, 3 guys!
One
3!
down. He's hit. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
5. Oh my god.
Dude, I just got shot at. Who shot at me?
Oh shit. Left side.
North school?
Yeah.
Oh my god, behind the tree!
In the tree. In the tree. Oh my god.
I knocked one out.
Nice. Oh, I have an 8. So what am I doing?
One's dead.
I'm
Boys,
healing.
keep firing.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Oh, I knocked one out. Knocked one out with a headshot with a VSS. One ran to the right trees too.
All I have is a UMP.
I
so
knocked
I'm
one
not
out.
really
I
helping.
knocked one out.
Just turn off burst, Pat.
One's
Boys,
dead, dude.
boys, keep the pressure on him. What the hell is going on? This
I just hit
What do you
one.
have?
What?
What gun is that?
Don't worry
What?
about it. Oh, I see
One
one. I
of
see one. I see one. He's dipping. He's dipping.
Yeah, push him, push him.
Well, I'm gonna take this card. I need it.
Oh, I was about to grab it. Okay, it's all yours.
He's running up the hill, James. We might catch him.
Oh shit!
Fuck, dude.
I knocked another one out.
Okay, okay. We're moving it. We're moving on.
He
flank.
had an SKS.
Guys,
I knocked another one out.
Nice.
Oh, he's dead.
On the tree, Spawn, on the tree.
Dead.
One more, one more, one more.
Three.
They're
I
dead,
got
they're dead.
3 dead. 3 dead. It's a.
They're all
I think
dead.
It's a,
Oh.
it's a,
Boys,
Oh,
I have
his
8. I have
boys, let's
8
go.
kills. I have
Holy
8.
shit. You serious? I have 3.
There's an SKS.
Oh,
over
another
here.
8 times scope.
Give me that loot, boys. I need some 5.56. Everyone was coming towards the military base to try and kill us, man, and we just wiped fucking.
There's a 2 times on this guy if someone wants it.
Does anyone want this SKS?
Yeah, I'll take it, Pat.
I mean, can you give me an
I don't
assault
even
rifle
think
for
they
it?
landed a single hit on us, man.
No,
Did these
they
guys
fucked
hit?
me up. They fucked me up.
There's an AK on this guy if you want it, Pat.
Yeah.
Here, I'll
Give
come
me,
drop
give
it
me,
off
give
at
me the
you.
ravioli. Come on.
Okay. I could use the scope.
Another 8-time scope. Okay, does anyone have what? Does anyone have a vertical foregrip that I can use?
All the good stuff.
I'll give you.
Alright, I think I'm done for now. Whoever may be watching, thank you for watching, and I hope you have a good day. I mean, I've been playing for a while. I'm trying to get Kill Jaden killed, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. So I think last thing I'm gonna do is pretty much just go ahead and exit out here and see if there's any, and see if there is any what's that thing called? If there is any like quest at the other island, whatever the hell that island is called. Technically I don't really need much gear anymore, so it's just a matter of just doing the content. So yeah, so what I'll do is I'll head to $N, and from $N I'm going to just turn the quest in, and then I'm gonna call it. I mean, I don't know what more I can do besides what I've been doing. I mean, I could do more HPS, but that's if the other healers slack or whatever, so it's not even an option, you know. So I'm kind of just wasting time right now.
Hail and well met, champion. Without you, Azeroth will surely
Khadgar. What a guy. Anyways, I'm done for now. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna park myself at Broken Shore. Because that's what I'm gonna be doing, is just questing there. Mythic dungeons are kind of done in terms of like just getting gear. This I won't do because it's the whole pet battle thing. So pretty much that's it. Yeah. I don't know, you know? I mean, tomorrow I'll try again to try to kill Jaden. Hopefully I kill it. Probably not. We'll see. I mean, I'm soaking the puddles, I'm doing all that stuff, so I don't know what else I can do. Or, as the saying goes, what more can I do? I'll probably have my friend look at my healing stuff and just see like if I did it good or if I did it bad, and have him just comment on like what I can do to change or to improve my healing output. And that's it. Actually, there isn't like I said, much to say about that performance, but it is what it is. I just take it, you know, take it as it is. Nice. His goal for tomorrow is probably gonna be to get 520 artifact power so I can get the first one of this, because 4000 int is pretty good for 10 seconds, because that'll significantly improve my healing. And if I can get this to be 4000, that'd be also awesome, but I'm not really too worried about that, honestly. So yeah, but that's it. I'm done for now. Thank you and goodbye.